past breathes around us, invisible yet ever-present. The stones beneath our feet, the words we speak, the rhythms of our days, all echo with the lives of those who came before. To understand ourselves, we must understand history, not as a series of distant events, but as the lived experiences of people whose hearts beat with the same hopes and fears as our own. In this journey, we walk through the streets of ancient Rome, not as tourists squinting at ruins, but as neighbors to its citizens. We will smell the wood smoke rising from morning cookfires, hear the cacophony of languages in its marketplaces, and feel the cool relief of water from a public fountain on a sweltering summer day. Rome, not as a marble ideal, but as a living, breathing city of flesh and blood. From there, we'll step into the intimate worlds of three extraordinary lives. Cleopatra, last queen of Egypt's Ptolemaic dynasty, whose intelligence and political acumen have been overshadowed by myths of seduction. Hürrem Sultan, who rose from captured slave to become the most powerful woman in the Ottoman Empire. And Vincent van Gogh, whose tortured genius transformed how we see the world through art. Each life a universe unto itself, yet connected by the shared experience of being human. This is not history of grand monuments and battlefield tactics. This is history that breathes history you can taste, touch, and feel. The daily routines, intimate moments, and sensory experiences that made up a life in times now past. Join me as we step through the veil of centuries, and for a brief moment, stand beside those who came before us. Before we begin this immersive journey through time, I invite you to become a permanent part of our historical community. If these explorations into the sensory world of the past resonate with you, please take a moment to subscribe to our channel. With each new episode, we'll continue bringing history to life in all its vivid detail. I'm also curious about the here and now from which you're joining our journey through the past. In the comments below, please share the location you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. There's something profoundly meaningful about knowing we're connected across different times and places as we explore these historical lives together. Whether you're watching at dawn in Singapore, midday in Rome, or midnight in Los Angeles, your present moment becomes part of our collective exploration of human experience through time. Now, let us begin our journey through the veil of centuries. Morning in Rome. Dawn breaks over the 7 hills. The first pale light catches the terracotta rooftops and marble temples as a thin mist rises from the Tiber. Rome wakes slowly, stretching into consciousness like a great beast. The city houses nearly 1 million souls, the largest urban center the Western world will know until 19th century London. The streets are already stirring. Bakers have been at work for hours, their ovens glowing orange in the pre-dawn darkness. The scent of fresh bread mingles with the less pleasant odors of a city without modern sanitation. Residents empty chamber pots from upper windows with a perfunctory shout of Garda Zello. Watch out for the water, a warning that sometimes become merely ceremonial. The sharp smell of urine mingles with wood smoke, baking bread, and the ever-present tang of garum, the fermented fish sauce that seasons nearly every Roman dish. Water carriers move through the streets, delivering to wealthy homes. Public fountains gurgle at neighborhood crossroads, their constant flow ensuring fresh water, even as it washes refuse toward the sewers. Near the fountains, conversations bloom like morning flowers as neighbors exchange news and gossip while filling their buckets and amphorae. In the east of the city, the massive Colosseum stands silhouetted against the brightening sky. Construction completed under Emperor Titus, it dominates the skyline, a testament to Roman engineering and the empire's complicated relationship with entertainment and bloodshed. On days when games are scheduled, the streets surrounding it will buzz with excitement. Vendors setting up stalls to feed and water the 50,000 spectators who will fill its seats. But this morning, like most, the greater commotion centers on the Forum. The political and commercial heart of the city stirs to life as shop owners roll up metal shutters and set out their wares. Fruit sellers arrange vivid displays of plums, figs, and apples. Butchers hang carcasses where flies are shooed away by young apprentices wielding leafy branches. Scribes set up portable desks, ready to serve citizens who need documents written or read. The cacophony of languages reflects Rome's status as the center of a vast empire. Latin predominates, but Greek, the language of culture and learning, flows like a parallel current. Egyptian, Aramaic, Celtic tongues, and countless provincial dialects create a symphony of human communication. The sharp cries of merchants rise above the general din. Olives, Syrian olives, fresh eggs, still warm, oysters from Brundisium, carried through the night. Children dart between adults like fish in a stream, some on errands for parents, others playing elaborate games with rules known only to themselves. Dogs scavenge in corners or nap in patches of sunlight. Overhead, swallows and swifts wheel and dive, their sharp chirps punctuating the human sounds below. As the sun climbs higher, the light strengthens to a clear Mediterranean brilliance that seems to define every edge and cast every shadow in sharp relief. The white marble of public buildings gleams almost blindingly, while the painted stucco of shops and apartments adds blocks of faded color: ochre, terracotta, faded blue, and sun-bleached red. The city becomes a living canvas painted with light, sound, and motion as another day in eternal Rome unfolds. Housing and urban environment. Rome rises in layers, both socially and physically. The wealthy occupy spacious domus, single-family homes built around an atrium that opens to the sky, allowing light and rain to enter a central pool that collects precious water. These homes, with their colorful frescoed walls depicting mythological scenes or trompello gardens, radiate outward from a central courtyard. Mosaics of intricate patterns, geometric designs, hunting scenes, or depictions of the seasons. Pave the floors in tiny colored stones fitted so precisely that the lines between them are barely visible. The domus of the truly rich might house 50 or more people. The family, their slaves, freedmen clients, and perhaps relatives from the countryside seeking opportunity in the capital. Despite the grandeur, these homes lack many comforts we would consider essential. Smoke from cooking hearths and oil lamps blacken ceilings. Even in the finest houses, furniture is sparse by modern standards. Wooden couches with cushions for dining, chests for storage, a few tables and chairs. The Roman home is not primarily for comfort, but for conducting business and displaying status. But such luxury is the exception. Most Romans, as many as 90%, live in insulae multi-story apartment buildings that crowd the city's hills. Rising 5 or 6 stories, these brick and concrete structures house hundreds in cramped quarters. Unlike the domus with its central opening, insulae face outward, with windows and balconies overlooking the street, creating vertical neighborhoods that buzz with conversation and conflict. The quality of insulae varies dramatically. Upper floors, reached by narrow wooden stairs, hold the cheapest apartments, cramped, dark, and vulnerable to fire. A single room might house an entire family, with only a curtain separating their sleeping space from a tiny cooking area. Lower floors, more spacious and secure, house shopkeepers and skilled artisans who operate businesses from front rooms opening directly onto the street. The ground floor spaces, tabernae, serve as shops, workshops, and restaurants, creating a commercial layer beneath the residential warren above. Water, the lifeblood of the city, flows through a network of aqueducts that feed over 1,300 public fountains and nearly 900 public baths. Yet few insulae have running water. Residents must carry it up from street-level fountains in clay amphorae or wooden buckets. Similarly, without indoor plumbing, most use public latrines or chamber pots emptied into street-side drainage channels that feed into the cloaca maxima, the great sewer that has drained the city since its earliest days. The streets themselves form a maze rather than a grid, following ancient paths and cattle tracks that predate urban planning. Main thoroughfares, paved with massive polygonal stones fitted together like puzzle pieces, accommodate two-way cart traffic. Raised sidewalks protect pedestrians from both vehicles and the filth that often flows down the center of the street. Stepping stones at crossings allow pedestrians to cross without stepping into the muck. Narrower streets and alleys, sometimes barely wide enough for 2 people to pass, branch off the main roads, creating a capillary network that penetrates the densely packed neighborhoods. In these narrow passages, neighbors can touch hands from opposite balconies, creating intimate community spaces where privacy is nearly impossible. The city's soundscape reflects this dense habitation. Arguments, lovemaking, bobbies crying, craftsmen hammering, all bleed through thin walls, creating a continuous human symphony. Smells, too, penetrate everywhere. Cooking, bodies, animals, waste, and more pleasant scents of baking bread roasting meat, and the herbs and flowers grown in window boxes to counteract the less appealing urban odors. At night, the city transforms. Without street lighting, darkness claims the public spaces. The wealthy are accompanied by slaves carrying torches, while others rely on oil lamps or navigate by moonlight and memory. The darkness brings dangers, thieves, and worse, but also freedom for clandestine meetings and activities best hidden from judging eyes. Morning routines and hygiene. As dawn breaks over Rome, its citizens rise with the sun. Unlike modern societies that extend waking hours deep into the night with artificial illumination, Roman life follows natural rhythms more closely. The wealthy might be awakened by a personal slave designated to this duty, while working people respond to the city's natural awakening. Roosters crowing, the changing light, and the gradually increasing street noise. The first act for many Romans is religious observance. The paterfamilias, male head of household, might make a small offering at the household shrine, the lararium, where small bronze or terracotta figurines represent the household gods and the spirits of ancestors. A brief prayer, perhaps a pinch of incense or a few drops of wine on a small altar, connects the day beginning to the divine forces Romans believe surround them. Morning hygiene is notably different from our elaborate bathroom routines. Most Romans do not bathe daily at home. The great public baths are for more thorough cleaning, typically in the afternoon. Morning ablutions are simpler. A quick wash of hands, face, and mouth with water carried from a fountain or well and stored in a pottery basin. The wealthy might have slaves pour water over their hands into a silver basin. Teeth are cleaned with frayed twigs, sometimes rubbed with substances like crushed herbs or even powdered mouse brains, believed to prevent decay. Some use their fingers with tooth powder made from crushed oyster shells, pumice, or even powdered antler. Wealthier Romans might use small bone or wooden implements similar to modern toothpicks. Mouth fresheners include parsley seeds, herbs like mint, or rinsing with diluted wine. Toilet facilities vary dramatically by social class. Wealthy homes might have a dedicated latrine connected to the city's sewer system, a room with a stone or wooden bench with a hole positioned over a drainage channel. Most apartment dwellers use chamber pots that must be emptied into public latrines or directly into street drains. Public latrines exist throughout the city, long rooms with bench seating over flowing water channels, offering no privacy but considerable socialization. These spaces, far from being sites of embarrassment, serve as casual meeting places where business is discussed and news exchanged. Bathing is a social activity reserved for the public baths rather than a private morning routine. Romans consider extensive washing at home somewhat peculiar, even unnatural. The elaborate bathing facilities found throughout the city serve not only for cleanliness, but as centers for exercise, socializing, business networking, and even education, as public readings or philosophical discussions often take place there. Dressing follows washing. For men, the basic garment is the tunic, a simple T-shaped garment made of two rectangular pieces of woven wool or linen, sewn together at the shoulders and sides, reaching to just above the knees. Those of higher status wear tunics with vertical purple stripes, whose width indicates their precise social rank. Most men wear some form of undergarment, a loincloth or shorts. For formal occasions or public appearances, citizen men don the toga, a semicircular piece of woolen cloth approximately 18 feet long that wraps around the body in carefully arranged folds. So complex is proper toga arrangement that most wealthy men rely on slaves to dress them. The toga's weight, cost, and impracticality for physical labor make it both a mark of status and a burden. Women's mourning dress begins with a strophium, a band of soft leather or linen wrapped around the chest for support. Over this goes the tunica interior, inner tunic, followed by the stola, a long, pleated dress cinched at the waist. Married women wear the stola as a mark of their status. When venturing outside, women add the palla, a large rectangular shawl draped over the shoulders and often drawn up to cover the head. Hair arrangements vary by gender, age, and social position. Men generally wear their hair short, though styles change with fashion and imperial example. Wealthy women's hair is arranged by skilled female slaves into elaborate curled and piled styles that can take hours to complete. Oil-based perfumes are applied to hair and skin, not to mask the scent of unwashed bodies Romans do bathe regularly, but to add pleasant aromas associated with status and refinement. The morning routine concludes with breaking the fast intaculum, typically a simple meal of bread dipped in wine, perhaps with honey, cheese, or dates. This might be eaten standing or taken while already beginning the day's business, as Romans do not generally treat breakfast as a significant or leisurely meal. Work life for common Romans. As the sun climbs higher, Rome transforms into a vast workshop. While senators debate in marble halls and wealthy equites oversee vast commercial enterprises from comfortable offices, the majority of Romans are already deep into their labor. Craftsmen, shopkeepers, and service workers who form the beating heart of the urban economy. In the narrow streets of the Subura district, artisans work in front of open shop fronts, their spaces serving simultaneously as workshop, retail outlet, and often home. A carpenter planes wood with smooth, practiced strokes, the sweet scent of cedar shavings mixing with the ever-present urban odors. His sons, apprenticed to him since childhood, sort through new timber deliveries, examining each piece for quality. Nearby, a blacksmith's hammer rings against his anvil in a rhythm as old as civilization, sparks flying as his assistant works the bellows, face gleaming with sweat in the forge's orange glow. These family businesses form the backbone of Roman production, with skills passing from father to son for generations. The boundaries between family and business are non-existent. Children begin helping with simple tasks almost as soon as they can walk, gradually taking on more responsibility until they master the craft. In the garment district, fullers' cloth cleaners stomp woolen togas in large vats of water mixed with fullers' earth, lye, and stale urine, the ammonia serving as an effective cleaning agent. The stench is overpowering to modern sensibilities, but to Romans, it is simply the smell of clean clothing. Despite the odor, the business is lucrative, with wealthy Romans constantly needing their extensive wardrobes maintained. Food production occupies thousands across the city. Pistors, bakers, work in tremendous heat, their bodies coated in flour as they shape loaves and slide them into dome-shaped ovens with long wooden paddles. In Rome, commercial bakeries handle most bread production, as few private homes have adequate ovens. The largest bakeries have massive grinding stones turned by donkeys walking in endless circles, processing the grain that feeds the metropolis. Near the river, dockhands unload ships from across the Mediterranean, grain from Egypt, olive oil from Spain, wine from Greece, exotic spices from the East. Their muscled bodies, darkened by sun and marked by the scars of their dangerous work, move with practiced efficiency as they transfer amphorae and sacks to warehouses and waiting carts. These men, many of them freed slaves, work from dawn until exhaustion for daily wages paid in small copper coins. Not all labor is physical. In the forum, scribes sit at small portable desks, offering their literacy to the majority who cannot read or write. For a small fee, they compose letters, draft contracts, or read official notices to those seeking to understand imperial pronouncements. Nearby, money changers and bankers conduct the financial business that oils the wheels of commerce, their tables covered with coins from across the empire that must be weighed, evaluated, and exchanged at appropriate rates. Women's work, though less visible in public spaces, is equally essential. While wealthy women supervise large household staffs, those of more modest means might assist in family businesses or work independently as midwives, wet nurses, wool workers, or food sellers. In apartment buildings, women's cooperative labor creates impromptu industries. Several might share child-minding duties, while others process wool, prepare food for sale, or make simple garments. Slaves perform much of Rome's labor, their experience varying dramatically based on their skills and owners. Those with specialized talents, educated Greeks serving as tutors, or skilled craftsmen working in their masters' businesses, might live relatively comfortable lives with considerable autonomy, even saving to purchase their freedom. Others face crushing physical labor and abuse. In workshops, free laborers often work alongside slaves, the boundaries between the experience of poor freedmen and favored slaves sometimes blurring. The workday stretches from dawn until the late afternoon, typically concluding around the 8th hour, approximately 2-3 p.m. by modern reckoning, varying with the season. Romans divide daylight into 12 hours, regardless of season, making summer hours longer than winter ones. As afternoon advances, Commercial activities wind down as citizens head to the baths, where business discussions often continue in a more relaxed setting. Most Romans work a schedule alien to modern expectations. Intense labor for 9 days, followed by a market day. Nundini for shopping and rest. Religious festivals, numbering over 100 annually, provide additional breaks from labor, creating a rhythm of work and celebration that punctuates the Roman year. Payment varies widely. Many artisans operate on a subsistence model, earning just enough from their products to feed their families and maintain their shops. Skilled workers like goldsmiths or marble carvers command higher prices, while temporary laborers might work solely for food and minimal shelter. For most Romans, financial security is a constant struggle, with few opportunities for savings and little protection against illness, injury, or economic downturns. Despite these challenges, there is pride in craftsmanship. Makers sometimes stamp their products with their names or distinctive marks, early brand identification that carries both quality assurance and personal reputation. The tools of trades are frequently included on tombstones, indicating how central professional identity is to Roman sense of self. Work, for all its hardships, provides not just sustenance, but meaning and place in the complex social ecosystem of the eternal city. Roman meals and food. As midday approaches, the rhythm of Rome shifts. The forum empties as courts adjourn and businesses close for the heaviest meal of the day, prandium. Unlike modern societies, where dinner occupies the central culinary position, Romans structure their eating around this substantial midday repast, recognizing that digestion requires energy that is better expended during daylight hours. The city's olfactory landscape transforms as cooking fires bloom across neighborhoods. From insulae windows, the aroma of porridge bubbling in clay pots mingles with the sharper scents of the many thermopolia, food stalls with large terracotta jars, dolia, embedded in stone counters, keeping foods hot or cold. These ancient fast food establishments serve a critical function in a city where many apartments lack cooking facilities, and fire presents a constant threat in wooden tenements. For the working class, prandium often comes from these establishments. A simple meal of bread dipped in olive oil, perhaps with soft cheese, olives, or preserved vegetables. Many carry small clay bowls to food sellers, paying a few copper asses to have them filled with steaming chickpea soup or a porridge of barley sweetened with honey. Street vendors sell egg bread, sausages, roasted nuts, or fresh fruit, calling out their wares in sing-song chants that have echoed through urban streets since cities first existed. The diet of ordinary Romans centers on the Mediterranean triad: wheat, olive oil, and wine, supplemented with legumes, vegetables, cheese, and occasionally fish. Meat appears infrequently on common tables, usually in small quantities to flavor dishes rather than as the meal's centerpiece. When it does appear, pork is the most common option, with Romans breeding pigs in urban yards and even apartment balconies. For the wealthy, midday brings more elaborate fare. though still not approaching the excesses of formal dinner parties. A comfortable merchant family might enjoy a meal of several courses, eggs or shellfish to start, followed by garden vegetables dressed with garum, fermented fish sauce, vinegar, and herbs. The main dish might be fish poached in white wine with leeks and coriander, or perhaps a young kid goat stewed with dried fruits and honey. Fresh bread, baked in commercial ovens rather than at home, accompanies every course. The elite's fascination with exotic foods fuels a lucrative import trade. Spices travel thousands of miles along trade routes from India and beyond, their astronomical cost making them displays of wealth as much as flavoring agents. Pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cloves appear in dishes alongside Mediterranean herbs like oregano, thyme, and bay laurel. Rare fruits, peaches from Persia, citrons from the East join apples, pears, and plums from Italian orchards on wealthy tables. Wine flows at every meal except the simplest breakfasts. Unlike modern wine, Roman varieties arrive at the table thick and strong, typically mixed with water in craters, large vessels, before pouring into individual cups. The quality varies dramatically, from rough jug wine for laborers to aged vintages from celebrated regions like Falernum, stored in sealed amphorae marked with their vintage and origin. The poorest Romans drink Posca, a mixture of vinegar, water, and herbs that provides both hydration and minimal sustenance while killing waterborne pathogens. After the midday meal, many Romans nap during the hottest hours, a practical adaptation to the Mediterranean climate that persists in the region today. Shops close, streets empty, and a brief stillness descends on the otherwise frenetic city. As afternoon coolness returns, commerce resumes, leading eventually to the day's final meal, cena. Taken in early evening before darkness, makes urban navigation hazardous. The bath culture, as afternoon shadows lengthen, Romans gravitate toward one of their civilization's defining institutions, the public baths. More than mere facilities for cleanliness, these magnificent complexes serve as the center of social life, combining functions of modern gyms, community centers, libraries, art galleries, and social clubs for a nominal entrance fee, so small that even slaves can occasionally afford admission. Citizens of all classes mingle in an atmosphere of relative equality, rare in class-conscious Rome. The city houses nearly 1,000 bathing establishments, from small neighborhood facilities to massive imperial complexes like the baths of Caracalla, which can accommodate 1,600 bathers simultaneously. These architectural marvels showcase Rome's mastery of engineering. Heated floors, underwater lighting, massive vaulted ceilings, and intricate water management systems that circulate thousands of gallons daily. Approaching a major bath complex, one first notices the external grandeur. Columns, statues, and monumental entrances designed to elevate the mundane act of bathing into a celebration of Roman civilization. Inside, the sequence of spaces creates a carefully orchestrated experience combining physical exercise, cleansing, socializing, and intellectual stimulation. Most Romans begin their bath visit in the palestra, an outdoor courtyard for exercise. Here, men, and sometimes women, during their designated hours, engage in light athletics, ball games, wrestling, running, or weightlifting with stone or metal dumbbells. Exercise creates sweat, considered essential for opening the pores before proper bathing. Those seeking less strenuous preparation might visit the attached library, enjoy poetry readings, or watch professional athletes demonstrate their skills. Properly warmed, bathers enter the apoditerium, the changing room where they undress completely. Unlike modern Western sensibilities, Romans feel no discomfort with communal nudity. The wealthy arrive with slaves who guard their clothes and valuables, while others use niches along the walls, keeping a wary eye out for the notorious bath thieves who feature prominently in Roman comedies. The bathing sequence follows a specific progression designed to maximize both hygiene and pleasure. First comes the tepidarium, a warm room that prepares the body for greater heat. The humid air, heated by an underfloor hypocaust system where hot air circulates through hollow spaces, opens the pores while acclimating bathers to increasing temperatures. Next, the caldarium, the hottest room, offers intense heat similar to modern saunas. Here, bathers sweat profusely, while attendants offer massage or scrape the skin with curved metal strigils that remove dirt, dead skin, and oil. The wealthiest might apply expensive perfumed oils before this scraping, while most use cheaper olive oil distributed at the baths. The scraping produces grime called strigmentum, sometimes collected by entrepreneurial apothecaries who process it into skin treatments sold back to the wealthy. After the heat comes the frigidarium, featuring cold pools for a bracing plunge that closes the pores and invigorates the body. The sensation, a shock of cold after extreme heat, produces what Romans consider a perfect balance of bodily harmony. Some elaborate facilities offer additional options: steam rooms, sunbathing areas, or specialty treatments administered by skilled slaves. Throughout this progression, conversation flows as freely as the water. Political discussions, business negotiations, philosophical debates, and gossip create a background hum in every room. Unlike the forum with its formal protocols, the baths permit social mixing unusual in Roman society. A wealthy senator might discuss poetry with a talented freedman, or a merchant might secure a business deal while soaking alongside a potential partner. For ambitious Romans lacking family connections, the baths provide invaluable networking opportunities. Women generally use the baths during restricted hours or patronize separate facilities, though practices vary across time periods and locations. Some evidence suggests mixed bathing occurred occasionally, though conservative commentators routinely condemned the practice. For women, as for men, the baths serve crucial social functions, offering rare public spaces where they can build community beyond household boundaries. Beyond bathing spaces, major complexes house additional amenities. Snack bars serving wine and simple food, massage rooms where skilled practitioners address muscular complaints, and exercise rooms for use during inclement weather. Gardens, fountains, and sculpture displays create pleasant spaces for lingering conversations after bathing concludes. The sensory experience is immersive and overwhelming to modern sensibilities. The mingled sense of sweat, perfumed oils, and steam, the cacophony of voices echoing off stone surfaces, the dramatic contrast of temperatures, the constant sensation of water on skin, all combine to create a distinctly Roman pleasure that citizens consider essential to civilized life. So central are the baths to Roman identity that when establishing colonies, engineers construct aqueducts and bathing facilities before almost any other public buildings, considering them markers of Roman civilization in conquered territories. As the afternoon progresses toward evening, bathers gradually depart, refreshed and socialized, many heading home for the day's final meal, while others proceed to evening entertainments. The bathing ritual, performed by millions across the empire in near-identical fashion, stands as perhaps the most distinctive and unifying cultural practice of Roman daily life. Social structure and class. Rome's social tapestry is woven from distinct threads, each representing hierarchies, both formal and informal, that determine a person's life trajectory from birth. Unlike modern societies with their theoretical mobility, Roman society operates on principles of rigid stratification that most citizens never question. The social position into which one is born generally determines education, occupation, marriage prospects, and even manner of speech and dress. At the pinnacle stands the senatorial class, approximately 600 families whose names have echoed through generations of power. These families, many tracing lineage to the earliest days of the Republic, control vast estates across Italy and the provinces. Technically defined by wealth, a senator must maintain property valued at 1 million sesterces. This class is practically defined by birth, as family connections almost invariably precede financial qualification. Senators wear distinctive dress, tunics with broad purple stripes, and for formal occasions, the toga praetexta bordered in purple. Their sons are groomed from birth for political careers, learning rhetoric, Greek, and the complex social dance of patronage and alliance that sustains their position. Below the senators stand the equites, knights, Rome's commercial aristocracy. Originally defined as citizens wealthy enough to provide their own horse for military service, this class has evolved into a powerful business elite controlling banking, shipping, and large-scale commerce. With property qualifications of 400,000 sesterces, equites often possess greater actual wealth than senators, but lower prestige, as Roman values theoretically elevate political service above mere commercial success. The relationship between these upper classes blends cooperation and tension. Many equestrian families aspire to senatorial status, while senators often secretly partner with equites in business ventures technically forbidden to their class. The broad middle ranks of society encompass vast variation. Successful merchants, skilled craftsmen, professional soldiers, scribes, and minor officials occupy a social territory defined less by formal designation than by practical circumstances. They are neither rich enough to join the upper ranks nor poor enough to require daily wage labor. For this group, particularly those operating prosperous urban businesses, modest comfort is possible. Perhaps owning a small home or occupying a large apartment, employing a few slaves, and ensuring education for their children. The urban plebs constitute Rome's working poor, freedmen and citizens, laboring as dock workers, construction crews, tanners, fullers, and countless other occupations requiring more muscle than skill. These families occupy single rooms in crowded insulae, their livelihoods perpetually precarious. A few days' illness might mean missed meals. A fire or structural collapse could eliminate both home and possessions instantly. Yet even within this precarity exists community. Neighborhood associations offer mutual aid. Religious societies provide burial insurance, and extended family networks spread risk across multiple households. Those tied to wealthy households occupy complex positions within the social hierarchy. Some educated slaves, Greek tutors, skilled accountants, household managers enjoy better material conditions than many free citizens, with security of food and shelter, plus occasional opportunities to earn money toward eventual manumission. Freedmen liberty, former slaves who have been formally emancipated, often maintain close connections with former masters, operating businesses on their behalf or providing skilled services. Within a generation, the descendants of these freedmen become full citizens without the stigma of servile origin. At society's margins exist those whose status is defined by what they are not. Non-citizens, those practicing dishonorable professions, actors, gladiators, prostitutes, and the truly destitute who survive by begging or crime. These groups inhabit a shadow Rome, visible in certain contexts, but formally excluded from many aspects of civic life. Cross-cutting these economic and legal categories are distinctions of birth, ethnicity, and personal connection. An original Roman family of modest means might look down on a wealthy Greek freedman despite his superior resources. A personal connection to a powerful patron might elevate an otherwise unremarkable individual. Women's status derives primarily from their male relatives. The wealthy widows with control of their own property can exercise considerable autonomy. This social structure maintains itself through visible markers that instantly communicate status. Clothing styles, quality of fabrics, jewelry, speech patterns, and even physical bearing. The toga, Rome's national garment, appears in varieties that signal precise social position. The plain toga virilis for ordinary citizens, the purple-bordered toga praetexta for magistrates and high priests, and the toga picta embroidered with gold for triumphing generals and emperors. Similarly, women's clothing, hairstyles, and jewelry instantly communicate family status and wealth. Beyond these formal markers, patron-client relationships form the essential connective tissue of Roman society. Each morning, clients gather in the atrium of their patron's home for the salutatio, a formal greeting where they offer respect and support in exchange for various benefits. Small gifts of money, sportula, legal assistance, business opportunities, or simply protection. A senator might have hundreds of clients, while those clients themselves might serve as patrons to those further down the social scale, creating a cascade of obligation and protection, extending from the heights of power to society's lowest ranks. This complex system, simultaneously rigid and adaptable, provides Rome with remarkable social stability despite extreme inequality. By offering limited paths for advancement while maintaining clear hierarchies, it creates sufficient hope for improvement to prevent widespread unrest while preserving the position of established elites. The occasional exceptional individual who rises from humble origins to prominence serves not to undermine the system, but to reinforce belief in its fairness, despite the overwhelming odds against such advancement. Entertainment and leisure. As the business day concludes, Romans turn to diverse leisure pursuits, creating a vibrant entertainment culture that reveals much about their values, social dynamics, and psychological needs. Unlike modern societies that often separate entertainment from moral and civic functions, Roman leisure activities explicitly serve purposes beyond mere diversion, reinforcing social hierarchies, demonstrating imperial power, and even providing religious observance. The Colosseum and smaller amphitheaters throughout the city host the most characteristic Roman spectacles. Gladiatorial games that combine athletic competition, theatrical narrative, and ritual sacrifice into uniquely Roman entertainment. On game days, the massive stone structure fills with 50,000 spectators, remarkably segregated by social class. Senators and equites in comfortable front rows, ordinary citizens in middle tiers, and women and slaves restricted to the uppermost sections, where views are compromised, but community is strong. The games themselves follow a carefully choreographed progression. Morning brings venations, elaborate hunts, where exotic animals imported at staggering expense from across the empire face hunters in staged wilderness settings. Noon features public executions of condemned criminals, often thematically staged to recreate mythological deaths. The day culminates with gladiatorial contests, highly trained fighters who, contrary to popular imagination, survive most bouts. These professional athletes operate from specialized training schools, developing specific fighting styles and fan followings comparable to modern sports stars. equally popular but less blood-soaked entertainment unfolds at the Circus Maximus, where chariot races draw crowds of 150,000, the largest regular gatherings in the ancient world. Spectators divide their loyalty among 4 racing factions: blue, green, red, and white. Their passionate support transcending class boundaries and occasionally erupting into violence between rival fans. The charioteers themselves, usually slaves or freedmen, can achieve tremendous fame and fortune, with successful drivers earning sums that rival senatorial wealth. Theatrical performances offer more refined entertainment, though Roman tastes favor broad comedy and sensational melodrama over the philosophical tragedies preferred by Greeks. Permanent theaters, like the magnificent Theater of Pompey, host professional troupes performing both new works and adaptations of Greek classics. Lavish staging includes elaborate mechanicals, musical accompaniment, and spectacular effects. Actors, exclusively male until late imperial times, specialize in stock character types instantly recognizable to audiences. For ordinary Romans without means to regularly attend major spectacles, the city offers countless smaller diversions. Popany taverns dot every neighborhood, serving wine and simple food while providing spaces for dice games, gossip, and occasional live music. More respectable citizens might attend recitations, where poets or prose authors present new works to invited audiences, combining entertainment with networking and cultural cachet. Physical recreation occupies many leisure hours. The Campus Martius, Rome's great open field along the Tiber, hosts impromptu ball games, running, and swimming. Young men from wealthy families practice horseback riding and mock military exercises, maintaining martial traditions even in peacetime. Board games like La Trunculi, similar to chess and Dudes im Scripta, resembling backgammon, engage strategic minds, played in forums, baths, and private homes with equal enthusiasm. Religious festivals, numbering over 100 annually, combine sacred observations with public entertainment. The Saturnalia in December temporarily inverts social hierarchies, with masters serving slaves at table and conventional morality suspended for several days of feasting and revelry. The Lupercalia in February features young noblemen running through streets, striking women with goatskin thongs to promote fertility. These collective celebrations provide psychological release from the strict hierarchies governing everyday interactions. For the elite, leisure often takes the form of elaborate dinner parties, convivia, where sensory pleasure, intellectual conversation, and social display intertwine. These gatherings follow strict protocols regarding reclining positions, indicating relative status, food presentation, and entertainment progression. Between courses, hosts might present musicians, dancers, acrobats, or poetry readings. Conversation follows semi-formal patterns, with educated guests expected to contribute to discussions of literature, philosophy, and politics, without becoming excessively serious or contentious. Children's leisure reflects both universal play instincts and cultural transmission of Roman values. Girls play with jointed dolls and miniature household items, practicing their expected adult roles. Boys favor military toys, wooden swords, small chariots, and strategy games. All children enjoy knucklebones primitive dice made from sheep ankle bones, hoops, tops, and pet animals ranging from birds to mice to dogs. The abundant graffiti found throughout Pompeii and Rome attests to children's eternal love of drawing on walls when adults aren't watching. Throughout these diverse activities runs a distinctly Roman thread. Entertainment is rarely purely private or devoid of social signaling. Even intimate dinner parties serve to display wealth, demonstrate cultural sophistication, and strengthen alliances. The most massive spectacles reinforce imperial ideology and remind citizens of Rome's power to command resources from distant provinces. Religious festivals strengthen community bonds while channeling potentially disruptive energies into structured celebrations. As night falls, the city's entertainment options narrow. Without street lighting, nighttime activities concentrate in wealthy homes where abundant oil lamps create islands of illumination, or in certain districts notorious for taverns, brothels, and gaming houses that continue operations after dark despite periodic official disapproval. For most Romans, however, the day's entertainment concludes with sunset, and attention turns to the day's final meal before sleep. Evening and night in Rome. As the sun sinks toward the Tiber, Rome transforms. Long shadows stretch across the Forum as the great marble buildings take on the warm golden hue of late afternoon light. The frenetic pace of commerce gradually slows, with shopkeepers calculating the day's earnings and securing their premises against the coming darkness. Street vendors make final calls, offering reduced prices for perishable goods that won't keep until morning. For wealthy Romans, late afternoon brings the day's most important meal, cena. Unlike the self-service simplicity of earlier meals, dinner represents a significant social occasion, often shared with friends or clients rather than eaten alone. In prosperous households, slaves spend hours in preparation, cooking multiple courses and arranging the triclinium, dining room, where guests recline on couches arranged in a U-shape around a central table. The formal dinner unfolds in 3 stages. Gusttatio appetizers with mulsum, wine sweetened with honey, primi mensi main courses with heavier wines, and secondi mensi, desserts and nuts. Conversation flows as freely as the wine, following conventions that balance substance with pleasure. Serious topics like philosophy or politics intermingle with poetry, gossip, and witty exchanges. The host demonstrates status not just through food quality, but through presentation, service, and dining implements, with silver plates and crystal cups signaling the highest prosperity. In more modest homes, the evening meal follows similar patterns on a smaller scale. A craftsman's family might gather around a table in their apartment's main room, sharing bread, cheese, vegetables, and perhaps a simple stew. Conversation centers on family matters and neighborhood news, while they eat from wooden or ceramic dishes. Even here, the meal represents the day's primary social time, strengthening family bonds before sleep. As darkness falls, the city's character fundamentally changes. Without widespread street lighting, only a few main thoroughfares benefit from public oil lamps. Rome, after sunset, becomes a different world, simultaneously dangerous and liberating. The wealthy traverse the darkness, accompanied by slaves carrying torches, their bobbing lights creating moving islands of visibility in the general gloom. Others carry their own small oil lamps, the flickering flames barely illuminating the ground before their feet. Many Romans simply avoid night travel entirely. The proverb nox pudorem adamit, night takes away shame, reflects the widespread belief that darkness emboldens criminals and dissolves social constraints. Street robbery represents a genuine threat, with organized gangs targeting isolated travelers. Juvenal's famous description of Rome at night catalogues hazards ranging from falling chamber pots emptied from upper windows to drunken aristocratic youths seeking violent entertainment. Yet night also brings freedom. Under cover of darkness, lovers meet, secret religious rites unfold, and people of different social classes mingle in taverns without the clear visual markers that normally define their separation. For slaves and others toiling through daylight hours, night provides precious time for personal relationships and small pleasures denied during working hours. Inside homes, lighting creates a distinct ambience. The flickering orange glow of oil lamps, simple clay vessels with floating wicks for common people, elaborate bronze or silver fixtures for the wealthy casts moving shadows that animate wall paintings, and creates an intimate atmosphere conducive to storytelling and conversation. Families gather around the hearth, its light and warmth serving both practical and symbolic functions as the center of domestic life. Bedtime approaches relatively early by modern standards, as artificial light remains too expensive for casual use. Most Romans sleep when darkness falls and rise with the sun, though wealthy households might extend evening activities with abundant lamplight. Beds range from simple straw pallets laid directly on floors to elaborate wooden frames with bronze ornaments and comfortable mattresses stuffed with wool or feathers. Most sleep in the same clothes worn during the day, perhaps loosened for comfort. Sleep arrangements reflect both practical considerations and family relationships. In crowded apartments, entire families often share a single room, with parents and children sleeping in close proximity. Wealthy homes provide more privacy, with separate cubicula bedrooms for different family members. Married couples typically share beds, while children might sleep with slaves assigned to their care. As the majority of the city sleeps, certain activities continue through the night. Bakers begin work in the pre-dawn hours, preparing bread for morning sales. Night watchmen, often public slaves, patrol streets watching for fires, the urban prefect's most constant concern in a city of wooden structures and open flames. In certain districts, taverns and brothels maintain operations through the night, serving those whose work or inclination keeps them from their beds. Sailors between watches, revelers extending symposia beyond reasonable hours, or those simply seeking companionship in the darkness. Religious observances sometimes require nighttime ceremonies, particularly mystery cults that promise initiation into secret knowledge. The cults of Isis, Mithras, and others conduct rituals specifically designed for darkness, where the sensory limitations heighten participants' receptiveness to transcendent experience. These nocturnal gatherings, with their secrecy and emotional intensity, periodically attract official suspicion despite their typically harmless nature. Silence never fully descends on Rome. Even in deepest night, the city breathes with distant sounds. The call of night watchmen marking hours, the braying of delivery animals being led through streets too narrow for daytime passage, the occasional shout of drunken revelers, and the perpetual background noise of water flowing through aqueducts and fountains. These night sounds, carried further in the still air, create an acoustic landscape markedly different from daytime's cacophony. As the eastern sky begins to light, Rome's daily cycle recommences. Early risers, slaves with morning duties, shopkeepers preparing displays, priests conducting dawn observances, move through streets still largely empty. The boundary between night and day blurs as the city gradually awakens, first in key commercial districts, then spreading outward as the sun rises fully above the horizon. Another day begins in the eternal city, following patterns established through centuries of urban evolution. Women in Roman society, in the warm glow of a Roman dawn, Lucretia rises before her husband. Moving quietly through their domus, she checks with the cook about the day's provisions before conferring with the household steward about which slaves should be assigned to which tasks. Though legally subordinate to her husband in nearly every way, in practice, this matron of a senatorial family controls a domestic empire that runs on her command. Her position exemplifies the paradox of Roman womanhood. Formal powerlessness coupled with substantial practical authority. Roman women exist within a legal framework that offers them few formal rights, but considerable informal influence. Their legal status remains perpetually that of minors, theoretically requiring male guardianship, tutela, throughout their lives. A woman cannot vote, hold public office, or represent herself in court. Yet, within these constraints, women navigate paths to considerable agency, particularly in the domestic sphere that Roman culture celebrates as their proper domain. For elite women, daily life centers on household management. From dawn, the materfamilias supervises food preparation, directs household slaves, manages the family's internal economy, and oversees children's upbringing. This domain might encompass dozens of people, and and substantial resources, requiring administrative talents equal to those her husband employs in public office. Wealthy women often maintain separate financial holdings, dowry properties, inherited estates, or successful investments, providing economic leverage within marriages despite legal limitations on their financial independence. The ideal Roman woman, celebrated in literature and funeral inscriptions, possesses qualities summarized by the term pudicitia, a complex concept encompassing chastity, modesty, fidelity, and devotion to family. The legendary Lucretia, who committed suicide after being raped rather than live dishonored, epitomizes this virtue in its most extreme form. More practically, everyday pudicitia manifests in dress, modest stolas and pallas, with hair covered in public, demeanor speaking quietly, avoiding direct eye contact with strangers, and reputation, avoiding even the suggestion of impropriety. But real women's lives rarely conform perfectly to these ideals. Abundant evidence reveals women engaging actively in business, socializing at dinner parties, attending public games in separate sections, and even participating in religious rituals with significant public components. The Vestal Virgins, 6 women selected from noble families who maintain Rome's sacred flame, hold unique religious authority and legal privileges, including the right to manage their own affairs without male guardianship. Elite women exercise influence through complex social networks, hosting salons where intellectual and political matters are discussed with care to maintain the fiction that they merely facilitate men's conversations rather than participating directly. Through these gatherings, women build alliances, gather information, and indirectly shape political decisions from which they are formally excluded. Historical examples abound of women effectively determining political outcomes through influence over husbands, sons, and male relatives. Marriage practices evolve significantly over Rome's long history. Early Roman marriage cum manu places a woman entirely under her husband's authority, transferring her from her father's control to her husband's household. By the late Republic and Empire, however, sine manu marriage becomes standard, allowing women to remain legally connected to their birth families and retain separate property. This arrangement provides greater autonomy and security, particularly for wealthy women who can maintain independent economic resources. Women in lower social classes experience less rigid gender segregation than their elite counterparts. Necessity demands their economic participation, with women working alongside husbands in family businesses or pursuing independent occupations. Inscriptions and frescoes depict women as bakers, wool workers, midwives, wet nurses, tavern keepers, and even doctors. In apartment buildings, women create informal economies, sharing childcare responsibilities to free others for paid work, pooling resources to mitigate individual crises and creating female-centered support networks essential for survival. The physical experience of womanhood in Rome carries both universal and culturally specific elements. Puberty arrives early by modern standards, with girls commonly married between 12 and 16 years of age, their bodies considered ready for childbearing long before emotional maturity. Pregnancy and childbirth dominate many women's lives, with elite families typically aiming for 2 to 4 surviving children, while poorer families might experience twice that many pregnancies due to economic pressure for additional labor. Childbirth represents both the fulfillment of a woman's expected purpose and her greatest danger. Women labor in specially prepared rooms with female attendants, midwives, female relatives, and slaves, while men remain outside. Wooden birthing chairs support women in a semi-upright position through delivery. Despite knowledge of basic obstetric principles, maternal mortality remains devastatingly high, with complications like hemorrhage, infection, and eclampsia claiming countless lives. Sympathetic magic accompanies practical measures. Women in labor might clutch sacred objects, pray to Juno Lucina, goddess of childbirth, or have knots untied throughout the house to symbolically untie the birth passage. Beyond reproduction, women's bodily experiences include monthly rituals of cleanliness during menstruation, when linen or wool cloths absorb flow. Roman medical understanding classifies menstruation as a necessary purging of excess blood, with interruption considered potentially dangerous to health. Various herbal preparations address menstrual difficulties, ranging from reasonable remedies with mild anti-inflammatory properties to dangerous substances later generations would recognize as poisons. Female appearance and beauty practices occupy significant attention despite cultural emphasis on modesty. Hairstyles signify both status and morality, with respectable matrons wearing their hair up in complex arrangements created by skilled slave hairdressers. Cosmetics include lead-based facial whiteners, ceruse, ground minerals for eye colors, and berry juices for lip and cheek stains. Personal grooming involves depilatory creams, tweezers, and pumice stones to remove body hair. Considered uncivilized when excessive, as women age, their status often improves. Older women, particularly widows who choose not to remarry, may achieve near independence, managing their own property and households with minimal male oversight. A woman who has raised children to adulthood, especially sons, who hold public office, commands significant respect. The informal authority of the family matriarch, whose experience and wisdom guides younger generations, represents a powerful role beyond the reach of legal restrictions. Roman literature, written almost exclusively by men, offers distorted glimpses of women's interior lives. Poets alternately idealize and demonize women, while philosophers debate their intellectual and moral capacities. From these imperfect sources and archaeological evidence, we infer a feminine experience both constrained by rigid gender expectations and enriched by deep connections within female communities that provided emotional sustenance beyond male oversight. The whispered conversations between women at fountains, the shared knowledge passed from mother to daughter, the intimate female friendships maintained through daily visits. These constituted a women's world parallel to, but distinct from, the masculine realm that dominates historical records. Children and education. A newborn's first cry in a Roman household initiates a sequence of rituals that will shape their entire existence. The infant, wrapped tightly in linen swaddling bands that Roman medicine believes essential for proper bone development, is laid at the father's feet for a momentous decision. Should he pick up the child, acknowledging paternity and accepting responsibility for its upbringing? The family celebrates. Should he refuse, perhaps suspecting infidelity, nodding physical abnormalities, or simply unable to support another dependent? The infant faces abandonment at designated locations where childless families or slave dealers might collect them. For the accepted child, nomming occurs on the 8th day for girls, or the 9th for boys in the nominalia ceremony. Boys receive a prenomen, personal name, nomen, family name, and often a cognomen, nickname, or branch designation, while girls typically bear feminine forms of their father's nomen. Around the child's neck hangs the bulla, a protective amulet containing symbols to ward off evil that will be worn until adulthood. Infancy unfolds with practices, both familiar and alien to modern sensibilities. Most infants, even in wealthy families, nurse from the breasts of wet nurses rather than their mothers, creating bonds that sometimes last a lifetime. These nurses, usually slaves or poor free women who have recently given birth themselves, provide not just nourishment, but early cultural formation through lullabies, stories, and constant physical contact. Babies sleep in wooden cradles lined with soft cloth, often beside the wet nurse rather than the mother. The physical care of infants reflects available knowledge and resources. Swaddling, changed regularly and loosened periodically to allow movement, continues for several months. Soiled linens are cleaned with stale urine, whose ammonia content serves as an effective cleaning agent. Teething pain finds relief through coral objects for gumming, or honey rubbed on sore gums, while colic receives treatments ranging from mild herb teas to more dubious remedies containing small amounts of opium derivatives. Early childhood brings gradual introduction to the adult world rather than a separate children's realm. Young children remain primarily under female supervision, with boys and girls treated similarly until age 6 or 7. Play involves simple toys, clay rattles, wooden animals, dolls with jointed limbs, hoops, balls, and tops, but also mimicry of adult activities. A potter's child plays with clay. A merchant's offspring arranges market stalls with pebbles and twigs. Through such play, children absorb occupational knowledge and social roles years before formal apprenticeship. Education begins informally at home where children absorb basic moral principles, religious observances, and practical skills through observation and participation. For girls, this domestic education often constitutes their primary learning, focusing on woolworking, household management, and the complex social rules governing feminine behavior. Mothers and female relatives demonstrate proper deportment, speech, and the crucial female arts of spinning and weaving, considered essential even for women wealthy enough to delegate such tasks to slaves. For boys around age 7, formal education may begin, though content and duration vary dramatically by social class. Children of the poor rarely receive literary education, instead learning trades through direct apprenticeship to family members, or, if fortunate, paid craftsmen. A tanner's son stands beside his father from an early age, initially performing simple tasks like cleaning tools, before gradually mastering the complex chemistry of converting hides to leather. This practical education, while limited, provides essential skills for economic survival. Boys of middling families might attend primary schools run by literators, who teach basic literacy and numeracy for modest fees. These schools occupy whatever spaces prove affordable: open porticos, backs of shops, or rented rooms. Students sit on benches or floors, using wax tablets and styluses to practice letters, while reciting them aloud in the sing-song chant that characterizes ancient learning methods. Instruction relies heavily on memorization and physical discipline, with the ferula rod applied liberally to inattentive or slow-learning pupils. For wealthy boys destined for public careers, education follows a 3-stage progression. After primary literacy, they advance to the grammaticus, who teaches literature, history, and mythology through intensive study of classic texts, particularly Homer in Greek and Virgil in Latin. Students analyze meter, memorize lengthy passages, and practice composition modeled after great works. Around age 12, the most privileged continue to the rhetor, who teaches the art of public speaking essential for legal and political careers. Here, students compose and deliver practice speeches on historical and mythological themes, gradually developing the verbal skills that define elite Roman masculinity. Girls from the upper classes sometimes receive literary education similar to their brothers through private tutors, particularly in families influenced by Greek educational models that value female intellectual development. Historical examples, like Hortensia, who addressed the Senate, demonstrate exceptional female oratorical ability cultivated through such education. More commonly, however, elite girls' education focuses on cultural accomplishments: music, dance, conversation, that enhance marriage prospects rather than preparing for public roles. Physical development receives attention alongside intellectual growth. Boys engage in vigorous exercise in the campus martius, swimming in the Tiber, wrestling, and playing ball games that develop coordination. Military exercises, javelin throwing, horseback riding, mock battles, prepare them for eventual service. Girls receive less structured physical education, though dance and light calisthenics may feature in wealthy households. Moral formation occupies central importance across all classes. Children accompany parents to religious ceremonies, observing proper ritual procedures and absorbing the complex relationships between humans and gods. Through family stories, particularly accounts of ancestors' achievements, children internalize values like pietas, duty, gravitas, seriousness, and virtus, courage, excellence. Fathers take sons to public events, Senate meetings, trials, even executions, as living civics lessons illustrating consequences of different choices. Discipline shapes character through consistent application. Physical punishment, from light slaps to more severe beatings, provides everyday correction, while shame and family honor create powerful psychological constraints. Children learn early that their actions reflect on their entire family, creating strong motivation to uphold expected standards. The transition to adulthood arrives earlier than in modern societies. Girls become eligible for marriage following puberty, typically between 12 and 16 years of age. Boys mark their transition around age 14 to 16 in the ceremony of the toga virilis, when they exchange the purple-bordered toga praetexta of childhood for the plain white toga of citizenship. After sacrificing their bulla at the family altar, they process to the forum for formal registration as citizens, symbolically entering the public world of men. This abrupt transition creates a developmental stage, unlike modern adolescence. Young men remain somewhat liminal figures, citizens, but not fully adult, often engaging in behaviors, sexual adventures, drinking, minor vandalism, tacitly permitted as final expressions of youthful freedom before assuming family responsibilities. Young women experience no equivalent transitional period, moving directly from childhood to the adult responsibilities of marriage and motherhood. Often, while still developing physically and emotionally. Throughout this developmental journey, children's emotional lives receive less explicit attention than in modern child-rearing. Affection certainly exists. Tomb inscriptions express devastating grief for lost children, and literature describes parents' tender interactions with offspring. Yet, Roman child-rearing philosophy emphasizes character formation over emotional nurturing, believing that excessive indulgence produces weak adults. The high child mortality rate, approximately half of children die before age 10, necessitates emotional resilience from both parents and surviving siblings, who grow accustomed to the sudden absence of family members. From this system emerge adults prepared for their predetermined social roles, having absorbed not just practical skills, but the complex value system and behavioral codes that define Roman identity. The variation in educational experiences across class and gender lines perpetuates social stratification, ensuring that children generally grow into positions similar to their parents, while providing just enough mobility to sustain social stability. Religion and festivals. Dawn bathes the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus in golden light. A priest, having purified himself hours earlier, prepares to perform the morning sacrifice on behalf of the entire Roman people. With practiced precision, he inspects a white bull for physical perfections, any blemish rendering the animal unsuitable as an offering to the King of Gods. Satisfied, he sprinkles wine between the creature's horns, causing it to lower its head in what Romans interpret as divine consent to the sacrifice. Assistants stun the bull with a hammer blow before swiftly cutting its throat. As blood flows into collection vessels, entrails are examined for omens before choice portions are burned on the altar divine sustenance, rising as fragrant smoke. The remaining meat will feed priests and later be distributed to citizens, creating a shared meal that connects mortals to gods and to each other. This scene, repeated with variations daily across Rome's hundreds of temples, exemplifies the deeply physical nature of Roman religion. Unlike faiths centered on internal belief or personal salvation, Roman religious practice focuses on maintaining correct relationships with divine powers through precisely executed rituals. Orthopraxy, correct action, matters more than orthodoxy, correct belief. Gods care less about abstract faith than proper observance of ceremonies that have maintained cosmic order for centuries. At its core, Roman religion represents a complex contractual relationship between mortals and gods, expressed in the phrase duat des, I give so that you might give. Humans provide worship, offerings, and honor. Gods provide protection, fertility, and success. This pragmatic approach creates a religion concerned more with this world than any afterlife, focused on securing divine favor for immediate concerns. Good harvests, healthy children, victory in battle, or success in business ventures. The official state religion centers on the Capitoline triad, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, and an expanding pantheon of deities associated with Rome's growth. 12 major gods, the die consents, preside over different aspects of life. Neptune oversees, Mars over war, Venus over love and fertility, Vesta over hearth and home. Beyond these familiar figures exist countless minor deities governing every aspect of existence, from Cardia, goddess of door hinges, to Robigus, god who prevents grain rust. Religious observance occurs at multiple scales simultaneously. At the state level, colleges of priests, all male, mostly aristocratic, maintain complex calendars of public ceremonies funded from state treasuries. The Pontifex Maximus, Rome's highest religious authority, a position eventually assumed by emperors, oversees this official apparatus. Public temples serve as both ritual spaces and treasuries, where valuable offerings accumulate and state contracts are sometimes stored under divine protection. Neighborhoods maintain local shrines at crossroads, where residents make smaller offerings to Lares Compitals, protective spirits of specific localities. These humble spaces, often simple painted niches containing small figurines, create community focal points where neighbors gather for monthly observances, strengthening geographic bonds across class lines. Within homes, the family patriarch serves as private priest, maintaining the lararium, a household shrine containing images of protective spirits and ancestral masks. Daily rituals at these shrines include small food offerings, prayers, and lighting oil lamps. This domestic religion centers on Vesta, goddess of the hearth, the Lares, household protectors, Penates, guardians of the pantry, and the genius of the paterfamilias, his personal life force and fertility. Though men conduct formal ceremonies, women often maintain these shrines and transmit religious knowledge between generations. The Roman religious calendar divides days into 3 categories: dies fasti, suitable for legal and political business; dies nefasti, reserved for religious observance; and dies commercials, days when public assemblies may meet. This calendar, posted publicly for reference, creates a shared temporal framework oriented around religious observances. Approximately 120 days annually are designated for festivals, creating a rhythm of work and celebration that punctuates the year. Major festivals combine religious observance with public entertainment and communal bonding. The Saturnalia in December temporarily suspends normal social hierarchies. Slaves dine while masters serve. Gifts are exchanged, and conventional behavioral constraints relax during days of feasting and revelry. The Lupercalia in February features young noble men, wearing only goatskin loincloths, running through streets striking women with leather thongs to promote fertility. April's Cerealia honors the goddess of grain with agricultural rituals and theatrical performances. These celebrations provide psychological release, reinforce community bonds, and connect urban dwellers to agricultural cycles that remain foundational to Roman economy and identity. Religious experience varies significantly across social classes. Elite men participate in prestigious priesthoods that confer political advantages alongside religious responsibilities. Women access unique religious power through female-only cults like those of Bonadie, the good goddess, and the Vestals, who maintain Rome's sacred eternal flame. For common people, religiously affiliated guilds, collegia, combine worship, social support, and burial insurance, creating communities that transcend immediate family boundaries. Divination, interpreting divine will through signs and omens, occupies central importance in both public and private decisions. No significant undertaking proceeds without consulting divine favor, whether through elaborate procedures like examining sacrificial animals' entrails, haruspicy, or simpler methods like observing bird flight auspices. Professional diviners interpret these signs, with the most prestigious, the augurs, wielding considerable political influence through their ability to declare days unfavorable for public assemblies or elections. Beyond traditional Roman practices, the city hosts numerous foreign cults reflecting its imperial reach. The Egyptian goddess Isis attracts devoted followers with her mysteries, promising personal connection to divinity. Cybele, the Magna Mater Great Mother, imported from Phrygia during the Second Punic War, inspires ecstatic worship despite official discomfort with her self-castrating priests. Judaism maintains synagogues where communities worship according to ancestral traditions, while negotiating complex relationships with Roman authorities. By the late imperial period, Mithraism, a mystery religion popular among soldiers, and Christianity introduce concepts of personal salvation and exclusive devotion alien to traditional Roman religious thinking. These faiths, emphasizing individual spiritual transformation rather than communal ritual, gradually reshape the religious landscape, though traditional practices persist with remarkable tenacity, particularly in rural areas. The sensory experience of Roman religion engages all faculties. Visually, temples present imposing facades of colored marble, their interiors housing cult statues adorned with gold, ivory, and precious fabrics. Processional routes through the city feature flower-decorated shrines and temporary altars. Orally, ceremonies combine rhythmic prayers, musical instrumentation, particularly flutes and lyres, and the bellowing of sacrificial animals. The olfactory dimension proves particularly potent, with incense, burning herbs, roasting meat, and floral garlands creating distinctive scent profiles associated with specific deities and rituals. Through these multisensory religious practices, Romans navigate a world they perceive as filled with divine forces, requiring constant attention and propitiation. Religion provides not only cosmic security, but social cohesion, linking individual identity to family tradition, community practice, and state power. The resultant system lacks both the personal intimacy of monotheistic faiths and their exclusive claims, creating instead a pragmatic framework for maintaining cosmic and social order through shared ritual obligations. Disease and medicine. In a small apartment near the Tiber, a mother places cool compresses on her child's fevered brow while preparing an infusion of willow bark, a bitter remedy containing compounds remarkably similar to modern aspirin. Across the city, in a senatorial domus, a wealthy man's personal physician, likely a Greek slave with formal medical training, applies a similar treatment, though in more elaborate surroundings and with scrolls of medical theory close at hand. Both patients suffer from what Romans call febris, fever of unknown origin, but their experiences of illness and treatment diverge dramatically based on social position, despite shared underlying medical concepts. Disease in Rome exists within a complex conceptual framework, blending practical observation, theoretical systems imported primarily from Greek medicine, religious beliefs about divine causation, and folk remedies passed through generations. This multifaceted approach reflects the reality of a densely populated city facing significant public health challenges with limited scientific understanding, but considerable practical wisdom. The urban environment itself generates numerous health hazards. Despite Rome's famous engineering achievements, aqueducts delivering clean water, sewers removing waste, public baths promoting hygiene, the fundamental realities of pre-modern urban living create perfect conditions for disease transmission. Overcrowded insulae with multiple families sharing minimal space facilitate respiratory infections. Food storage without refrigeration leads to gastrointestinal illnesses. Rats and insects thrive in urban conditions, serving as disease vectors. Human waste, despite advanced sewerage, inevitably contaminates some water sources, spreading parasitic infections and dysentery. Common illnesses reflect these conditions. Seasonal fevers, likely including malaria from mosquitoes breeding in the Pontine marshes near Rome, affect thousands annually, their recurrence attributed to miasma, bad air, rather than insect vectors. Gastrointestinal diseases reach peak prevalence in summer months when food spoils rapidly and water sources become contaminated. Respiratory infections spread rapidly through crowded living quarters, particularly in winter when windows remain closed against cold. Parasitic infestations, intestinal worms, lice, skin mites, affect citizens across all social classes, though the wealthy have better means of treatment and prevention. Children face particularly high mortality rates, with infectious diseases like measles, mumps, and diphtheria claiming many before adolescence. Approximately half of all children die before age 10, creating family structures and emotional relationships fundamentally shaped by this reality. Women face additional health risks related to childbirth, with puerperal fever, postpartum infection, representing a leading cause of female mortality. Occasional epidemics sweep through the city with devastating impact. Historical records describe what may have been smallpox, typhoid, or other infectious diseases, causing mass mortality and social disruption. Without understanding of germ theory, these events are typically attributed to divine displeasure or environmental factors like unusual weather patterns, leading to religious responses alongside medical interventions. Roman medical practice divides into several distinct traditions that coexist and sometimes blend. Domestic medicine, practiced primarily by women within households, relies on herbal remedies, dietary adjustments, and practical nursing skills passed between generations. These practitioners may have limited theoretical knowledge, but possess extensive practical experience with common ailments and treatments proven effective through observation. professional medicine shows great internal variation. The most prestigious practitioners follow Hippocratic traditions imported from Greece, basing treatments on theories of 4 bodily humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, black bile, whose balance determines health. These physicians, often Greeks or Eastern provincials, serve wealthy households or establish practices treating paying clients. Their approaches emphasize observation, prognosis, and treatments, including dietary changes, medications, and surgical interventions when necessary. More accessible practitioners include pharmacists selling prepared remedies, specialist healers focusing on particular conditions like cataracts or hernias, and less theoretically oriented physicians serving middle-class patients. At markets and crossroads, herbalists and drug sellers offer remedies ranging from genuinely effective plant-based medicines to questionable compounds, whose efficacy relies mainly on psychological suggestion. Religious healing exists alongside secular approaches. Temples dedicated to Asclepius, the god of medicine, serve as early hospitals where patients sleep in sacred precincts incubation, believing the god will visit them in dreams with treatment instructions. Votive offerings at these sites, terracotta models of afflicted body parts presented after recovery, testify to perceived divine intervention in health matters. Various cults offer specialized healing rituals for specific conditions, creating a spiritual healthcare market operating parallel to secular medicine. Preventive health measures receive significant attention in Roman medical thought. Proper diet, adequate exercise, bathing, and moderation in all activities constitute the foundation of health maintenance. The Roman bath culture, beyond its social functions, represents a sophisticated system of preventive medicine, with different temperature rooms promoting circulation, opening pores for cleansing, and providing controlled environments for gradual acclimatization. Massage, an integral component of bathing, addresses muscular complaints and promotes general wellness. Roman pharmacology demonstrates sophisticated understanding of medicinal plants alongside less effective substances. Willow bark, containing salicylic acid, aspirin's precursor, effectively treats pain and inflammation. Garlic serves as a broad antimicrobial agent. Various herbs with genuine pharmaceutical properties. Valerian for sleep, foxglove containing digitalis for heart conditions, opium for pain relief, appear in medical compendia with relatively accurate dosing instructions. These effective remedies appear alongside substances of questionable value, from powdered gemstones to exotic animal parts, creating a pharmacological tradition mixing genuine efficacy with symbolic healing. Surgical interventions show remarkable sophistication, despite limitations of pain management and infection control. Archaeological evidence reveals skilled cranial surgery trepanation, with patient survival, complex fracture treatments, and advanced dental work, including gold fillings and bridge replacements. Military medicine developed through battlefield experience, particularly advances trauma treatment and surgical techniques. Roman surgical instruments, displayed in medical practices to impress clients, include specialized tools for cataract couching, bladder stone removal, and dozens of other specific procedures. Mental illness receives less effective treatment than physical complaints, though Romans recognize various psychological conditions. Melancholia, depression, mania, and conditions resembling schizophrenia appear in medical texts, with treatments ranging from reasonable music therapy, controlled exercise, dietary changes, to harmful restraint, purging, trepanation. Religious healing often addresses psychological conditions, sometimes achieving positive results through rituals that provide community support and psychological catharsis. Medical knowledge transmission occurs through several channels. Formal medical education follows an apprenticeship model, with students observing experienced practitioners before gradually taking active roles in treatment. Medical texts, from theoretical works to practical manuals, circulate among literate practitioners, though many successful physicians operate effectively with limited literacy through memorized procedures. Military medical corps serve as important training grounds, where necessity drives innovation and standardized techniques develop for efficient battlefield treatment. For ordinary Romans, navigating this complex medical landscape requires practical wisdom and social connections. Neighborhood networks share information about effective practitioners and remedies, creating informal referral systems. Family medical knowledge, transmitted primarily through female lineages, provides first-line treatment for common conditions. For serious illnesses, religious observances typically complement rather than replace practical interventions, with families simultaneously offering sacrifices to appropriate deities while administering proven herbal remedies. The material culture of medicine surrounds patients with specialized objects. Ceramic vessels designed for specific medications, spoons calibrated for proper dosing, amulets believed to ward off disease-causing forces, specialized surgical tools, and texts containing accumulated medical wisdom. These objects, from elaborate surgeons' kits to simple household remedy containers, represent the physical manifestation of Rome's hybrid approach to health and disease, blending practical observation, theoretical frameworks, religious belief, and pragmatic adaptation to create a medical system that, despite its limitations, successfully addresses many health challenges in the pre-modern world. Background and early life. The Mediterranean sun casts long shadows across the marble colonnades of Alexandria as a girl of 10 stands at her palace window, watching ships from across the known world glide into the great harbor. Their sails billow with winds that have carried them from Rome, Athens, Carthage, and beyond. Each vessel laden with goods, knowledge, and whispers of power that converge in this most cosmopolitan of ancient cities. The girl observes with unusual intensity, her dark eyes missing nothing. Not the precise origin of each ship determined by its construction, nor the complex choreography of dock workers unloading precious cargo, nor the armed guards accompanying tax collectors who ensure the Ptolemaic royal treasury receives its due. This child, seeming small against the grand panorama of empire, is Cleopatra VII Philopator, and she is already learning to read the world with the acuity that will one day make her the most powerful woman in the Mediterranean. Born in early 69 BCE, Cleopatra entered a royal household defined by contradiction. The Ptolemaic dynasty ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries following Alexander the Great's death, yet remained distinctly Greek in culture, language, and self-conception. They worshipped Egyptian gods, adopted pharaonic traditions, and presented themselves as divine rulers to their subjects, while maintaining Hellenic identity within palace walls. Alexandria, their magnificent capital, stood as the intellectual center of the Mediterranean world. Its legendary library and museum drawing scholars from across the known world. Yet beyond the city, ancient Egypt continued traditions largely unchanged for millennia. Cleopatra's childhood unfolded within a family environment where political ambition routinely overwhelmed blood ties. Her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, the flute player, nicknamed for his devotion to Dionysian musical performances, ruled precariously, his legitimacy questioned, and his policies unpopular. The palace halls where young Cleopatra played had witnessed generations of fraternal warfare, incestuous marriages designed to preserve power, and assassinations arranged with casual efficiency. Of her immediate family, several sisters, including Berenice IV and Arsinoe IV, and 2 younger brothers, both named Ptolemy. Many would eventually become her political rivals rather than allies. Daily life for a Ptolemaic princess combined extraordinary privilege with constant danger. Cleopatra's earliest memories formed in spaces of overwhelming sensory richness. Chambers lined with colored marble, transported at enormous expense from quarries across the empire. Furnishings crafted from imported cedar, inlaid with ivory and precious metals. Walls adorned with intricate frescoes depicting mythological scenes or stylized Egyptian motifs. The scents of exotic perfumes, burning incense, and flowering gardens permeated these spaces, while distant sounds of the bustling metropolis, merchant cries, ship horns, temple ceremonies, provided constant reminder of the world beyond palace walls. Her meals arrived on golden platters, delicacies, including honey-drizzled figs, fresh oysters, roasted quail, and wines from the finest vineyards of Greece. Slaves attended her every need, dressing her in silks dyed with rare Tyrian purple or fine Egyptian linen, almost transparent in its delicacy. Musicians played during meals, and skilled storytellers entertained the royal children with legends of Egypt's glorious past, tales of Alexander's conquests, and myths bridging their hybrid Greek-Egyptian culture. Yet alongside this material splendor, fear remained a constant companion. Royal children learned early to trust no one completely, not servants who might report their words to rival factions, not tutors who might hold divided loyalties, not even family members whose ambitions might override affection. Food tasters checked each meal for poison, guards stood at chamber doors, and every expression of political opinion, even from a child, carried potential consequences. The histories recounted to entertain young royals simultaneously served as warnings, filled with examples of princes and princesses who fell victim to palace intrigue. Cleopatra's father, despite his love of Dionysian revelry, understood the precariousness of his position. Struggling with mounting debts and declining popularity, he acknowledged the exceptional intellect of his daughter Cleopatra from an early age. Unlike many who dismissed female education as unnecessary or even dangerous, Ptolemy XII ensured his remarkable daughter received training worthy of her abilities, perhaps recognizing that the dynasty's future might eventually rest in her hands. The young princess's daily routine included rigorous education beginning before dawn. While Alexandria still slept, oil lamps illuminated her study chamber, where tutors, drawn from the greatest minds associated with the library, guided her through subjects ranging from rhetoric and philosophy to astronomy and mathematics. Unlike her siblings, who often approached such studies with reluctance, Cleopatra displayed insatiable intellectual curiosity, reportedly working through meals and into night hours, pursuing questions that captured her interest. Beyond palace walls, Cleopatra's childhood coincided with growing Roman influence in Egyptian affairs. Her father's tenuous rule depended increasingly on Roman support, purchased at tremendous cost that drained the kingdom's treasury. In 58 BCE, when Cleopatra was approximately 11 years old, popular uprising forced Ptolemy XII to flee to Rome, seeking intervention to restore his throne. During his absence, her older sister Berenice IV seized power, ruling for 3 years until Roman forces led by Aulus Gabinius restored Ptolemy XII in 55 BCE. Berenice was executed immediately upon her father's return, a stark illustration of the stakes in Ptolemaic power struggles that cannot have been lost on the observant Cleopatra. These formative years taught Cleopatra lessons no formal education could provide. She witnessed firsthand the consequences of losing public support, the price of Roman backing, and the ruthlessness required for political survival. From her father's mistakes and occasional successes, she began developing the political acumen that would later characterize her reign. Most importantly, she recognized the fundamental vulnerability of Egypt, still wealthy and culturally significant, but increasingly dependent on Roman power brokers, who viewed the ancient kingdom primarily as a source of grain and gold. When Ptolemy XII died in 51 BCE, his will designated 18-year-old Cleopatra and her younger brother Ptolemy XIII, approximately 10 years old, as joint rulers. Following Ptolemaic tradition, they were declared married despite their sibling relationship, creating a co-regency that almost immediately devolved into power struggle. The stage was set for Cleopatra to demonstrate whether her extraordinary education and political apprenticeship had prepared her for the challenges of rulership in a world where both internal factions and external powers threatened to reduce the once mighty Egypt to client state status. Education and abilities. Dawn breaks over Alexandria, illuminating a palace chamber where a teenage Cleopatra already sits awake, surrounded by scrolls of papyrus as she converses fluently with scholars in multiple languages. Moving effortlessly between Greek, Egyptian, Hebrew, Aramaic, Ethiopic, Median, Parthian, Arabic, Syrian, and likely Latin. She requires no interpreters to engage directly with diverse knowledge sources. This linguistic virtuosity, attested by ancient historian Plutarch, who claims she spoke 9 languages, represents merely one facet of what contemporaries recognized as an extraordinary intellect that transcended conventional gender expectations. Cleopatra's education reflected Alexandria's position as the Mediterranean's intellectual epicenter. The city's great library housed hundreds of thousands of scrolls, the largest collection of knowledge in the ancient world, while the adjacent museum, literally, Shrine of the Muses, functioned as research institution and think tank, supporting scholars working in fields from astronomy to zoology. As a royal princess with exceptional abilities, Cleopatra accessed these resources through tutors drawn from the finest minds of her era. Her curriculum followed the Greek model of paideia, comprehensive education, developing both intellectual and moral excellence, but extended far beyond what most aristocratic women, or even men, would pursue. Core subjects included rhetoric, the art of persuasive speech, philosophy, history, and literature, with particular emphasis on Homeric epics that provided cultural models of leadership and heroism. Mathematics, astronomy, and geography prepared her for practical aspects of rulership in an empire dependent on agricultural taxation and maritime trade. Medical knowledge, another Alexandrian specialty where women sometimes trained professionally, formed part of her studies, with later historians noting her authorship of medical and cosmetic treatises. What distinguished Cleopatra's education from that of other royal children was not merely its breadth, but her extraordinary personal engagement. Contemporaries described her as possessed of an almost restless intelligence, approaching each subject with intensity that impressed even Alexandria's most accomplished scholars. Unlike many who studied rhetoric as abstract exercise, she recognized its practical applications for governance, developing persuasive skills that would later allow her to negotiate directly with the most powerful men in the Mediterranean world. Her linguistic achievements proved particularly remarkable in a dynastic context. Previous Ptolemaic rulers had governed Egypt for nearly 3 centuries without bothering to learn the language of their subjects, conducting all business in Greek through interpreters. Cleopatra broke with this tradition, mastering conversational Egyptian and likely its complex hieroglyphic writing system. This linguistic bridge building represented not merely academic accomplishment, but shrewd political strategy, allowing direct communication with Egypt's indigenous population and religious establishment. Beyond formal studies, Cleopatra's education included careful observation of court politics under her father's troubled reign. She witnessed diplomatic negotiations, financial management during fiscal crisis, religious ceremonies where Ptolemies presented themselves as divine pharaohs, and the delicate balance required to maintain Egyptian independence despite growing Roman influence. These practical lessons in statecraft provided context for her academic knowledge, transforming abstract principles into tools for survival. Religious education occupied significant position in her intellectual development. As future Queen of Egypt, Cleopatra required thoroughgoing knowledge of both Greek and Egyptian religious traditions. She studied mystery cults like those of Isis, whose worship was spreading throughout the Mediterranean, ancient Egyptian theological texts explaining concepts of divine kingship, and philosophical approaches to religion developed in the Hellenic tradition. This religious training prepared her for the dual role Ptolemaic rulers occupied: Greek monarch to the Alexandrian elite, and divine pharaoh to the Egyptian population. The young princess supplemented traditional education with direct observation and practical experience. Alexandria's position as trading hub brought visitors from throughout Africa, the Middle East, and the Mediterranean, providing opportunities to learn about distant cultures firsthand. The city's diverse districts, Greek, Egyptian, Jewish, offered living laboratories for understanding different communities' needs and values. Cleopatra likely accompanied her father to administrative functions from early age, observing the machinery of governance while developing the poised public presence that would later impress even her enemies. What made Cleopatra's intellect particularly formidable was her ability to synthesize diverse knowledge into practical application. She understood astronomy not merely as theoretical science, but as navigational aid essential for Egypt's maritime economy and religious calendar. Her study of psychology and rhetoric prepared her for diplomatic negotiations, where personal charm became political asset. Historical knowledge provided perspective on Egypt's position relative to rising Roman power. This integrative thinking allowed her to approach governance holistically rather than as collection of separate domains. Complementing her formal education, Cleopatra developed personal qualities essential for effective leadership. Contemporary accounts, even those hostile to her, acknowledge her remarkable charisma, not based primarily on physical beauty, which ancient sources describe as moderate rather than exceptional, but on intense personal presence, conversational brilliance, and voice described as an instrument of many strings, capable of modulating tone and style for different audiences. She cultivated the art of deep listening that made others feel valued, while developing observational skills that helped her identify both allies and threats. By the time she assumed co-rulership at 18, Cleopatra possessed intellectual preparation unmatched by any previous Ptolemaic ruler. She commanded historical knowledge, extending from ancient Egypt through Alexander's conquest to contemporary Roman politics. She understood Egyptian religious traditions that legitimized her rule among indigenous populations, and Greek philosophical concepts that informed governance. Her linguistic abilities eliminated barriers between herself and diverse subjects, while facilitating international diplomacy without intermediaries. Perhaps most importantly, she developed the psychological resilience and strategic thinking necessary to navigate the treacherous waters of late Ptolemaic politics. Her education taught her when to display power openly and when to exercise it subtly, when to emphasize her Greek heritage, and when to present herself as Egyptian pharaoh, when to negotiate, and when to act decisively. This combination of formal knowledge and practical wisdom prepared her to attempt what seemed nearly impossible: preserving Egypt's independence and prosperity in a Mediterranean increasingly dominated by Roman power. Rise to power, the royal barge glides across Lake Merodes, its purple sails billowing in the gentle breeze as musicians play softly on deck. Seated beneath a canopy of gold-embroidered silk, Cleopatra, now 18 and newly crowned co-ruler of Egypt, conducts business with local officials, her manner projecting serene authority despite the political storm gathering on the horizon. Though she shares the throne with her 10-year-old brother Ptolemy XIII, actual governance rests in her hands alone. Yet within the palace, powerful forces already work against her. Courtiers loyal to her brother, led by the eunuch Pothinus, who resent taking orders from a woman regardless of her capabilities. When her father Ptolemy XII died in 51 BCE, he left a kingdom in crisis. Decades of mismanagement had depleted the treasury. Corrupt officials skimmed tax revenues before they reached Alexandria, and Roman creditors demanded repayment of enormous loans granted to secure their support for her father's rule. Egypt's legendary agricultural wealth remained potentially enormous, but harnessing it required administrative reforms certain to anger entrenched interests. Into this volatile situation stepped Cleopatra, determined to reverse the decline of Ptolemaic power through combination of shrewd internal governance and careful diplomatic navigation of Roman politics. Her first symbolic acts established the tone of her intended rule. Breaking with her predecessors' Hellenic isolation, she embraced Egyptian religious traditions with unprecedented enthusiasm, presenting herself to indigenous populations as the living embodiment of Isis, the goddess most beloved throughout Egypt, where previous Ptolemies had performed necessary religious functions with minimal engagement. Cleopatra participated actively in temple ceremonies, speaking directly to priests in their own language and demonstrating knowledge of complex rituals. This religious policy served multiple purposes: legitimizing her rule among native Egyptians, associating her with divine powers of fertility and rebirth, and presenting alternative source of authority to counterbalance the Greek-dominated court that favored her brother. Simultaneously, she initiated administrative reforms designed to stabilize Egypt's finances. New oversight measures reduced corruption in tax collection, while targeted infrastructure investments improved agricultural productivity in key regions. She revised currency, introducing new bronze denominations for everyday transactions, while maintaining silver standards for international trade, and reformed grain storage systems vital to both domestic food security and lucrative export markets. These practical governance measures demonstrated competence that initially muted opposition from Alexandria's elite, who recognized economic stability as prerequisite for preserving their privileges. Within the royal court, however, resentment festered. Ptolemaic tradition had typically favored male rulers, with queens exercising power primarily as regents or through male partners. Cleopatra's assertion of direct authority, issuing decrees, conducting religious ceremonies, and receiving foreign ambassadors without involving her young co-ruler, violated gender expectations among conservative courtiers. More practically, her administrative reforms threatened income streams of corrupt officials accustomed to siphoning wealth with impunity. The factions surrounding young Ptolemy XIII, led by his guardian Pothinus, the general Achillas, and the rhetorician Theodotus, worked systematically to undermine her position. The struggle played out first through symbolic representation. Official documents initially showed Cleopatra's name before her brother's, with her image more prominent on coinage. Gradually, the opposition succeeded in revering this order, reflecting diminishing power within the administrative apparatus. By 49 BCE, approximately 2 years into her reign, palace coup effectively sidelined Cleopatra from formal governance, though she maintained substantial popular support, particularly among native Egyptians and Alexandrian intellectual circles. Recognizing the existential threat, Cleopatra responded with characteristic strategic thinking. Rather than risking immediate confrontation from position of weakness, she established parallel power base in Upper Egypt, where traditional pharaonic authority remained strong and Alexandria's court politics held less sway. From this southern stronghold, she maintained communication networks with supporters throughout the kingdom, while gathering resources for eventual counteroffensive. Her headquarters reportedly alternated between Thebes, with its ancient religious significance, and military installations near Egypt's southern borders, where she could access trade routes connecting to allies outside her brother's control. Events beyond Egypt's borders soon transformed the domestic power struggle into international crisis. As Cleopatra consolidated her position in the south, civil war erupted in Rome between Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great. Both Roman leaders held considerable influence in Eastern Mediterranean politics and had personal connections to Egypt. Pompey had helped restore Cleopatra's father to the throne years earlier, while Caesar had inherited valuable Egyptian debt obligations. The outcome of their conflict would inevitably impact Egypt's future, creating both danger and opportunity for the young queen fighting to reclaim her throne. In autumn 48 BCE, following decisive defeat at Pharsalus, Pompey fled to Egypt seeking refuge based on past alliance with the Ptolemies. Cleopatra's rival court in Alexandria faced momentous decision: welcome Pompey and risk Caesar's wrath, or eliminate him and curry favor with the apparent victor in Rome's civil war. With Cleopatra still in exile and unable to influence the decision, Ptolemy XIII's advisors chose expedience. As Pompey's ship anchored in Alexandria's harbor, assassins dispatched by the young king murdered him before he stepped ashore, presenting his severed head to Caesar upon his arrival in Egypt days later. Caesar's reaction to this gruesome gift proved more complex than Ptolemy's advisors anticipated. Though relieved by his rival's death, Caesar apparently found the manner of it distasteful and recognized the killing of a Roman consul by Egyptian subordinates as dangerous precedent. Rather than expressing gratitude, he established headquarters in Alexandria's royal district and summoned both rival monarchs to appear before him for arbitration of their dispute. Inserting himself directly into Egyptian succession politics under guise of implementing their father's will, which had requested Roman protection for his heirs. For Cleopatra, this development presented perfect opportunity to recover her position. While Ptolemy XIII's faction had physical control of Alexandria and its military resources, she possessed personal qualities potentially more valuable in direct negotiation: linguistic brilliance, cultural sophistication, and charismatic presence that made formidable impression in person. The challenge lay in reaching Caesar safely, as Ptolemy's forces controlled all conventional access to the royal quarters, where the Roman leader had established himself. The solution she devised has become legendary, having herself smuggled into Caesar's quarters wrapped in carpet or bedding roll carried by loyal servant. When unrolled before the startled Roman general, she emerged to present her case directly, without interference from her brother's faction. This audacious gambit, combining personal courage, theatrical flair, and calculated risk, exemplified the resourcefulness that characterized her political style. More importantly, it worked. Within hours of their first meeting, Cleopatra had apparently secured Caesar's support for her restoration. What transpired in those initial conversations remains subject of speculation, though subsequent events suggest Cleopatra made compelling case regarding both her legitimate claim to rule and the strategic advantages of supporting her over her brother. Beyond political calculation, personal connection clearly formed rapidly between them, relationship that soon became romantic partnership despite 20-year age difference. Within days, they were lovers as well as political allies, their personal bond reinforcing mutual interests in stabilizing Egypt under leadership that would maintain close ties with Caesar's Rome. Reaction from Ptolemy XIII's camp came swiftly. Learning of Caesar's alliance with Cleopatra, they mobilized Alexandria's restive population against the Roman invader, who had arrived with relatively small force, 3,400 troops, and now appeared to be installing his chosen ruler against local wishes. The resulting Alexandrian War erupted in city streets, with Caesar and Cleopatra besieged in the royal district, while Ptolemy's forces controlled most of the capital. For several tense months, the outcome remained uncertain, with the Roman force nearly overwhelmed before reinforcements arrived from Asia Minor. The turning point came in early 47 BCE, when fierce battle near the Nile resulted in Ptolemy XIII's death by drowning during retreat. With her primary rival eliminated, Cleopatra secured Caesar's support for her rule, with younger brother Ptolemy XIV as new co-ruler, arrangement that maintained traditional form, while ensuring practical authority remained exclusively in her hands. The brief but devastating Alexandrian War left parts of the city damaged, including portions of the Great Library, according to some accounts. But Cleopatra moved quickly to reestablish order and cement her restored position. By summer 47 BCE, approximately 3 years after her initial exclusion from power, Cleopatra had engineered remarkable political resurrection. From exile and near powerlessness, she had secured backing from Rome's most powerful figure, eliminated her principal opposition, and established governance arrangements that left her firmly in control. The price: increased Roman influence and potential perception as Caesar's client ruler seemed acceptable exchange for immediate security and opportunity to rebuild Egypt's strength under her leadership. With characteristic pragmatism, she had transformed crisis into opportunity, emerging with greater personal authority than any Ptolemaic queen before her. Alexandria and the Egyptian court. The morning sun glints on Alexandria's Pharos lighthouse as fishing boats and merchant vessels navigate the great harbor below. From her palace balcony, Cleopatra surveys the city she rules, a metropolis unlike any other in the ancient world. Founded by Alexander the Great, but developed to its full glory by her Ptolemaic ancestors, Alexandria represents Mediterranean civilization's most cosmopolitan expression. Greek architecture dominates the royal quarter, with colonnaded streets laid in careful grid pattern, leading to magnificent public buildings. Beyond, distinctive neighborhoods house communities from across the known world: native Egyptians, Jews, Syrians, Nubians, Arabs, and others, each maintaining cultural traditions while participating in the city's commercial and intellectual vibrancy. This morning in 47 BCE, however, Alexandria bears visible scars from recent conflict. Smoke damage mars some elegant facades, debris still clutters certain streets, and naval vessels patrol the harbor with heightened vigilance. The Alexandrian War that secured Cleopatra's restoration has ended, but reconstruction remains ongoing priority. With characteristic energy, she has already initiated ambitious rebuilding program, prioritizing commercial infrastructure essential to reviving tax revenues, while also restoring prestigious buildings that symbolize Ptolemaic authority. The massive Mausian Library complex, heart of Alexandria's intellectual reputation, receives particular attention, with scholars summoned from throughout the Mediterranean to replace damaged texts and resume research activities. Restored to power with Roman backing, Cleopatra has transformed her court to consolidate personal authority while maintaining necessary continuities. She rules nominally alongside 13-year-old brother Ptolemy XIV, but actual power concentrates entirely in her hands. The officials who orchestrated her earlier overthrow have been executed or exiled, replaced by combination of loyalists who supported her during exile and pragmatists who recognize which way power now flows. Key positions go to Egyptians rather than exclusively to Greeks, signaling her intention to bridge cultural divide that previous Ptolemies largely ignored. The physical architecture of power reflects this hybrid approach. The royal palace complex sprawls along Alexandria's eastern harbor, its Greek-inspired marble facades housing interior spaces that increasingly incorporate Egyptian aesthetic elements. Cleopatra's personal chambers combine Hellenic luxury with pharaonic symbolism. Walls adorned with scenes depicting her as Isis performing traditional royal functions, furniture featuring Sphinx motifs, and sacred animal imagery, all executed with refined Greek technical sophistication. This visual program communicates dual legitimacy, presenting her simultaneously as legitimate Hellenistic monarch to Greek elites and divine pharaonic ruler to native Egyptian population. Daily court routine revolves around carefully choreographed audiences where Cleopatra receives petitioners, diplomats, and officials. Unlike earlier Ptolemies, who maintained considerable distance from ordinary subjects, she makes herself relatively accessible, hearing cases personally several days each week. Petitioners approach through sequence of increasingly exclusive spaces each transition marked by stricter protocols and more elaborate architectural surroundings. Those finally admitted to royal presence find Cleopatra seated on elevated throne, wearing either Greek royal regalia or Egyptian pharaonic insignia, depending on the occasion's nature. Her mastery of languages allows direct communication without interpreters, creating powerful impression of personal connection despite formal setting. Administratively, Cleopatra's court combines traditional Ptolemaic bureaucracy with innovations reflecting her priorities. The long-established office of Dioikites, chief finance minister, remains central to governance, but she creates new oversight mechanisms to reduce corruption that plagued her father's reign. Royal monopolies controlling papyrus production, mining operations, and textile manufacturing receive restructuring to increase efficiency, with management positions increasingly filled by capable administrators, regardless of ethnic background, rather than exclusively by Greeks. Provincial governance similarly evolves, with strategoi governors now reporting through more structured chain of command designed to improve accountability. Religious activity occupies a substantial portion of court function, with Cleopatra personally participating in ceremonies at unprecedented level for Ptolemaic ruler. The ancient Egyptian calendar of festivals requires regular royal presence at temple rites honoring various deities, opportunities she seizes to present herself as divine pharaoh rather than merely foreign ruler. In Alexandria, she maintains traditional Ptolemaic patronage of Greek deities while emphasizing cult of Isis, positioning herself as the goddess's earthly manifestation. This religious policy serves both internal political purposes, strengthening bonds with Egyptian priesthood, and external diplomatic function, as Isis worship has spread throughout Mediterranean, creating potential networks of symbolically aligned supporters. Intellectual life flourishes under her renewed patronage. The Library Museum complex, though damaged during recent conflict, rapidly returns to function as greatest research institution of ancient world. Scholars receive generous stipends, access to unparalleled collection of texts, and opportunities to engage directly with ruler known for her personal intellectual interests. Cleopatra regularly attends lectures and discussions, sometimes participating actively in debates ranging from astronomical theories to medical practices to philosophical questions. This engagement serves dual purpose, maintaining Alexandria's prestige as intellectual center, while keeping her informed of latest developments across multiple fields potentially relevant to governance. Social life at court combines lavish entertainment with practical relationship building. Formal banquets follow precise protocols regarding seating arrangements, food presentation, and cultural performances, with details adjusted to honor specific guests or commemorate particular occasions. These events showcase Egypt's wealth while creating opportunities for strategic conversations away from official settings. Cleopatra excels at orchestrating these gatherings, using her famed conversational abilities to charm visitors while gathering intelligence and advancing diplomatic objectives. For a ruler with relatively limited military resources, soft power exercised through personal magnetism represents an essential diplomatic tool. The presence of Julius Caesar transforms court dynamics during his extended stay in Egypt. Though officially guest rather than ruler, his influence pervades decision-making as Cleopatra balances maintaining sovereign dignity with acknowledging Roman power reality. Their relationship, both personal and political, becomes subject of intense observation by courtiers seeking to navigate new power configuration. Those who initially viewed Caesar's intervention merely as temporary support for Cleopatra gradually recognize deeper alliance forming, with implications extending beyond Egyptian domestic politics to broader Eastern Mediterranean power arrangements. By spring 47 BCE, Cleopatra's pregnancy becomes impossible to conceal, adding dynastic dimension to their relationship. Court protocols adapt to this politically significant development while maintaining public dignity. When their son Ptolemy Caesar, nicknamed Caesarion Little Caesar, is born in June, elaborate ceremonies mark his arrival, carefully choreographed to emphasize both Egyptian divine kingship traditions and connection to Roman power through his father. Though Caesar never formally acknowledges paternity by Roman legal standards, he apparently accepts the child as his, creating potential heir with claims spanning Mediterranean's most powerful realms. As Caesar prepares to leave Egypt in summer 47 BCE, after nearly 9-month stay, the court Cleopatra has constructed reflects her multi-layered strategy for maintaining power. She has established administrative systems that function efficiently under her direction, cultivated religious authority that transcends conventional political legitimacy, fostered intellectual culture that enhances both practical governance and international prestige, and secured personal relationship with Rome's ascendant leader. From position of near defeat 3 years earlier, she has engineered remarkable restoration that positions her to pursue ambitious vision of revitalized Egyptian power. The Alexandria, over which she now rules, represents physical manifestation of her approach to governance, Greek in organizational efficiency, but increasingly Egyptian in symbolic presentation. Intellectually sophisticated, yet practically focused on economic revival, maintaining ancient traditions while adapting to Mediterranean geopolitical realities dominated by Rome. The young queen who studied history, languages, and politics has transformed theoretical knowledge into practical rulership style, uniquely suited to Egypt's complex position as ancient civilization navigating changing world order. As Caesar departs, Cleopatra remains in Alexandria, ready to consolidate gains and plan next phase of her remarkable career. Now, with infant son, who embodies her most audacious political strategy. Daily life and routines. Dawn breaks over Alexandria's royal quarter as a soft chime of silver bells announces morning within the palace. Cleopatra, now firmly established as Egypt's ruler following Caesar's departure, rises with first light, a habit maintained from her studious youth. Unlike many sovereigns who indulge in late morning leisure, she believes early hours offer clearest thinking and most productive work. The Queen's personal chambers blend luxury with functionality. Polished limestone floors cool bare feet in Egypt's heat. Walls adorned with frescoes depicting Nile landscapes. Furniture crafted from imported cedar and inlaid with ivory. Spacious windows capture sea breezes while offering commanding views of Alexandria's harbor, where maritime traffic already bustles despite early hour. Her morning routine begins with brief ablutions supervised by trusted handmaidens. These women, selected for intelligence and discretion rather than merely for beauty, have served her since before her exile, their loyalty proven through political turmoil. They prepare rose-scented water for washing, apply oils fragrant with myrrh and cassia to her skin, and arrange her hair according to the day's planned activities. Elaborate Greek-influenced styles for formal audiences, more practical arrangements for private working sessions, or Egyptian ceremonial headdresses for religious functions. Dress similarly varies with daily obligations. For routine palace business, she favors lightweight linen garments in Ptolemaic Greek style, often in royal purple or pristine white, accessorized with discreet gold jewelry signifying royal status without ostentation. When embodying her role as pharaoh in Egyptian religious contexts, she dons more elaborate ceremonial attire, pleated linen sheath dresses, broad collars of faience beads and precious stones, symbolic headdresses appropriate to specific deities being honored. Each costume choice represents deliberate political statement rather than mere fashion, visually communicating which aspect of her multi-layered authority she chooses to emphasize in particular context. The Queen breaks her fast simply despite available luxury. Fresh bread, honey, figs, occasionally small portions of fish, accompanied by watered wine. She often uses this time for initial briefings with her secretary, a Greek-educated Egyptian scribe named Apollodorus, the same trusted servant who famously smuggled her to Caesar wrapped in carpet. He reviews overnight dispatches, summarizes reports from provincial officials, and outlines the day's scheduled appointments, while she makes quick notes on wax tablets, prioritizing matters requiring personal attention. By full sunrise, Cleopatra transitions to morning audiences in the palace's formal reception hall. The architectural progression from private quarters to public spaces creates deliberate theatrical effect. Visitors traverse series of increasingly grand chambers before reaching throne room, where massive columns support soaring ceiling, painted with astronomical scenes. The throne itself stands elevated on marble platform, approached by 7 steps, symbolizing divine perfection, with royal insignia combining Greek and Egyptian elements to reinforce her dual legitimacy. These formal audiences follow strict protocol regarding who may approach and how they must present themselves, with court officials announcing each petitioner and describing their business. Farmers seeking irrigation dispute resolution, merchants requesting trade permissions, provincial officials delivering tax revenues, foreign envoys bringing diplomatic correspondence. All receive measured attention according to subject importance rather than petitioner status. Unlike previous Ptolemies, who rarely engaged directly with administrative details, Cleopatra often questions supplicants personally, displaying disconcerting knowledge of specific local conditions throughout her realm. Mid-morning typically brings more private strategic sessions with her inner council. This select group includes mix of Greek and Egyptian advisors, reflecting her inclusive governance style that draws talent regardless of ethnicity. Military commanders report troop readiness and border conditions. Financial ministers present revenue projections and expenditure needs. Intelligence agents share information gathered from network of informants extending throughout Eastern Mediterranean. During these meetings, Cleopatra demonstrates remarkable ability to synthesize diverse information sources into coherent strategy, often anticipating regional developments before they materialize. Following these administrative duties, the Queen often allocates time to intellectual pursuits that separate her from mere power seekers. She maintains regular correspondence with scholars throughout Mediterranean, commissioning research projects relevant to Egyptian interests, and participating actively in academic debates. On many days, she visits the library museum complex, where scholars present findings on subjects ranging from astronomy to zoology. Her particular interests reportedly include pharmacology, developing and testing medicines derived from Egypt's botanical resources, languages, maintaining fluency in multiple tongues through regular practice, and applied mathematics related to agricultural productivity. All knowledge domains with practical governance applications. The midday meal offers brief respite from official duties, typically taken in palace gardens, where architectural screens provide privacy while allowing cooling breezes. Unlike evening banquets governed by rigid protocol, these lunches allow more informal exchanges with selected advisors, scholars, or visitors. The Queen wishes to engage without ceremonial constraints. The fare features seasonal fruits, vegetables, fish, and bread, served on silver platters by unobtrusive servants trained to appear only when needed. Conversations range widely: philosophical questions, practical governance challenges, cultural exchanges, with Cleopatra demonstrating gift for putting diverse guests at ease while extracting useful information. Afternoons vary according to changing priorities. Some days require religious ceremonies, with Cleopatra traveling by royal barge to various temples within Alexandria or along the Nile. Her participation in traditional Egyptian rituals goes far beyond minimal obligations observed by previous Ptolemies, involving elaborate preparations and hours of ceremonial activities that connect her symbolically to divine powers underpinning pharaonic authority. Other afternoons might be dedicated to inspecting Alexandria's infrastructure projects, harbor improvements, granary expansions, aqueduct maintenance. Her practical attention to economic foundations, contrasting with court predecessors, more interested in superficial opulence than sustainable prosperity. When present in palace during afternoons, Cleopatra often focuses on diplomatic correspondence, personally dictating letters to rulers throughout Mediterranean region. Her multilingual abilities allow direct communication without translators, enabling nuanced expression impossible through intermediaries. These letters carefully calibrate tone according to recipient's status and relationship to Egypt, from warm familiarity with allied kingdoms to measured formality with potentially hostile powers. Each communication forms part of broader diplomatic strategy designed to maintain Egypt's independence through carefully balanced relationships rather than military power alone. Late afternoons sometimes include time with her son, Caesarion, born of relationship with Julius Caesar. Though nursed and primarily cared for by dedicated attendants following royal custom, the young prince receives regular maternal attention, unusual among ruling families. Cleopatra personally oversees his education plan, selecting tutors and monitoring progress with intensity, reflecting both maternal affection and dynastic calculation. These interactions typically occur in private palace gardens, where mother and son can engage without ceremonial constraints, their conversations shifting between Greek, Egyptian, and Latin as part of the prince's linguistic training. As evening approaches, the queen prepares for night's social obligations, typically formal dinners with selected officials, visiting dignitaries, or prominent Alexandrian citizens whose support remains politically valuable. These occasions follow Hellenic sympathetic traditions modified to accommodate Egyptian elements, with guests reclining on couches in Greek fashion, while enjoying entertainment that might include both Greek and Egyptian music, poetry recitations, or philosophical discussions. The queen herself reclines in position of honor, setting conversational tone while observing interactions among guests for insights into alliances and rivalries relevant to court politics. Dining follows traditional Hellenic progression, from light appetizers through main courses to sweet desserts, accompanied by fine wines diluted according to custom. Despite luxurious setting, Cleopatra maintains moderation in personal consumption, prioritizing mental clarity over indulgence. Her legendary charm manifests most effectively during these gatherings, where carefully calibrated wit, intellectual depth, and personal attention make each significant guest feel uniquely valued, while advancing specific diplomatic or domestic objectives. After formal entertainment concludes, the Queen often retreats to private chambers for final review of the day's developments with closest advisors. These late-night sessions, conducted without ceremony in intimate settings, allow frank discussions impossible in formal contexts. Maps are consulted, financial accounts examined in detail, intelligence reports analyzed for implications, and next-day priorities established. Only after these strategic sessions does Cleopatra finally retire, typically several hours after midnight, sleeping briefly before dawn signals beginning of another carefully structured day, serving both immediate governance needs and long-term vision for Egypt's survival in changing Mediterranean power landscape. Relationship with Caesar. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across Alexandria's royal gardens as Cleopatra and Julius Caesar stroll beneath flowering acacia trees, deep in conversation. Their voices blend Latin and Greek, sometimes switching mid-sentence between languages, as they discuss Mediterranean politics with the easy familiarity of intellectual equals and the charged undertone of lovers. Nearby, discreet guards maintain protective perimeter while remaining outside conversational earshot, their presence acknowledging that this seemingly informal garden walk represents diplomatic engagement between two of the ancient world's most powerful individuals. The relationship that would reshape both Roman and Egyptian politics began dramatically in autumn 48 BCE, when Cleopatra had herself smuggled into Alexandria's royal quarter to meet Caesar directly. This audacious introduction, famously emerging from rolled carpet, unfurled at the Roman general's feet, demonstrated qualities that apparently captivated Caesar immediately. Strategic boldness, theatrical flair, and pragmatic resourcefulness. Whatever initial attraction formed in those first hours quickly developed dual dimensions. Genuine personal connection alongside mutually beneficial political alliance that intertwined throughout their relationship during the Alexandrian War that followed, as Caesar's forces battled Ptolemy, XIII's troops through city streets. The Roman general and Egyptian queen developed partnership sealed by both strategic necessity and growing personal attachment. Besieged together in palace compound for months, they shared daily dangers while planning Egypt's political future and deepening intimate connection. By the time Caesar's reinforcements secured military victory in early 47 BCE, eliminating Ptolemy XIII and ensuring Cleopatra's restoration to throne, their alliance had transformed from expedient arrangement into relationship that would produce child and reshape Eastern Mediterranean power dynamics. Contemporary accounts describe Caesar as genuinely captivated by Cleopatra beyond political advantage she offered. Plutarch notes the Roman general, then approximately 52 years old compared to her 22, was spellbound by her, as later translators rendered his description, while other ancient sources emphasize her intellectual abilities rather than merely physical attraction as foundation of her influence. For Caesar, whose previous romantic attachments included numerous politically advantageous affairs alongside marriages, Cleopatra apparently represented something different partner whose strategic intelligence, cultural sophistication, and royal status matched his own considerable qualities. Their daily interactions during Caesar's extended Egyptian stay blended romance, governance, and intellectual exchange. Mornings might find them reviewing military maps together or discussing administrative reforms needed to stabilize Egypt's finances. Afternoons included cultural explorations. Caesar reportedly accompanied Cleopatra on famous Nile voyage lasting several months, introducing him to Egypt's ancient monuments while consolidating her political position in Upper Egypt. Evenings brought formal banquets where they performed public roles as respective representatives of Roman and Egyptian power, followed by private hours where their relationship escaped historical documentation, but clearly deepened considerably. For Cleopatra, relationship with Caesar offered multiple dimensions. Beyond apparent genuine attraction to his legendary charisma and intellectual force, she recognized unprecedented political opportunity. After generations of declining Ptolemaic influence and increasing Roman dominance in Mediterranean affairs, direct personal alliance with Rome's ascendant leader presented pathway to restore Egypt's regional significance. Caesar's protection guaranteed her position against internal rivals, while his military backing deterred external threats. Moreover, his status as champion of populist reforms in Rome aligned with her own efforts to position herself as pharaoh, particularly attentive to native Egyptian interests rather than exclusively Alexandrian Greek elites. The relationship's most tangible outcome arrived in June 47 BCE with birth of Ptolemy Caesar, nicknamed Caesarion, Little Caesar. Though Caesar never formally acknowledged paternity by Roman legal standards, contemporary understanding clearly identified him as father. The child represented unprecedented dynastic possibility, potential heir combining Ptolemaic royal bloodline with connection to Rome's most powerful figure. For Cleopatra, Caesarion embodied ambitious vision, not Egypt merely surviving as Roman client state, but potentially central component in new Mediterranean order, with her son embodying unified heritage of East and West. When Caesar departed Egypt in summer 47 BCE to resume military campaigns elsewhere, their relationship entered new phase. With physical separation came test of alliance's durability beyond immediate proximity. Cleopatra maintained constant communication through messengers and representatives in Rome, while focusing domestically on consolidating authority and implementing administrative reforms that aligned with Caesar's own governance vision. Caesarion's continuing development provided both personal connection and political symbol linking their separate realms. In 46 BCE, Cleopatra traveled to Rome with son and extensive entourage, establishing residence in Caesar's villa across Tiber River. This visit, lasting nearly 2 years, represented extraordinary diplomatic circumstance. Foreign monarch maintaining court within Rome itself, publicly associated with Republic's most powerful figure, despite his existing marriage to Calpurnia. Caesar installed golden statue of Cleopatra in temple of Venus Genetrix, Venus the ancestor, symbolically connecting her to divine lineage he claimed through Venus. These honors generated significant political controversy, contributing to growing senatorial opposition to Caesar's accumulating powers. Their relationship during Roman period necessarily adapted to different context. In Alexandria, Caesar operated within Cleopatra's cultural framework as honored guest. In Rome, power dynamics reversed, with Cleopatra navigating unfamiliar political landscape where her royal status generated both fascination and hostility. Contemporary reports suggest she maintained dignified presence that impressed even critics, receiving visitors of significance and participating in intellectual gatherings while carefully observing Roman political developments. Caesar visited regularly despite numerous responsibilities. Their conversations now focused more on Roman affairs than Egyptian governance, as he consolidated control over Republic. Throughout this period, the relationship maintained its characteristic blend of personal intimacy and strategic alliance. When Caesar arranged elaborate triumphal celebrations of his military victories, Cleopatra observed ceremonies that included depictions of her sister, Arsinoe, as captive enemy of Rome, pointed reminder of what alternative Egyptian leadership might face when he implemented calendar reforms advised by Alexandrian astronomers. Her scientific resources contributed directly to Roman administrative modernization. Their worlds intertwined increasingly, suggesting vision of integrated Mediterranean governance, transcending traditional boundaries between Hellenic East and Latin West. Caesar's assassination in March 44 BCE abruptly terminated relationship's political dimension while confirming its personal significance. Reports indicate Cleopatra was still in Rome when he was murdered, departing hastily afterward as political situation destabilized. She returned to Egypt with Caesarion, now her primary focus as embodiment of continued connection to Caesar's legacy, though their active relationship lasted barely 4 years. Its consequences would reshape Mediterranean history through both immediate political realignments and longer dynastic ambitions centered on their son. The relationship between Cleopatra and Caesar defies simple categorization as either purely romantic attachment or merely expedient political alliance. Contemporary evidence suggests genuine intellectual and personal compatibility, alongside clear-eyed recognition of mutual advantages their association offered. Both possessed exceptional ambition, strategic vision, and willingness to transcend traditional boundaries when necessary for larger objectives. Both understood power's practical requirements while maintaining broader civilizational perspective unusual among peers. Their connection, whatever its precise emotional content, represented meeting of extraordinary minds, whose combined vision briefly suggested alternative future for Mediterranean world before circumstances intervened. Political strategies. A cluster of oil lamps illuminates a map spread across marble table in Cleopatra's private study. Well past midnight, the queen traces trade routes with slender finger while discussing customs, revenue projections with her finance minister. Nearby, military commander uses small bronze figurines to represent troop deployments along Egypt's borders. This nocturnal strategy session, one of many that punctuate her reign, exemplifies Cleopatra's approach to governance. Detail-oriented, forward-thinking, and integrating multiple dimensions of state power beyond merely military force. For ruler of kingdom with limited armed strength compared to Rome's legions, alternative power sources require careful cultivation. Cleopatra's political strategy emerged from clear-eyed assessment of Egypt's position in Mediterranean power structure. The once dominant Ptolemaic kingdom had declined through generations of mismanagement and internal conflict, while Rome's influence expanded inexorably eastward. Earlier Ptolemies attempted various approaches to maintain independence, military resistance, isolationism, or becoming compliant client state, all proving ultimately ineffective. Cleopatra developed more sophisticated alternative, leveraging Egypt's substantial non-military assets to establish interdependent relationship with Rome that preserved meaningful autonomy while acknowledging power realities. Economic power formed cornerstone of this strategy. Egypt possessed agricultural productivity unmatched in Mediterranean world, with Nile Valley producing grain surpluses capable of feeding much of Rome's growing population, rather than viewing this merely as vulnerability to Roman demands. Cleopatra transformed agricultural capacity into strategic asset through three-pronged approach, modernizing irrigation infrastructure to increase production, reforming tax collection to ensure revenues reached royal treasury, rather than disappearing into corrupt officials' pockets, and centralizing export procedures to maintain crown control over external grain shipments. These reforms allowed precise calibration of economic relationship with Rome, ensuring reliable supply that created Roman dependence, while maintaining sufficient leverage to negotiate favorable treatment. Administrative reforms complemented economic measures. Upon regaining throne, Cleopatra initiated systematic review of governance structures, replacing officials loyal to her opponents with competent administrators, regardless of ethnic background. Notable departure from traditional Ptolemaic preference for Greek officials, regardless of ability. This meritocratic approach improved governance effectiveness while broadening her political base beyond Alexandrian elites to include native Egyptian administrative class. She maintained traditional hierarchical structures, but established new oversight mechanisms, including network of royal inspectors who reported directly to her, bypassing regular bureaucratic channels to provide unfiltered information about provincial conditions. Religious policy played equally important role in domestic strategy. Unlike previous Ptolemies, who maintained minimal engagement with Egyptian religious traditions while focusing on Hellenic practices, Cleopatra fully embraced dual religious identity. She participated actively in traditional pharaonic ceremonies, learned sacred rituals in considerable detail, and commissioned temple construction and restoration throughout Egypt. This religious engagement served multiple strategic purposes, legitimizing her rule in eyes of native population, securing support from powerful priestly classes who controlled significant resources, and tapping into traditional authority sources that predated and transcended Ptolemaic political structures. By positioning herself as divine pharaoh within Egyptian cosmology, while simultaneously maintaining Hellenic religious practices relevant to Greek population. She created multiple layers of legitimacy less dependent on Roman recognition. Communication strategy demonstrated similar sophistication, recognizing power of visual representation in largely illiterate society. Cleopatra carefully controlled her public image through diverse media. Coinage depicted her according to region where it would circulate, with Egyptian divine attributes in rural areas, Hellenic royal imagery in Alexandria and trading ports. Temple reliefs showed her in traditional pharaonic poses, performing ritual functions that connected her to divine authority, while statuary viewed by Greek populations emphasized Ptolemaic royal continuity. This visual program was complemented by calculated public appearances, with ceremonial processions, religious festivals, and selected direct interactions with different population segments, all choreographed to reinforce policy messages and build popular support. Foreign relations reflected particularly nuanced strategy beyond obvious Roman relationship. Cleopatra maintained diplomatic connections throughout Eastern Mediterranean and beyond, exchanging embassies with Parthian Empire, Rome's eastern rival, cultivating trade relationships with Arabia and India, and preserving traditional connections with Nubia to Egypt's south. These diverse relationships served both practical economic purposes and strategic function, providing potential counterbalances to Roman dominance and ensuring Egypt maintained international connections independent of Roman approval. Each relationship received calibrated attention based on realistic assessment of its strategic value rather than sentimental historical ties or short-term advantages. Military strategy acknowledged Egypt's limitations while maximizing available resources. Rather than attempting to match Roman legionary strength directly, impossible given Egypt's population and tradition, Cleopatra focused on naval power necessary to protect maritime trade, symbolic royal guard units that maintained internal security, and strategic defensive positions securing borders and key infrastructure. Military expenditure remained carefully calibrated to provide essential security without draining resources better deployed elsewhere. She recognized that Egypt's true strength lay in economic, cultural, and diplomatic assets rather than battlefield capability, shaping military policy accordingly. Alliance management demonstrated Cleopatra's interpersonal political skills alongside institutional arrangements. Her legendary charm and conversational abilities allowed direct relationship building with key Roman figures, beginning with Caesar and continuing later with Mark Antony. Yet beyond personal connections, she established systematic intelligence gathering throughout Mediterranean, employing merchants, scholars, and diplomats as information sources to track political developments relevant to Egyptian interests. This network provided early warning of potential threats while identifying opportunity windows requiring action. The most distinctive aspect of Cleopatra's political strategy involved dynastic dimension centered on her children, particularly Caesarion. By producing heir who could claim both Ptolemaic royal blood and connection to Rome's leadership, she created potential future where Egypt maintained distinctive identity while integrating into broader Mediterranean system through biological and cultural connection rather than mere subjugation. This long-term approach, building foundations for next generations' options rather than seeking merely immediate advantage, distinguished her thinking from many contemporaries focused exclusively on short-term power retention. Financial management underpinned all other strategic elements. Unlike her father, who accumulated crippling debts to Rome, Cleopatra implemented fiscal discipline alongside revenue reforms. Royal expenditures were prioritized based on strategic impact rather than merely ceremonial splendor, with significant investment in productive infrastructure, irrigation systems, harbor facilities, granaries, balanced against necessary symbolic displays, maintaining royal prestige. Currency stability, crucial for trade relationships, received particular attention through careful precious metal management. These financial practices created resource base, supporting broader strategic initiatives while reducing vulnerability to economic pressure. Cleopatra maintained remarkable strategic consistency despite rapidly changing circumstances following Caesar's assassination. When Roman political landscape fractured during subsequent power struggle, she assessed emerging factions, relative strengths, before aligning with Antony's Eastern-focused coalition, rather than Octavian's Rome-centered approach. This decision, though ultimately unsuccessful, represented logical extension of established strategy rather than desperate gamble, identifying partnership offering greatest potential for preserving Egypt's meaningful autonomy within evolving Mediterranean power structure. Perhaps most remarkably, Cleopatra's political approach integrated typically separated domains into coherent whole. Economic policy reinforced religious positioning. Administrative reforms supported military capabilities. Cultural patronage advanced diplomatic objectives. This integrated strategy reflected her comprehensive education and intellectual capacity for systems thinking rarely found among rulers of any era, while ultimately unable to overcome Rome's overwhelming military advantages once directly confronted under Octavian. Her approach maintained Egyptian independence and prosperity longer than conventional strategies could have achieved against Mediterranean's rising superpower. Cultural and religious roles. The Temple of Isis at Philae shimmers in pre-dawn light, its sandstone columns casting long shadows across the courtyard where white-robed priests prepare for morning ritual. Within the sanctuary's inner chamber, Cleopatra kneels before the goddess's sacred image, adorned not with her usual royal regalia, but in ritual garments marking her as Isis's earthly manifestation. Her voice joins the priests in ancient Egyptian prayer, the sacred language flowing naturally from lips more commonly speaking Greek in Alexandria's royal courts. This scene, repeated at temples throughout Egypt during her reign, illustrates dimension of Cleopatra's rule, transcending conventional political power. Her embodiment of cultural and religious roles, connecting modern governance to traditions spanning thousands of years. Cleopatra's approach to religion represented revolutionary departure from previous Ptolemaic practice, while simultaneously claiming deep connection to ancient Egyptian traditions. Earlier rulers maintained necessary minimum participation in Egyptian religious ceremonies, while primarily identifying with Hellenic cultural framework. Cleopatra reversed this emphasis, embracing Egyptian religious identity with unprecedented enthusiasm, while maintaining sufficient Hellenic elements to satisfy Alexandria's Greek population. This religious strategy reflected both personal conviction, her genuine intellectual interest in Egyptian theological traditions, and political calculation, recognizing religion's central importance in maintaining social cohesion and royal legitimacy. Her relationship with cult of Isis occupied particular significance. This goddess, representing maternal nurturing, magical protection, and royal authority, had expanded beyond traditional Egyptian worship to gain followers throughout Mediterranean. Cleopatra cultivated deliberate identification with Isis through multiple channels, adopting epithet Isis, New Isis, in official documents, appearing in Isis's distinctive regalia during ceremonies, commissioning artwork depicting her with the goddess's attributes, and personally participating in sacred rituals previously performed only by dedicated priestesses. This association provided religious foundation for her rule that transcended merely political legitimacy, positioning her as divine manifestation rather than merely temporal authority. Temple construction and restoration became physical manifestation of this religious policy. Despite financial pressures facing her reign, Cleopatra allocated substantial resources to religious architecture throughout Egypt. At Dendera, she completed magnificent Temple of Hathor, whose astronomical ceiling remains marvel of ancient science. At Hermonthis, she constructed Birth House Mammosi, celebrating divine birth narratives that paralleled her presentation of son Caesarion as divinely conceived royal heir. These building projects served multiple functions, employing local populations, demonstrating royal prosperity, connecting her reign to ancient traditions, and creating enduring monuments associating her name with sacred spaces that would continue functioning long after her lifetime. Beyond formal temple worship, Cleopatra integrated Egyptian religious concepts into daily governance. She revived ancient practice of royal progresses, ceremonial journeys along Nile, where Pharaoh physically manifested divine presence to provincial populations. Administrative documents incorporated traditional religious formulas alongside practical content, reinforcing cosmic dimensions of seemingly mundane government functions. Royal insignia combined Greek diadems with Egyptian divine crowns, creating visual synthesis reflecting her dual religious identity. These practices embedded religious authority within practical governance, creating multi-layered legitimacy more resilient than purely political power. In parallel with Egyptian religious roles, Cleopatra maintained necessary Hellenic cultural practices relevant to Alexandria's Greek population and international diplomatic contexts. She continued traditional Ptolemaic patronage of Greek literary and philosophical activities, maintained gymnasium education system essential to Greek cultural identity, and participated in religious festivals honoring Olympian deities, unlike Egyptian religious engagement, which involved direct personal participation in sacred functions. Her Greek religious role remained more conventionally political, serving as patron and benefactor rather than embodying divine presence. This balanced approach allowed her to operate effectively across cultural contexts while prioritizing Egyptian identity previously neglected by her predecessors. Cultural patronage extended beyond religious functions to include broader intellectual and artistic domains. The Library Museum complex, Alexandria's defining intellectual institution, received particular attention following damage during Alexandrian War, Cleopatra recruited scholars from throughout Mediterranean, commissioned specific research projects relevant to Egyptian interests, and personally participated in academic discussions on subjects ranging from astronomy to medicine. This intellectual patronage served practical governance purposes, developing knowledge directly applicable to agricultural management, military technology, and administrative systems, while enhancing Alexandria's prestige and creating networks of educated elites loyal to her rule. Artistic production flourished under policies combining traditional Egyptian forms with Hellenic technical approaches. Royal portraiture demonstrated this synthetic approach most clearly, with statues depicting Cleopatra in Egyptian religious contexts, executed using Greek sculptural techniques. Similar artistic fusion appeared in architectural decoration, luxury objects, and even everyday items like ceramics and textiles. By patronizing artists working across cultural boundaries, she created visual language that legitimized her rule to diverse populations, while physically manifesting her political philosophy of integrating Egyptian and Greek elements rather than maintaining rigid separation. Language policy reflected similar balanced approach. Unlike previous Ptolemies, who conducted all government business exclusively in Greek despite ruling predominantly Egyptian-speaking population, Cleopatra ensured important royal pronouncements appeared in both languages. Her personal multilingualism allowed direct communication with different population segments without interpreters' mediation, creating powerful impression of ruler uniquely connected to diverse subjects. This linguistic bridge building extended to religious contexts, where she mastered specialized sacral Egyptian vocabulary necessary for ritual functions, typically performed by lifelong priests rather than political leaders. Education represented another cultural domain where Cleopatra implemented distinctive policies. While maintaining traditional Greek educational institutions in Alexandria, she expanded support for Egyptian temple schools that preserved indigenous knowledge traditions. Royal children, particularly Caesarian, received education, integrating both systems, creating next-generation leadership prepared to navigate dual cultural heritage. This educational approach reflected longer-term vision beyond immediate political necessities, establishing foundations for cultural synthesis that might have developed further had historical circumstances permitted dynasties' continuation. Festival organization provided opportunities for public demonstration of cultural policies while building popular support. Traditional Egyptian religious festivals received expanded royal patronage, with Cleopatra personally participating in ceremonies previous Ptolemies delegated to representatives. Simultaneously, Hellenic celebrations continued in Alexandria with appropriate splendor, maintaining cultural continuity important to Greek population. Most innovatively, she developed new festival traditions, synthesizing elements from both cultures particularly celebrations associated with Isis cult that incorporated both Egyptian religious content and Greek artistic presentation. These public celebrations created shared experiences across population segments otherwise separated by language, religion, and social position. Royal self-presentation through costume and regalia visualized cultural integration strategy. For Egyptian religious functions, Cleopatra adopted traditional pharaonic insignia, double crown, symbolizing unified Egypt, ceremonial false beard, representing divine authority, and ritual implements associated with specific deities, demonstrating mastery of complex symbolic system developed over thousands of years. When appearing in Hellenic contexts, she utilized royal diadem, purple robes, and other markers of Macedonian-derived kingship familiar to Mediterranean diplomatic partners. Most distinctively, she developed hybrid presentation modes for certain occasions, combining elements from both traditions to create visual representation of her integrated governance philosophy. Ultimately, Cleopatra's cultural and religious roles transcended mere political calculation or propagandistic manipulation. Contemporary evidence suggests genuine intellectual engagement with both Egyptian and Hellenic traditions, supported by remarkable linguistic abilities that allowed direct access to texts and ceremonies without translators' mediation. Her approach reflected sophisticated understanding that cultural integration could create foundations for political stability more enduring than military force or economic management alone. By embodying connections between ancient traditions and contemporary governance, between indigenous Egyptian identity and cosmopolitan Mediterranean networks, she attempted to forge a sustainable model for Egypt's future that might have developed differently had Roman intervention not altered historical trajectory. Relationship with Mark Antony. The summer air hangs heavy with heat as Cleopatra's royal barge glides toward Tarsus in 41 BCE. The vessel itself represents calculated theatrical display, its purple sails billowing above deck of burnished cedar, silver oars dipping rhythmically into Mediterranean waters, creating melody complemented by flutes and lyres playing softly on board. Under gilded canopy, the queen reclines dressed as Aphrodite, surrounded by attendants costumed as nymphs and graces, while perfumed smoke rises from golden censers. This arrival, famously described by Plutarch, introduces second pivotal Roman relationship of Cleopatra's reign, her connection with Mark Antony, Caesar's former lieutenant, now ruling Rome's eastern territories following the Liberators' War. Their first meeting reflects dramatic contrast from her introduction to Caesar 3 years earlier, where she approached Caesar secretly, wrapped in carpet and vulnerable. She meets Antony with magnificent public spectacle, projecting power and confidence. The theatrical entrance serves multiple purposes: demonstrating Egypt's continued wealth despite recent political turmoil, establishing her status as sovereign equal rather than supplicant, and appealing to Antony's well-known appreciation for Dionysian luxury and pageantry. The strategy proves immediately effective, though Antony initially summoned Cleopatra to explain her failure to support his campaign against Caesar's assassins. The agenda quickly shifts from accusation to alliance, the relationship developing from this calculated encounter proves as politically significant as her connection with Caesar, though distinctly different in character. Antony, military commander of legendary courage but limited strategic subtlety, complements Cleopatra differently than the brilliant, calculating Caesar, where Caesar appreciated her intellectual qualities alongside personal charm. Antony responds more immediately to her regal presence, cultural sophistication, and capacity for pleasure, matching his own legendary appetites. Yet beneath obvious romantic attraction lies pragmatic alliance, recognizing mutual advantages. Antony gains access to Egypt's essential wealth for his eastern campaigns and planned eventual challenge to Octavian, while Cleopatra secures powerful Roman protector for her realm and dynastic ambitions. Their initial Tarsus meeting extends to Alexandria, where Antony spends winter 140 BCE experiencing Egyptian court life that contrasts dramatically with austere Roman traditions. Contemporary accounts describe period of extravagant entertainments, elaborate hunting expeditions, and cultural immersion, where Antony adopts Egyptian customs, including dress and religious observances, that later provide propaganda opportunities for his Roman opponents. Yet alongside apparent hedonism, serious political business transpires. Formal agreements regarding territorial adjustments, financial arrangements to support Antony's military campaigns, and diplomatic coordination regarding mutual adversaries. Unlike her relationship with Caesar, which remained childless until Caesarion's birth, Cleopatra produces twins with Antony within first year, Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene, born after his departure to manage pressing issues in Rome and its eastern provinces. These children, followed later by third child Ptolemy Philadelphus, create biological bonds complementing political alliance. Their names reflect ambitious vision. Alexander, invoking the great conqueror, whose empire briefly united eastern Mediterranean. Helios and Selene, representing sun and moon, suggesting cosmic significance. Philadelphus recalling earlier Ptolemy, who expanded Egyptian influence. Constellation of references indicating Cleopatra's expansive dynastic hopes. The relationship's most consequential phase begins in 37 BCE, when Antony returns permanently to eastern Mediterranean, following deteriorating relations with Octavian, making Alexandria his headquarters rather than traditional Roman provincial capital like Antioch. He effectively creates parallel Roman power center aligned with Ptolemaic Egypt. Their personal relationship resumes with public marriage ceremony, combining Egyptian elements with sufficient Roman features to maintain claim of legitimacy despite Antony's existing marriage to Octavia, Octavian's sister. From this point, personal and political dimensions become inseparable, their fates permanently intertwined against background of escalating Roman power struggle. During approximately 3 years of relative stability, 3730 for BCE, the relationship demonstrates how effectively their complementary qualities might function in partnership. Antony provides military leadership for Eastern campaigns against Parthian Empire and Armenia, protecting Egypt's northeastern frontier while attempting to secure resources and prestige, enhancing his position relative to Octavian. Cleopatra supplies financial backing essential for these expeditions, while managing Mediterranean's richest agricultural economy and maintaining diplomatic networks throughout region. Together, they present unprecedented governance model, Roman military dominance temporarily aligned with Hellenic Egyptian cultural and economic sophistication rather than merely subjugating it. This collaborative period culminates in the famous Donations of Alexandria ceremony, 34 BCE, where Antony formally distributes Eastern territories among Cleopatra's children in theatrical public pronouncement. Alexander Helios receives Armenia and Parthian lands, not fully conquered, but claimed nonetheless. Cleopatra Selene receives Cyrenaica and Libya. Young Ptolemy Philadelphus receives Syria and Cilicia, while Caesarion is declared legitimate son of Caesar and King of Kings, alongside Cleopatra as Queen of Kings. This dramatic realignment of Eastern Mediterranean under nominal Ptolemaic authority, though practically administered within Roman systems, represents most ambitious vision of integrated future blending Roman power with Ptolemaic legitimacy. Privately, relationship evolved from initial diplomatic calculation toward genuine partnership, though historical accounts, filtered through Roman perspectives, inevitably emphasize scandalous aspects rather than substantive collaboration. Plutarch describes shared intellectual interests alongside famous indulgences. Their formation of society, called inimitable livers, dedicated to sophisticated pleasures. Their enjoyment of Alexandria's cultural offerings. Their shared appreciation for Egyptian religious traditions that Antony increasingly embraced. Beneath anecdotes of extravagance, archaeological evidence suggests serious governance. Continued administrative reforms, infrastructure development, and maintenance of trade networks, despite increasingly challenging external circumstances. As political tension with Octavian escalates toward inevitable military confrontation, their relationship demonstrates both strengths and limitations. Cleopatra's strategic assessment proves more accurate. She consistently advocates naval strategy, emphasizing Egyptian maritime strengths. while avoiding direct confrontation with Roman legions, where Antony's forces would hold advantage. Antony, influenced by Roman officers, skeptical of both Egyptian methods and female counsel, vacillates between accepting her advice and attempting traditional Roman military approaches less suitable to their actual resources. This tension between Egyptian strategic flexibility and Roman traditional expectations ultimately contributes to their downfall. The relationship's final phase unfolds against backdrop of accelerating crisis following defeat at Actium, 31 BCE, where Octavian's forces under Agrippa's command secure decisive naval victory. Retreating to Alexandria with remaining resources, Antony and Cleopatra demonstrate contrasting responses to adversity that reveal core character differences. Antony, his identity fundamentally shaped by Roman military virtues, falls into depressive withdrawal as defeat undermines his self-conception as triumphant general. Cleopatra maintains practical focus on preparations for continued resistance or negotiated settlement, reportedly exploring potential eastern escape routes, while simultaneously attempting separate peace negotiations with Octavian that might preserve something for her children, if not herself. Their relationship concludes with suicides that ancient sources describe with dramatic details, likely embellished, but reflecting essential truth of their characters. Antony, believing false report of Cleopatra's death and facing military collapse, falls on his sword in traditional Roman manner, but botches execution, dying slowly in Cleopatra's arms after being raised into her monument where she had barricaded herself. Cleopatra, following Antony's death and confirming Octavian plans to display her in Roman triumph, arranges her own death, reportedly by asp-bite method, connecting her to Egyptian royal traditions and divine associations with protective serpent deities. In historical perspective, their relationship represents remarkable attempt to bridge Roman and Egyptian worlds, not through conquest alone, but through personal, cultural, and political integration. That this vision proved ultimately incompatible with emerging Augustan model of direct Roman dominance reflects changing Mediterranean power realities rather than merely personal failure. For a brief moment, their partnership suggested alternative developmental path where Egyptian civilization might maintain meaningful identity within Roman world, rather than becoming merely another absorbed province, possibility foreclosed by Octavian's victory, but remembered through centuries as might have been turning point in ancient world's evolution. The war with Octavian, the marble war room in Alexandria's royal palace rings with urgent voices as Cleopatra and Antony consult with their generals in early 32 BCE. Maps spread across tables show Mediterranean naval stations marked with wooden pieces representing fleet distributions. Nearby, accounting scrolls detail available treasury resources, grain reserves, and troop numbers, The atmosphere crackles with tension, not merely strategic planning, but existential decision-making that will determine Egypt's fate. After years of deteriorating relations and propaganda warfare, the long-feared direct conflict with Octavian has become inevitable. Rome's internal power struggle will determine Egypt's future, with Cleopatra's kingdom now inextricably bound to Antony's fortunes against his former triumvirate partner. The path to war evolved through complex political maneuvering following Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE. Initially, Cleopatra navigated dangerous neutrality during Roman civil conflict between Caesar's assassins and his avengers, Antony and Octavian, ultimately supporting Caesar's faction once outcome appeared likely. When victorious Antony assumed control of Rome's eastern territories, their alliance began pragmatically before developing personal dimensions that transformed Mediterranean power dynamics. Meanwhile, Octavian consolidated control in Rome itself, gradually eliminating rivals while building institutional support and assembling capable lieutenants like Marcus Agrippa, whose military talents complemented his own political skills. By 33 BCE, the Roman world had effectively divided between competing power centers, Octavian controlling West, including Italy, Gaul, Spain, and North Africa, while Antony dominated East Greece, Asia Minor, Syria, and allied kingdoms, with Egypt as his financial and logistical base. Formal rupture between triumvirate partners occurred through combination of personal grievances, structural tensions, and deliberate provocation. Antony's divorce of Octavia, Octavian's sister for Cleopatra, his donations of Alexandria, reallocating Roman territories to Cleopatra's children, and reports of his adopting Egyptian customs provided Octavian perfect propaganda narrative. Loyal Roman defender against Orientalized threat combining fears of monarchy, foreign religious practices, and female influence. The formal declaration came when Octavian somehow obtained and publicly read Antony's will in Rome, highlighting provisions favoring his children with Cleopatra and requesting burial in Alexandria rather than Rome. Authenticity disputed, but propaganda value enormous. The Senate, under Octavian's control, declared war officially against Cleopatra rather than Antony himself, allowing characterization of conflict as defensive action against foreign threat rather than another Roman civil war. This framing, never acknowledged by Antony and Cleopatra, who recognized actual target, nonetheless shaped subsequent events by activating Roman fears of Egyptian wealth and Eastern decadence, corrupting Republican traditions. Military preparations revealed contrasting approaches. Octavian methodically assembled overwhelming force, some 400 ships and 80,000 infantry, plus 12,000 cavalry, while securing western provinces through combination of competent administration and targeted repression of dissent. His propaganda machinery worked relentlessly to characterize conflict as patriotic defense of Roman virtue against foreign corruption. Antony gathered comparable forces numerically. Approximately 500 ships, many supplied by Cleopatra, and 70,000 infantry with 12,000 cavalry, but faced challenging loyalty questions as Roman officers balanced personal connections against Octavian's Roman legitimacy narrative. Most critically, Antony's multinational coalition lacked cohesion compared to Octavian's more culturally homogeneous force. Strategy discussions within Antony and Cleopatra's leadership revealed fault lines that would prove decisive. Cleopatra consistently advocated naval-focused approach that would leverage Egyptian maritime strengths while preserving option for strategic withdrawal to Egypt if necessary, potentially extending conflict beyond single decisive battle. Many of Antony's Roman officers, steeped in legionary traditions, pushed for land campaign in Greece, where Antony's infantry could meet Octavian's directly in familiar Roman-style confrontation. These debates reflected deeper tension between Egyptian strategic flexibility and Roman military conservatism that characterized their entire alliance. The campaign began with Antony and Cleopatra establishing forward position at Actium on Greece's western coast in winter 3231 BCE, controlling narrow strait with naval forces while positioning ground troops nearby. This deployment initially succeeded in blocking Octavian's advance from Italy, creating stalemate that favored defenders as Octavian's supply lines stretched across Adriatic. However, Agrippa's brilliant naval maneuvers gradually secured outlying positions, threatening Antony's supply routes and forcing defensive concentration that surrendered initiative. As months passed, disease and desertion eroded Antony's multinational force more severely than Octavian's more homogeneous Roman troops. The decisive naval battle on September 2, 31 BCE resulted from deteriorating strategic position that made breaking Octavian's blockade necessary. Contemporary accounts describe heated disagreements over battle plan, with Cleopatra advocating focused breakthrough, with treasure ships protected by naval screen, while Antony's Roman officers urged traditional ship-to-ship engagement, seeking total victory. The compromise approach satisfied neither concept fully. Heavy warships engaged Octavian's fleet, while maintaining escape corridor for royal squadron, including Cleopatra's flagship and treasury vessels. When battle turned against them, Cleopatra's squadron executed planned withdrawal through gap in Octavian's lines, with Antony following later aboard light vessel after attempting to maintain frontline position until clearly hopeless. This withdrawal, strategically rational given circumstances, provided perfect narrative for Octavian's propaganda. Antony abandoning Roman soldiers to follow Egyptian queen, though actual battle dynamics were considerably more complex. Most of Antony's fleet surrendered after his departure, while land forces maintained positions temporarily before negotiating terms. The dramatic battle represented not just tactical defeat, but narrative victory for Octavian that severely undermined Antony's remaining support among Romans still serving his cause. Following Actium, Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Alexandria with remaining resources and loyalists, attempting multiple diplomatic and military options during approximately 10-month window before Octavian's forces reached Egypt. Cleopatra reportedly explored potential eastern escape routes through Red Sea toward possibly sympathetic territories beyond Roman reach, while simultaneously preparing Alexandria's defenses and sending peace feelers toward Octavian. Antony alternated between depressive withdrawal and frenetic planning for last-stand defense. His effectiveness increasingly compromised by psychological collapse following reputation-destroying defeat. Final military operations around Alexandria in summer 30 BCE proved anticlimactic compared to Actium's drama. Octavian's forces advanced methodically against limited resistance, with many of Antony's remaining officers and troops surrendering or deserting rather than fighting for cause they now considered hopeless. Antony led final cavalry action that achieved temporary success before ultimately failing, with military options exhausted and believing false report of Cleopatra's suicide. He attempted his own death by sword in Roman manner, though botched execution resulted in lingering death after being brought to Cleopatra's presence in mausoleum, where she had secured herself with royal treasury. Throughout conflict's final stages, Cleopatra demonstrated remarkable composure and strategic thinking despite increasingly desperate circumstances. Even after Antony's death, she attempted negotiations with Octavian, seeking terms that might preserve something for her children, if not herself. Archaeological evidence suggests systematic records destruction in Alexandria to prevent Octavian accessing sensitive diplomatic information, alongside careful preparations at Royal Mausoleum, where she secured treasury resources and apparently planned contingencies, including possible suicide if captivity proved unavoidable. The war's conclusion established template for subsequent Roman imperial expansion. Not merely military victory, but complete systemic replacement, with Egypt's 3th-century Ptolemaic governance transformed overnight into Roman provincial administration under Octavian's direct control. The conflict's broader significance transcended merely personal rivalry between Antony and Octavian. It represented decisive choice between competing models for Mediterranean integration. Antony and Cleopatra's vision of multicultural partnership, incorporating Egyptian and Eastern elements versus Octavian's more Roman-centered approach, where provincial distinctiveness remained firmly subordinated to central authority. The outcome established fundamental pattern for subsequent Roman imperial development that might have evolved quite differently had alternative vision prevailed. Final days and death. The royal mausoleum's heavy bronze doors close with ominous finality as Cleopatra enters with her most trusted servants. The limestone structure, built during happier times as eventual resting place, now serves as final redoubt against Octavian's advancing forces. Inside, carefully arranged wealth of Egypt gold, jewelry, precious documents surrounds stone sarcophagus at chamber's center. Sunlight filters through narrow windows high along walls, illuminating space where Egypt's last independent ruler prepares for history's closing act. The queen moves with composed purpose that has characterized her reign, even as reports confirm Alexandria's outer defenses have fallen and Octavian's troops approach Palace District. The 10 months between Actium defeat and Alexandria's fall unfolded as desperate exercise in diminishing options. Initially, returning to Egypt with remaining fleet and treasury resources, Cleopatra implemented multi-layered strategy for survival. She strengthened coastal defenses, particularly around Alexandria and Pelusium guarding eastern approaches. She dispatched diplomatic missions to potential allies, including rulers in Arabia and possibly as far as India, exploring escape routes that might preserve independence beyond Roman reach. Most controversially, she reportedly tested various poisons on condemned prisoners, methodically documenting effects to identify method offering death with minimal suffering. Contingency, planning characteristic of her thorough approach to even most dire circumstances. Simultaneously, Antony attempted to rally remaining military resources, though his effectiveness diminished through combination of alcoholic excess and psychological deterioration following reputation-destroying defeat. His behavior alternated between grand plans for last-stand resistance and periods of isolated despair, where he reportedly emulated Timonism, misanthropic withdrawal named for legendary Athenian hermit. Despite personal struggles, he maintained loyalty from certain units, particularly gladiatorial troops with limited political options, beyond continued service to increasingly desperate cause. As Octavian's forces methodically advanced through Syria and Palestine in spring 30 BCE, Cleopatra's diplomatic initiatives sought negotiated settlement, protecting her children's future, if not her own position. Intermediaries carried proposals offering substantial treasury portions and nominal recognition of Roman supremacy in exchange for preserving some form of autonomy under her offspring. These approaches received encouraging but non-committal responses. Octavian's representatives suggesting possibility of reasonable terms, while providing no specific guarantees that might limit their commander's options upon reaching Alexandria. The final military phase began with minimal resistance at Pelusium, eastern gateway to Egypt, where garrisons surrendered without significant fighting, possibly due to Antony's suspicion, recorded by Plutarch, though questionable, that Cleopatra had secretly ordered capitulation while maintaining public support for resistance. Whether strategic calculation or negotiating tactic, this pattern repeated at key defensive positions, with token opposition followed by withdrawal that preserved resources, while inevitably bringing Octavian closer to Alexandria itself. In late July 30 BCE, Antony launched final military effort, leading cavalry force that briefly broke through Octavian's lines before being driven back toward Alexandria. Returning to Pallas in temporary triumph, he soon received devastating news. Naval units, supposedly standing ready for battle, had defected to Octavian upon contact. This final betrayal, eliminating any remaining escape possibility, triggered sequence of events leading to his suicide attempt after receiving erroneous report that Cleopatra had already killed herself. The actual circumstances remain disputed across ancient sources, but consistent elements include his failed attempt at proper Roman sword suicide, lingering death after being brought to Cleopatra's presence in Monument, where she had secured herself against capture, and final moments in her arms before expiring from blood loss. Following Antony's death, Cleopatra found herself in unprecedented situation, widowed, defeated, yet still possessing bargaining chips, including her own person, desired for Octavian's triumph. Substantial treasury resources secured within Monument, and potential willingness to facilitate peaceful transition for Egyptian population. When Octavian's representative Gaius Proculaeus approached Monument seeking negotiation, she refused entry while continuing discussions through closed door. Caution justified when second Roman agent attempted entering through upper window during conversation, nearly capturing her before being detected, eventually agreeing to limited meeting with Octavian himself under heavy guard. Cleopatra apparently maintained remarkable composure despite circumstances. Contemporary accounts describe her presenting documentary evidence justifying past actions while wearing mourning clothes that simultaneously demonstrated proper respect for deceased husband and reminded Rome's new master of her royal status despite current vulnerability. This interview likely confirmed her worst fears. Octavian's careful politeness masking evident intention to display her in Roman triumph before unpredictable, but likely unpleasant, fate afterward, returning to Monument under nominal house arrest with limited servant retinue, but clear understanding of immediate future. Cleopatra made final preparations, combining practical arrangements with symbolic gestures appropriate to her status. She dispatched letter to Octavian requesting burial beside Antony message, suspected by Romans as potential distraction, but apparently genuine final wish. She bathed and dressed with customary care, dining formally in royal manner one final time. According to Plutarch, country peasant arrived with basket of figs concealing asp, Egyptian cobra, that provided her chosen death method. though modern scholars debate precise mechanism, with some suggesting poisoned hairpin or similar device rather than serpent bite. Her death posture conveyed deliberate message rather than mere desperation. Arranged on golden couch, wearing full royal regalia, with one handmaiden dead alongside her and another dying at Roman's arrival. Octavian, receiving news during city inspection, dispatched physicians who arrived too late for revival attempts, finding only slight puncture marks on her arm. The snake delivery, whether historical or mythologized, provided symbolically appropriate end, connecting her to Egyptian royal tradition, where Uraeus' serpent represented divine protection and sovereignty, allowing her death to symbolize Egypt's independent spirit rather than Roman conquest. Octavian, denied living captive for triumph, settled for displaying her wax effigy with snake attachment during victory procession in Rome. With characteristic political instinct, he honored her burial request despite custom of separating conquered enemies' remains, allowing her interment alongside Antony in tomb, whose location subsequently disappeared from historical record. This final concession, permitting royal burial rather than dishonorable treatment, suggests Octavian's recognition of her extraordinary status, transcending conventional political categories, perhaps acknowledging worthy adversary whose capability commanded respect despite necessity of her defeat for his own triumph. The manner of her death, carefully staged and symbolically resonant, transformed potential humiliation into final assertion of sovereignty beyond Rome's reach. By choosing Egyptian sacred animal as instrument rather than Roman sword, arranging her body in royal dignity rather than captive's despair, she converted inevitable defeat into statement of cultural continuity that would outlive Octavian's personal triumph. Her final act maintained control over personal fate denied to Egypt itself, which transitioned overnight from ancient kingdom to Roman province, ending 3 millennia of indigenous rule, while beginning new chapter under imperial administration that would maintain distinctive Egyptian identity within broader Roman system. Historical legacy. The desert wind carries fine sand across temple walls at Dendera, where Cleopatra's image still adorns limestone surface in Egyptian hieroglyphic relief. Nearby, Roman administrative buildings, constructed during subsequent occupation, testify to cultural transition following her death. In Alexandria, underwater archaeology reveals toppled statues and palace foundations from bygone Ptolemaic splendor, while Roman-era structures rise above them, built partly from repurposed earlier materials. This physical palimpsest mirrors Cleopatra's complex historical legacy, simultaneously representing final chapter of independent Egypt, pivotal figure in Roman civil conflict, an enduring cultural symbol whose significance continuously transforms through successive generations' reinterpretations. Immediate aftermath of Cleopatra's death brought dramatic transformation to Egypt. Octavian, soon renamed Augustus as Rome's first emperor, recognized the kingdom's exceptional wealth and strategic importance by establishing unique administrative structure, not ordinary province governed by rotating senators, but personal possession administered by equestrian prefect reporting directly to emperor. This arrangement maintained practical continuity in agricultural management and tax collection essential for Roman grain supply, while eliminating any possibility of Egypt becoming independent power base for potential imperial rivals. Ptolemaic administrative systems largely continued under Roman oversight, with many Egyptian officials retaining positions while adapting to new ultimate authority. Cleopatra's children met varied fates, reflecting Rome's pragmatic approach to potential dynastic threats. Caesarion, 17-year-old son, with Julius Caesar representing most direct succession claim, was executed despite reportedly attempting escape toward Ethiopia. Her children with Antony received more lenient treatment. Twins Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene, along with younger brother Ptolemy Philadelphus, appeared in Octavian's triumph procession before being raised in his sister Octavia's household alongside her children with Antony from previous marriage. Only daughter Cleopatra Selene survived to adulthood, eventually marrying King Juba II of Mauritania and establishing minor North African court that maintained Hellenistic cultural traditions within Roman client kingdom framework. Roman historical treatment established narrative that would influence subsequent interpretations for centuries. Official Augustan portrayal depicted Cleopatra primarily as corrupting foreign temptress who nearly destroyed virtuous Rome through seduction of Antony, framing that conveniently absolved Romans of responsibility for civil conflict while reinforcing Augustus' self-presentation as Republic's savior. Poets serving Augustan cultural program like Virgil, Horace, and Propertius incorporated this characterization into literary works that solidified official Cleopatra image. Exotic, dangerous, fundamentally un-Roman embodiment of Eastern excess, requiring virtuous masculine restraint. This Roman perspective dominated subsequent Western historical understanding, transmitted through influential writers like Plutarch, whose biographical account, written centuries later, relied heavily on Roman sources, while incorporating dramatic elements appealing to literary taste. His Cleopatra, though more complex than pure villainous, nonetheless appears primarily through Roman male perspective that emphasizes seductive qualities and personal relationships rather than political accomplishments or administrative capabilities. Similarly, later Roman historians Appian and Cassius Dio continued presenting her primarily as external agent in Roman political drama, rather than Egyptian ruler pursuing legitimate national interests. Egyptian perspective on Cleopatra's legacy followed different trajectory. Contemporary native Egyptian records remain limited, but archaeological evidence suggests she maintained significant popular support among indigenous population through death, with some temple representations continuing traditional pharaonic imagery while incorporating her distinctive personal features. Under subsequent Roman rule, her memory apparently retained positive associations among Egyptian population despite official narrative, with some scholars suggesting possible underground veneration connected to hopes for eventual independence. However, with Egypt's incorporation into imperial system and later Christianization, direct Egyptian historical tradition regarding her reign became increasingly fragmented and overlaid with external interpretations. During European medieval period, Cleopatra appeared primarily through Roman-derived cautionary example within Christian moral framework, embodiment of feminine wiles, luxury, and paganism, leading virtuous men astray. These interpretations often incorporated anachronistic elements reflecting medieval rather than ancient values, with some traditions conflating her with other famous queens or legendary figures in composite, dangerous female ruler archetype. By Renaissance, renewed interest in classical texts brought more historically grounded understanding, alongside artistic representations like Michelangelo's drawings and Shakespeare's tragedy that combined historical elements with contemporary theatrical demands and psychological insights. Modern historical reassessment began gradually with Enlightenment-era questioning of classical sources' reliability and biases. 19th century witnessed both continued Orientalist fascination with exoticized Cleopatra imagery and beginning of more rigorous historical inquiry benefiting from emerging archaeological evidence and developing critical methodologies. Egyptian archaeological discoveries, particularly Napoleonic expedition findings, reintroduced authentic Egyptian context, largely absent from Western tradition. Though filtered through colonial perspective that often remained deeply Eurocentric despite expanded evidence base, contemporary historical understanding attempts balancing multiple perspectives and evidence types to reconstruct more complex picture than traditional Roman-centered narrative allowed. Archaeological findings from Alexandria's harbor, Ptolemaic administrative centers, and sites associated with her reign provide material context, supplementing textual sources. Papyrological evidence, administrative documents, economic records, legal texts, illuminates governance realities beyond literary accounts focused primarily on dramatic personal elements. Interdisciplinary approaches combining traditional historical methods with archaeological science, gender analysis, economic history, and cross-cultural perspectives continue revealing previously neglected dimensions of her reign. Cleopatra's cultural afterlife extends far beyond academic historical reassessment. Her image has been continuously reinvented through theater, literature, film, and popular culture, each era projecting contemporary concerns onto her story. Elizabeth Taylor's 1963 film portrayal established a defining modern visual reference point, while feminist reinterpretations emphasize her intellectual capabilities and political agency against traditionally sexualized representations. Egyptian nationalist perspectives reclaim her as defender of independence against imperial encroachment, while scholarly debates continue regarding extent of her Egyptian cultural identification versus Hellenic orientation. Perhaps most significantly, Cleopatra represents crucial transitional figure between Hellenistic world that emerged from Alexander's conquests and Roman imperial system that would dominate Mediterranean for subsequent centuries. Her reign attempted navigating fundamental power shift from multicultural Hellenistic framework toward more centralized Roman model, seeking path that might preserve Egyptian civilization's distinctive character within changing geopolitical reality. That this attempt ultimately failed militarily cannot diminish intellectual vision behind it. Alternative developmental model that might have produced different Mediterranean civilization had historical circumstances permitted its survival. Her enduring fascination ultimately transcends particular historical details, representing archetypal boundary-crossing figure, navigating multiple cultural worlds simultaneously as multilingual intellectual engaged with diverse philosophical traditions, female ruler operating within predominantly male political systems, and Egyptian pharaoh of Macedonian descent. She embodied integration possibilities at historical moment when Mediterranean world stood between pluralistic past and imperial future. This liminal quality ensures continued relevance as modern global society navigates tensions between cultural distinctiveness and integration requirements that echo across centuries, challenges she faced during extraordinary reign at civilization's crossroads, origins and capture. Snow blankets the Ruthenian countryside as winter tightens its grip on the small town of Rohatyn in the early 16th century. Within a modest wooden home, a young girl with unusual reddish-gold hair helps her Orthodox priest father prepare for evening prayers. The crackling hearth casts dancing shadows across walls, adorned with simple religious icons, their gold leaf catching firelight as family members gather for warmth and spiritual comfort. This ordinary domestic scene in what is now Western Ukraine will soon shatter permanently, its central figure destined for an extraordinary fate no one present could possibly imagine. The girl whose birth name was likely Alexandra Lisowska, though history records numerous variations, lives in a dangerous borderland where competing Polish-Lithuanian, Ottoman, and Crimean Tatar powers create constant instability. The region's fertile plains and strategic location make it frequent raiding target, with settlements like Rohatyn particularly vulnerable to swift cavalry attacks, seeking slaves for bustling Ottoman markets. Sometime around 1517, when Alexandra is approximately 15 years old, this abstract threat becomes devastating reality when Crimean Tatars, nominal Ottoman vassals, sweep through the region on lightning raid. The attack unfolds with terrifying speed. Mounted raiders appear suddenly at dawn, their approach disguised by morning mist rising from nearby rivers. Warning bells sound too late for meaningful defense or escape. Homes burn, male defenders die under curved swords, while younger women and children face different fate, roped together. They begin forced march toward Black Sea ports and waiting slave ships. Among these captives walks young Alexandra, witnessing final glimpse of childhood home in flames before being driven toward destiny that will transform her from village priest's daughter into powerful queen who helps shape empire. The journey into slavery proceeds with methodical cruelty, refined through centuries of similar raids. Captives march exhausting daily distances, sleeping outdoors regardless of weather, receiving minimal sustenance to maintain market value without supporting escape energy. Guards speak Tatar language incomprehensible to Ruthenian ears, creating disorientation that further breaks resistance. Those who collapse from exhaustion or illness receive no mercy. Raiders' economics demands abandoning weak merchandise rather than slowing convoys' progress toward markets where time affects profit margins. Survivors develop numb resignation as psychological defense against circumstances beyond control. After weeks of grueling travel, the captives reach Kaffa, modern Fedosia, on Crimea's southeastern coast, primary slave market feeding Ottoman Empire's constant demand. Here, Alexandra encounters Mediterranean world utterly foreign to Ruthenian experience. Stone buildings rising several stories, streets filled with merchants speaking dozens of languages, harbor crowded with ships bearing goods from throughout known world. The slave market itself operates with businesslike efficiency. Captives sorted by gender, age, appearance, and apparent abilities, then displayed on raised wooden platforms where potential buyers evaluate merchandise before negotiating prices with Tatar suppliers. For female slaves, particularly those with Alexandra's unusual coloring and evident intelligence, examination process proves especially humiliating. Prospective buyers inspect teeth, hair, skin, and limbs like livestock, while assessing potential value for households requiring domestic labor, harems needing attendants, or brothels seeking exotic offerings. Throughout this dehumanizing process, perceptive observers might notice quality separating this particular captive from others. Dignity maintained despite circumstances. Alert assessment of surroundings, suggesting mind analyzing situation rather than surrendering to despair. The specific transaction that purchases Alexandra remains historically obscure, with competing accounts suggesting different buyers and destinations. Most credible evidence indicates she initially enters household of Ibrahim Pasha, Grand Vizier, and close friend to young Sultan Suleiman, who recently ascended Ottoman throne. This placement, while still enslaved, represents relative good fortune compared to alternatives. Elite Ottoman households provide adequate material conditions and potential advancement opportunities for slaves, demonstrating valuable talents. Within this sophisticated environment, the Ruthenian captive begins transformation from provincial Christian girl to polished Ottoman court figure. Ibrahim's household serves as educational environment where Alexandra receives intensive immersion in Ottoman culture. She learns Turkish language with remarkable speed, absorbs complex etiquette governing imperial circles, studies Islamic practices while maintaining interior connection to Christian upbringing, and develops refined presentation appropriate for elite service. Most significantly, she displays exceptional intelligence and adaptability that distinguishes her from fellow slaves and captures notice of household administrators constantly evaluating talent for advantageous placement within Ottoman system. Her journey's next stage, transfer from Ibrahim's household to imperial palace, occurs through processes undocumented in historical record, but conforming to established patterns of talent recognition and strategic gift-giving in Ottoman power networks. The young Sultan Suleiman, recently ascended to throne in 1520, receives numerous slave gifts from officials seeking favor. Among these human offerings arrives fair-complexioned young woman whose quick wit and unusual background provide novelty in environment where standing out appropriately represents essential survival skill. Thus, the Ruthenian priest's daughter completes journey's first phase, from provincial obscurity through traumatic enslavement to imperial palace service. Positioned at empire's power center, though still occupying its lowest social tier, the specific qualities carrying her from slave market to palace remain speculative, but likely include intelligence, linguistic aptitude, distinctive appearance, and remarkable psychological resilience, allowing her to process traumatic dislocation while strategically adapting to new circumstances. These same characteristics will soon enable further transformation from anonymous palace slave to empire-shaping royal favorite, whose given name will be forgotten, as history remembers her instead by Turkish honorific bestowed by Sultan himself, Hürrem, the Laughing One. Ottoman harem structure. The massive Topkapi Palace rises above Constantinople's hills. Its whitewashed walls and blue-tiled domes forming city within city overlooking Bosphorus Strait, where Europe meets Asia. Behind forbidding exterior walls and multiple guarded gates lies labyrinthine complex housing Ottoman Empire's administrative heart and imperial residence. Yet deeper still, behind additional barriers accessible to even fewer individuals, exists realm simultaneously mythologized and misunderstood by outside world, the imperial harem, where Hürrem enters as newest human acquisition in system designed to produce progeny for world's most powerful dynasty, while excluding all unauthorized access. The term harem itself, derived from Arabic word meaning forbidden or sacred, applies to physical space and human community both, apartments where imperial women live under strict seclusion, separated from male world except for Sultan himself and carefully selected officials. When Hürrem arrives sometime around 1520, this institution represents sophisticated system refined over previous 2 centuries, since Ottomans established Constantinople as capital, far from Western fantasy of mere pleasure garden. The imperial harem functions as highly structured female hierarchical society, rigidly organized political entity, and dynastic reproduction mechanism combined into singular institution with dual purpose, satisfying imperial domestic needs while producing qualified male heirs to ensure succession. Physical architecture reflects institutional complexity. The harem occupies expansive section of Topkapi's inner sanctum, constructed to balance security, comfort, and status-appropriate luxury. Entrance through heavily guarded carriage gate marks boundary between male-dominated external palace and female internal realm. Multiple courtyards create successive seclusion layers, with privilege determined by proximity to Sultan's personal quarters at complex's heart. Varying architectural appointments, from modest dormitories housing lowest-ranking inhabitants to lavish apartment suites for highest officials, physically manifest status hierarchy governing every interaction within this enclosed society. Into this complex environment steps Hürrem, assigned quarters appropriate to her initial position, likely dormitory accommodations shared with other newcomers in harem's outermost section. Here she confronts profound sensory contrast with previous experiences. Fountains providing constant water music in marble-paved courtyards. Air heavy with musk, amber, and exotic floral perfumes. Walls adorned with intricate tile work in vibrant blues and greens. Divans covered in silks and brocades, replacing wooden benches of Ruthenian childhood. Even basic elements like food present novelty. Unfamiliar spices, sweetmeats, and fruits unavailable in northern homelands now appear regularly at communal meals that themselves follow elaborate protocols unknown in provincial Christian household. Human organization proves even more complex than physical surroundings. The imperial harem operates under female administration, headed by Valide Sultan, Sultan's mother, who exercises near absolute authority over internal operations. Below her serve hierarchically organized officials, led by Hazendar Usta, chief treasurer, and Kahia Kadin, chief steward, who supervise departments controlling every aspect of daily operations, from food preparation to education to discipline. This administrative structure comprises almost exclusively enslaved women who have risen through merit, political acumen, and sometimes romantic attachment to positions of genuine power despite legal status as property. For new arrivals like Hürrem, initial position occupies hierarchy's lowest tier, a semi or novice, undergoing evaluation and training. Daily routine combines practical education in Ottoman language, culture, and religion with domestic service tasks designed to assess capabilities and temperament. Supervisors observe carefully, determining whether individuals show aptitude for specialized roles like music, administration, handicrafts, or potential advancement to judicial status, personal service to imperial family members. Most significantly, they evaluate qualities suggesting suitability for ultimate role some fortunate few might attain, becoming one of Sultan's actual companions rather than merely serving those who are. Religion forms crucial component of harem experience. New Christian slaves typically convert to Islam through varying combinations of coercion, practical necessity, and genuine spiritual engagement. Hürrem undergoes this transformation early in palace experience, though historical evidence suggests she maintains interior connection to Christian origins throughout life, despite outward Islamic adherence. Religious instruction occupies significant portion of daily schedule, with Quran reading, prayer observance, and theological discussion, supervised by harem's religious authorities who ensure proper practice while monitoring sincerity. Conversion itself offers practical advantages beyond spiritual considerations, improving treatment, expanding opportunity, and removing religious barrier to intimate imperial contact. Education extends far beyond religious instruction. The imperial harem functions as elite finishing school, teaching accomplishments necessary for proximity to power. Ottoman Turkish language and literature, Persian poetry, Arabic calligraphy, musical performance, proper conversation techniques, cosmetic arts, and political awareness developed through closely supervised exposure to court dynamics. For exceptionally intelligent students like Hürrem, this educational environment provides intellectual stimulation previously unavailable, while developing sophisticated cultural fluency, transcending slave status's apparent limitations. Reproductive purpose underlies entire institution, despite its many other functions. The Ottoman succession system differs dramatically from European primogeniture, instead following earlier Turkish tribal practices, where all sons hold theoretical eligibility to rule depending on capability rather than birth order. This approach creates intense succession competition managed through institutional mechanisms developing over generations. By Suleiman's time, tradition dictates that concubines producing sons receive single-child limitation. Once giving birth, they cease sexual relationship with Sultan, focusing exclusively on advancing their sons interests through political alliance building within harem's competitive environment. Daily life within this complex social organism follows elaborate routines governed by multiple, sometimes competing authorities. The day structures around 5 Islamic prayer times, with activities scheduled accordingly. Educational sessions, meals, bathing rituals, recreational periods, and service duties, each assigned specific hours. Surveillance remains constant, with higher-ranking women continuously evaluating juniors for compliance, ability, and potential threat or opportunity regarding their own positions. Privacy exists only as rare privilege granted higher officials, with most inhabitants living communally under perpetual observation from peers and superiors alike. Communication with outside world occurs through tightly controlled channels. The harem maintains contact with external palace through black eunuchs, enslaved men who undergo complete castration specifically for service as intermediaries between gender-segregated spaces. These officials, primarily African in origin, and headed by powerful Kisler Agassi, chief black eunuch, control physical access, message transmission, and procurement of necessary supplies from outside markets. Their unique position, neither fully male nor female in Ottoman gender conception, allows movement between otherwise separate worlds, while their physical condition theoretically ensures they present no sexual threat to female inhabitants. For newly arrived Hürrem, this environment presents simultaneous opportunity and danger. The harem's hierarchical nature offers potential advancement paths unavailable in other enslavement contexts. Yet competition for limited positions creates environment where today's ally becomes tomorrow's obstacle as individuals pursue survival advantages. Her initial months likely focus on basic adaptation, mastering language, understanding explicit and implicit rules, identifying potential mentors and rivals, while demonstrating sufficient competence to avoid negative attention while not appearing threatening to established powers. This sophisticated institution, simultaneously domestic household, educational establishment, religious community, and political arena, represents culmination of Ottoman governance evolution from nomadic tribal origins to world power, administering vast territories. Into this system, engineered to produce, educate, and select potential mothers for future sultans, enters Ruthenian slave girl, who will eventually challenge its fundamental operational principles, transforming institution designed to prevent concubines acquiring permanent power into platform for achieving unprecedented influence over empire's governance. The young woman now called Hürrem begins this journey at hierarchy's lowest level, yet possesses qualities that will eventually enable her to transcend the very structural limitations designed to prevent exactly the position she will ultimately achieve. Rise within the harem. The midnight oil lamp casts gentle light across Hürrem's features as she bends over manuscript, practicing Ottoman Turkish calligraphy with intense concentration. Months have passed since her arrival at Topkapi Palace, each day bringing incremental progress in language mastery, cultural understanding, and strategic positioning within harem hierarchy. The dormitory around her lies quiet, other Assemi girls sleeping after exhausting day of lessons and service. Hürrem alone remains awake, disciplining herself to additional study beyond required instruction. Characteristic determination that begins distinguishing her from dozens of other attractive slaves similarly hopping to catch imperial attention. Initial advancement from anonymous newcomer status occurs through combination of aptitude and opportunity. Hürrem demonstrates exceptional linguistic talent, acquiring Ottoman Turkish with remarkable speed, while beginning Persian and Arabic studies essential for court literary culture. Her intelligence extends beyond mere language acquisition to encompass rapid grasp of complex palace protocols, political alignments, and unwritten behavioral codes governing harem life. Supervisors note these capabilities alongside pleasing appearance, featuring unusual coloring. Fair skin, reddish golden hair, and eyes, variously described as blue or green, providing exotic contrast to predominantly Circassian and Balkan harem beauty standards. The crucial transition from general service to personal imperial contact remains historically obscured, with courtly discretion surrounding such matters preserving limited documentation. Most accounts suggest initial selection for entertainment group, performing music and dance during Sultan's visit to female quarters. Standard practice providing opportunity for ruler to notice particularly appealing or talented individuals. Hürrem reportedly attracts attention through combination of physical distinctiveness and unexpected wit, perhaps displaying verbal cleverness uncommon in strictly choreographed imperial entertainments, where most performers stick to practiced routines, rather than risking spontaneous interaction with world's most powerful monarch. This first recognition initiates process elevating her status from Assemi to Jadikli, personal attendant with access to imperial family rather than general service provider. Physical relocation accompanies status change, with quarters moving from dormitory accommodations to smaller shared rooms closer to palace's inner sanctum. Material circumstances improve correspondingly: finer clothing allowance, better food, increased freedom of movement within harem confines, and reduced labor expectations as focus shifts toward developing qualities suitable for potential imperial companionship. The most significant advancement, selection for actual intimate relationship with Suleiman, likely occurs within approximately 1 year of palace arrival. Remarkably rapid progression, reflecting both Hürrem's exceptional qualities and fortuitous timing. The young sultan, having recently ascended throne following Father Selim I's death in 1520, finds himself in life transition when traditional patterns remain open to modification. His previous primary relationship with concubine Mahidevran, mother of his son Mustafa, follows established norms, but has not yet solidified into permanent arrangement, preventing new attachments. This circumstance creates rare opportunity window for newcomer demonstrating qualities, appealing to ruler, seeking both companionship and intellectual engagement alongside physical relationship. Following initial intimate relationship with Suleiman, Hürrem's status transforms dramatically. She receives private quarters appropriate to Hayski, royal favorite position, with personal servants, expanded wardrobe allowance, and significant improvement in material circumstances. More importantly, regular private access to Sultan creates opportunities for conversation, relationship building, and influence development, extending far beyond physical intimacy alone. Historical accounts suggest Suleiman, himself highly educated, poetically inclined ruler, finds in Hürrem companion capable of engaging his intellectual interests while providing emotional connection, increasingly important to monarch navigating immense governance responsibilities. Pregnancy and childbirth represent crucial developments solidifying Hürrem's position. Her first son, Mehmed, born approximately 1521, transforms status from temporary favorite to validating her position within dynastic reproduction system, harem's ultimate purpose. This development, while strengthening her standing, simultaneously creates expected transition point where tradition dictates relationships' sexual dimension should conclude. Ottoman custom, developed specifically to prevent individual concubines accumulating excessive influence by limiting each to single imperial offspring, after which they focus exclusively on advancing that child's interests through maternal education and political alliance building. Hürrem's unprecedented achievement, maintaining romantic relationship with Suleiman after childbirth, and proceeding to bear multiple imperial children, represents fundamental challenge to established harem structure. Between approximately 1521 and 1531, she gives birth to several additional children. Mihrimah, daughter, Selim, Bayezid, Abdullah, and Sihingir, establishing maternal connection to multiple potential succession candidates rather than single heir. This extraordinary fertility directly contradicts traditions designed specifically to prevent concentration of maternal influence within single concubine's hands, creating inevitable conflict with established power structures. The tension between Hürrem's rising influence and institutional resistance manifests through documented conflicts with traditional power centers. Primary opposition comes from Mahidevran, previous favorite and mother to eldest Prince Mustafa, who recognizes existential threat to her son's succession prospects. Physical confrontations reportedly occur between the rivals, with court chronicles describing incident where Mahidevran physically attacks Hürrem, tearing her hair and scratching her face during harem altercation. more significant systematic opposition comes from experienced harem administrative hierarchy, particularly officials loyal to Valide Sultan Hafsa, Sulayman's mother, who recognized dangerous precedent in Hürrem's multiple pregnancies and continued intimate access to Sultan. Navigating these challenges requires sophisticated political strategy beyond mere romantic attachment. Hürrem cultivates network of allies within harem structure, particularly among servants directly assigned to her expanding household and younger officials seeking advantage through association with rising power. She demonstrates generous patron's qualities, securing positions for loyal supporters, distributing gifts, establishing obligation relationships, and creating alternative power network operating alongside traditional hierarchy. These efforts gradually establish parallel authority structure challenging, but not directly confronting existing system, allowing incremental influence expansion while avoiding premature confrontation with entrenched interests. Beyond internal harem politics, Hürrem develops external connections critical for long-term influence. She establishes correspondence with Sulayman during his frequent military campaigns, creating communication channel independent of official imperial administrative structures. Letters between them, some preserved in historical collections, reveal relationship transcending conventional concubinage to include political discussion, personal emotional connection, and intellectual exchange. This direct line to absent sultan provides crucial advantage in court information environment, where controlling communication represents primary power mechanism. Religious devotion plays significant role in solidifying position, whether reflecting genuine spiritual commitment, strategic performance, or combination of both. Hürrem becomes known for conspicuous Islamic piety, funding mosque construction, establishing charitable foundations, vakifs, and maintaining publicly visible prayer discipline. These activities serve multiple purposes: demonstrating appropriate converted Muslim behavior, creating public work connections, extending influence beyond palace walls, and developing image as appropriate imperial companion, whose religious commitment matches dynasty's role as Islam's foremost defenders. The death of Valide Sultan Hafsa in 1534 marks critical turning point, removing primary institutional counterweight to Hürrem's growing influence. As Sultan's mother, Hafsa maintained traditional harem governance according to established conventions, limiting individual concubines' power through structural constraints. With her passing, institutional resistance to Hürrem's unprecedented position weakens significantly, creating opportunity for even more dramatic status transformation that will shortly follow marriage to Sulayman, that fundamentally redefines relationship between Ottoman ruler and imperial women. Throughout this ascent from lowest harem rank to unprecedented influence, Hürrem demonstrates qualities that became legendary in Ottoman historiography: exceptional intelligence, recognizing and exploiting structural opportunities, political acumen building necessary alliances while neutralizing opposition, personal charm maintaining sultans' emotional attachment across decades rather than burning brightly but briefly, and remarkable adaptability, transforming foreign captive into central figure within empire's most culturally specific institution. These capabilities, combined with fortunate circumstances, including Suleiman's receptivity to companionate relationship and weakening traditional constraints, enable extraordinary journey from slave market merchandise to empire-shaping royal partner whose innovations will fundamentally alter Ottoman governance patterns for generations following. Relationship with Suleiman. Moonlight bathes the private garden where Suleiman and Hürrem stroll alone among blooming roses, their whispered conversation punctuated by occasional laughter. The scene, intimate moment stolen from imperial duties, reflects relationship unprecedented in Ottoman history. Previous sultans maintained dozens of concubines, rotated through brief sexual encounters, managed by harem administrators, producing children who rarely knew their fathers beyond formal ceremonies. Suleiman and Hürrem, by contrast, developed genuine partnership, bridging personal affection and governance collaboration across 3 decades, their bond reshaping not merely private lives, but empire's fundamental power structures. The relationship's early phase follows relatively conventional patterns while establishing unusual emotional foundation. Initial attraction likely combines physical appeal. Hürrem's distinctive coloring provides novelty in harem environment, with intellectual connection unusual in imperial sexual relationships, typically limited to physical encounters without significant conversation. Suleiman himself brings unconventional qualities to interaction. Educated, poetically inclined ruler, whose personal temperament inclines toward deeper emotional connection than predecessors sought from harem women. These complementary characteristics create potential for relationship transcending institutional boundaries, theoretically preventing concubines from developing permanent influence. Correspondence between them during Suleiman's military campaigns provides crucial documentation of developing bond. Their letters, some preserved in historical collections, reveal multidimensional relationship encompassing romantic attachment, intellectual respect, spiritual connection, and increasingly political partnership. Suleiman's writings demonstrate lovers' passion alongside rulers' respect, addressing Hürrem with remarkably egalitarian tone, considering their official status disparity. Her responses balance appropriate deference with evident confidence, suggesting relationship where formal hierarchy coexists with personal equality uncommon in Ottoman gender relations. Their correspondence reveals shared literary sensibility central to connection. Both write poetry, Suleiman composing under pen name Muhibi, the lover, producing thousands of verses, including many dedicated to Hürrem. Their letters incorporate sophisticated literary allusions, wordplay, and poetic conventions, demonstrating intellectual compatibility alongside emotional attachment. This shared aesthetic appreciation creates private linguistic world where couple communicates through cultural references unintelligible to potential interceptors, developing intimate conversational domain separate from courtly formality surrounding them. The birth of multiple children strengthens their bond while violating harem traditions designed specifically to prevent such concentration of maternal influence. Each surviving child, particularly sons representing potential succession candidates, increases Hürrem's institutional importance while providing Suleiman dynasty continuation security through multiple male heirs. Their daughter Mirama receives unusual paternal attention, eventually becoming influential political figure herself, rather than merely marriage alliance asset like most Ottoman princesses. This family structure, parents maintaining continuing relationship while jointly raising multiple children, represents radical departure from typical Ottoman imperial reproduction model, where concubines essentially functioned as single-use dynasty continuation mechanisms. The relationship's most dramatic institutional transformation occurs through legal marriage, unprecedented step, fundamentally altering Hürrem's status from imperial property to legal wife. The exact ceremony date remains historically debated, with most evidence suggesting mid-1530s, following death of Valide Sultan Hafsa, who would likely have opposed such radical break with tradition. This legal change transforms power dynamics throughout palace, elevating Hürrem from concubine subject to harem administrative hierarchy into Sultan's actual wife, whose authority derives directly from spouse relationship rather than institutional position within female hierarchy. Marriage brings significant practical changes beyond symbolic status transformation. Hürrem relocates from harem quarters to private apartment directly connected to Sultan's personal rooms, physical proximity facilitating unprecedented access and influence. She receives title Haski Sultan, royal consort, carrying official status within imperial protocol rather than merely informal favorite position. Most significantly, marriage provides legal protection extending beyond Suleiman's personal favor. As legitimate wife rather than slave concubine, her position becomes less vulnerable to political undermining by court factions seeking to limit her influence. Their partnership increasingly extends beyond personal relationship into governance collaboration. Though exercised through necessarily indirect channels, respecting Ottoman gender segregation requirements, Hürrem develops sophisticated influence mechanisms working within systems, constraints, providing information from female networks inaccessible to male administrators, offering perspective on potential appointments based on family connections invisible to official channels, and serving as trusted sounding board for decisions Suleiman cannot safely discuss with potentially self-interested officials. These contributions remain deliberately invisible in official records, yet leave traces through outcome patterns showing her identifiable influence. The relationship withstands numerous challenges that would typically undermine Sultan-concubine connections. Court factions repeatedly attempt driving wedges between them, spreading rumors questioning her loyalty, suggesting inappropriate ambition, or attributing manipulative motives to her counsel. These efforts consistently fail against foundation of genuine trust developed through years of proven loyalty and aligned interests. Similarly, extended separations during military campaigns, sometimes lasting years, as Suleiman personally leads army on distant frontiers, fail to weaken connection maintained through regular correspondence and emotional commitment transcending physical proximity. Personal tragedies strengthen rather than diminish their bond. The death of their son, Abdullah, in childhood, and lifelong health struggles of youngest son Sihingir, born with physical disabilities, create shared grief experiences. Their responses to these challenges, including establishing charitable foundations commemorating departed son and ensuring appropriate care for disabled child, demonstrate mutual support through difficult circumstances. These shared emotional experiences deepen connection beyond political partnership or romantic attachment into genuine life companionship, unusual within any social context of their era, particularly remarkable within polygamous imperial structure, specifically designed to prevent such singular emotional focus. Religious dimension plays significant role in relationships' public presentation, and possibly its private experience. Both demonstrate conspicuous Islamic piety through charitable works, mosque patronage, and support for religious scholars. Their correspondence includes spiritual reflections alongside personal and political content, suggesting religious values provide shared framework reinforcing connection. This spiritual dimension proves particularly important for relationships' public legitimacy, as religious conformity helps offset unprecedented aspects potentially vulnerable to criticism. From conservative Islamic perspectives regarding appropriate gender relationships and female influence, as relationship matures across decades, its character necessarily evolves while maintaining essential connection. The passionate romantic attachment evident in early correspondence gradually incorporates deeper partnership dimensions, shared concern for children's prospects, collaborative religious philanthropy projects, and increasingly aligned political worldviews developed through years of consultation. Physical aging. Both enter their 50s by relationships' later phases, transforms, but doesn't diminish intimacy, with health concerns for both creating mutual caregiving aspects, supplementing earlier romantic dimension. The relationship's most controversial aspect emerges through influence on succession politics, particularly regarding eldest Prince Mustafa, Sulayman's son, with previous concubine Mahidevran. Conventional historical narratives attribute Mustafa's eventual execution primarily to Hürrem's manipulation, securing succession path for her own sons. Modern scholarship suggests more complex dynamic, where Hürrem's influence operated alongside Sulayman's genuine concerns about potential rebellion, external political factors, and court factions exploiting family tensions. The relationship's influence on this tragic outcome remains historically contested, illustrating challenges separating personal connection from governance consequences within imperial system where family relations inherently carried dynastic implications. Throughout its approximately 3-decade duration, the relationship between Sulayman and Hürrem transforms Ottoman imperial domestic arrangements from institutional reproduction system into genuine partnership where emotional connection coexists with political collaboration. Their bond creates precedent for subsequent sultans seeking companions rather than merely concubines, establishes legitimate female influence channels previously suppressed by institutional design, and demonstrates possibility for cross-cultural connection, transcending slave status origins. In personal dimension, it provides both participants emotional sustenance amidst isolation inherent to ultimate authority, creating private space where world's most powerful ruler and former slave meet as genuine companions within system, theoretically preventing exactly such human connection. Daily life in the imperial harem. Dawn breaks over Constantinople as the muezzin's call to prayer floats across the city. Within Topkapi Palace's harem quarters, Hürrem Sultan rises from sleep to begin day structured by precise routines, despite her unprecedented status. Now legally married to Sultan Sulayman and mother to multiple imperial children, she inhabits private apartments connecting directly to the Sultan's personal chambers, physical manifestation of her unique position outside traditional harem hierarchy, while still operating within broader Ottoman gender segregation principles. Her morning begins with ritual ablutions performed by personal attendants who have served her for years, some arriving with her household following marriage formalization. These women, themselves slaves selected for loyalty, discretion, and skills, prepare rose water for washing, arrange clothing selected for days' specific activities, and assist with elaborate toilette appropriate for imperial consort. Unlike concubines whose appearance serves primarily to please Sultan during brief encounters, Hürrem's daily preparation balances personal preference, symbolic status representation, and practical considerations for tasks awaiting her. Her clothing reflects both status elevation and careful political messaging. She favors garments combining Ottoman luxury with subtle references to her origins, perhaps embroidery patterns reminiscent of Ruthenian designs executed in Ottoman technique and materials. Layers begin with fine linen undergarments, followed by shalvar wide trousers, and inner kaftan of lightweight silk, appropriate for palaces' controlled climate. Outer kaftan signals status through fabric quality and decoration. Silk damasks woven with gold or silver thread, embellished with pearl embroidery and semi-precious stones. Headwear varies with occasion, from relatively simple headscarves for private activities to elaborate jeweled arrangements for formal functions. Completing the ensemble, jewelry serves both decorative and practical purpose. Substantial gemstone pieces representing personal wealth that could be liquidated if political circumstances suddenly changed. Her private apartment within the harem complex represents significant architectural advancement from dormitory accommodations, where she began palace life. Multiple connected chambers serve specialized functions. Sleeping quarters featuring massive wooden bed platform covered with silk mattresses and embroidered coverlets. Receiving room where she meets female visitors on low divans surrounding central space. Private dining area serviced directly from harem kitchens. Library containing manuscripts in multiple languages reflecting intellectual interests. And prayer room oriented toward Mecca with appropriate religious implements. These spaces feature architectural refinements, including marble fountains providing constant water music, intricate tilework in predominant blues and turquoise, carved wooden ceiling decorations, and numerous niches holding oil lamps, incense burners, and decorative objects collected over decades. Morning religious obligations occupy first formal activity, with prayers performed either in private chamber or sometimes at small mosque within female quarters. Despite Christian origins, Hürrem maintains conspicuous Islamic observance central to imperial identity, particularly following controversial marriage requiring additional legitimacy demonstrations. These religious performances combine genuine spiritual practice with political necessity, maintaining appropriate appearances essential for position, dependent on sultan's continuing favor within empire, where religious and political leadership remain inseparable. Following morning prayers comes first meal, typically light repast featuring yogurt, honey, flat bread, cheese, and seasonal fruits served on silver or porcelain, depending on occasion's formality. Hürrem often uses mealtime for initial daily meetings, with household administrators managing dozens of servants, substantial budget, and logistics for imperial consorts, complex responsibilities. These sessions cover practical matters from menu planning for potential guests to tracking charitable project expenditures to addressing personnel issues within her expanding organizational sphere. Mid-morning typically brings more significant meetings related to her role's political dimensions. Female visitors arrive from across Constantinople's elite circles, wives of high officials, female relatives of foreign diplomats, and women from prominent Ottoman families seeking favor. These encounters occur in receiving room designed for such quasi-formal functions, with visitors arranged according to strict status hierarchy, while Hürrem occupies elevated position, signifying supreme authority within female domain. Conversations balance social pleasantries with serious information exchange. These gatherings functioning as crucial intelligence network, where information unavailable through official male-dominated channels circulates freely among women, whose domestic positions provide access to empire's most powerful men. Childcare responsibilities, though shared with specialized staff, remain central to daily routine despite her children's advancing ages. Her daughter Mirama, raised with unusual freedom due to mother's unprecedented influence, spends substantial time in Hürrem's apartments, learning both traditional female accomplishments and receiving education normally reserved for males. Her sons, while increasingly engaged with male education and activities appropriate to potential future sultans, return regularly to mother's quarters for guidance, counsel, and emotional support, unrestricted by formal protocol governing their interactions with father. Youngest son Sihingir, born with physical disabilities requiring special care, receives particular maternal attention, balancing medical supervision with appropriate princely education modified for his capabilities. Correspondence occupies significant portion of each day, with Hürrem maintaining extensive written communication networks. Most important letters flow between her and Suleiman during his frequent absences on military campaigns, creating unmediated connection to empire's ultimate authority. These communications range from personal expressions, maintaining emotional intimacy across geographical separation, to discussion of palace developments, requiring imperial attention, to subtle policy suggestions framed appropriately for gender expectations. Additionally, she corresponds with provincial governors, foreign representatives, religious authorities, and commercial agents managing her extensive charitable enterprises. Each communication carefully calibrated to recipient's status and relationship to imperial power. Afternoons often involve creative pursuits, balancing recreation with strategic relationship building. Hürrem patronizes arts appropriate for elite Ottoman women, poetry appreciation, music performed by female musicians, textile arts producing luxury items distributed as status-reinforcing gifts. These activities serve multiple purposes: maintaining skills, demonstrating appropriate accomplishments, creating opportunities for less formal interaction with female allies, developing cultural products, reinforcing imperial image, and providing psychological respite from governance responsibilities. Her particular interest in poetry reflects both personal aesthetic appreciation and pragmatic recognition of literature's importance in Ottoman political culture. where administrative communication often incorporated poetic elements. When Suleiman resides in palace rather than commanding military campaigns, afternoon and evening typically include private time together, unburdened by court ceremony. Perhaps most extraordinary element of their unprecedented relationship, unlike previous sultans whose harem interactions remained brief and primarily sexual, Suleiman and Hürrem developed genuine companionship featuring intellectual conversation, shared artistic appreciation, discussion of children's development, and increasingly informal consultation regarding imperial governance. These private moments, walking together in secluded palace gardens, sharing meals without attendants, or simply conversing late into evening, create space where formal hierarchy temporarily recedes, allowing authentic connection impossible within Ottoman courts' rigid protocols. Practical governance activities occupy substantial time despite formal restrictions on female political participation. While never attending divan, imperial council, or other official male administrative bodies, Hürrem develops parallel influence systems operating through relationship networks, strategic information management, and careful alliance building. Daily implementation involves meetings with trusted intermediaries, carrying messages to male officials, sessions with financial administrators managing her substantial personal resources, and strategic planning discussions with loyal female officials placed in key harem administrative positions through her patronage. These activities, conducted behind literal screens separating male and female palace sections, create shadow governance system, extending her influence far beyond traditional female domain. Evening brings more formal dinner when required by social obligations, or simpler family meal when possible. Formal occasions feature elaborate Ottoman cuisine, dozens of dishes reflecting empire's vast geographical range, from Balkan meat preparations to Arab-influenced sweets to Persian-inspired rice dishes, all served according to precise etiquette reinforcing status hierarchies, even in seemingly social contexts. Family meals, by contrast, offer rare opportunities for relative normalcy within empire's most powerful family, with children and parents sharing food and conversation without court ceremonies, constant performance requirements. Before retiring, evening prayers again affirm religious commitment essential to imperial identity. The day typically concludes with reading, perhaps Quran study, demonstrating appropriate piety, poetry appreciation, maintaining cultural refinement, or reports from various imperial departments, keeping her informed about administrative developments beyond female quarters. As candles and oil lamps burn late into night, Hürrem reviews information, considers strategic responses to emerging situations, and prepares for morning's continuation of extraordinary life journey from enslaved foreign captive to empire's most powerful woman, breaking Ottoman traditions. Incense smoke curls toward carved cedar ceiling as Hürrem kneels on prayer rug within private chambers, completing evening devotions. In nearby room, Imperial Secretary prepares document bearing Sultan's Tugra official signature, formalizing her unprecedented legal status. The scene symbolizes Hürrem's revolutionary position, simultaneously performing traditional religious obligations while occupying institutional role that fundamentally challenges Ottoman imperial structures. Her 3-decade relationship with Suleiman transforms governance patterns established over previous 2 centuries, creating controversial precedents, dramatically altering empire's power distribution and succession mechanisms. Her most profound challenge to established order comes through legal marriage to Suleiman, extraordinary departure from 2 centuries of Ottoman practice, where sultans maintained relationships exclusively with slave concubines rather than taking actual wives. This arrangement, developed systematically since Maimed the Conqueror, served specific political purpose, preventing foreign marriage alliances, creating external claims on Ottoman sovereignty, while ensuring no single woman gained permanent position through marriage rights. By securing formal nikah, Islamic marriage contract, Hürrem transitions from temporary imperial property to legal spouse with recognized status independent of reproductive function, establishing precedent fundamentally altering imperial domestic arrangements. This marital status connects to second revolutionary development, maintaining sexual relationship with Suleiman after bearing son, directly contradicting established practice limiting each concubine to single imperial offspring. Traditional harem reproductive system intentionally dispersed maternal influence by ensuring multiple women each produced single heir, then ceased sexual relationship with Sultan while focusing exclusively on advancing that child's interests. Hürrem's continued relationship across multiple pregnancies, eventually producing 5 sons and daughter, creates unprecedented concentration of maternal influence. This fertility pattern, combined with marriage, legitimizing long-term attachment, fundamentally alters power balance between imperial women and administrative structures designed specifically to prevent such influence consolidation. Physical residence arrangements further challenge institutional boundaries. Traditional harem architecture separated sultans' private sleeping quarters from female residential sections, with concubines summoned for temporary visits before returning to communal housing under female administrative hierarchy headed by Valide Sultan. Following marriage, Hürrem occupies private apartment directly connected to Sultan's personal chambers, architectural arrangement physically manifesting her exemption from standard female oversight structures. This spatial reorganization creates independent power center outside established chain of command, allowing direct, unmediated communication impossible under traditional harem protocols. specifically designed to limit individual female influence. Perhaps most consequentially, Hürrem establishes permanent imperial female presence in Constantinople, overturning tradition, sending prince mothers to provincial capitals. Previous practice required princes leaving childhood to govern provinces under maternal guidance, ensuring potential succession candidates gained administrative experience, while physically separating rival heirs to prevent court factions forming around them. Hürrem successfully keeps her sons in capital much longer than precedent allowed, eventually sending them to closer provinces, permitting continued maternal oversight. This centralization fundamentally alters succession politics by maintaining direct female influence over adult princes, whose previous provincial isolation had limited maternal guidance to childhood years. Communication practices similarly transcend traditional boundaries. Ottoman system carefully restricted female communication channels, with messages between imperial women and outside world filtered through multiple intermediaries, ensuring institutional control over information flow. Hürrem develops unprecedented direct correspondence, not only with Suleiman during campaigns, but eventually with foreign diplomats, provincial officials, and commercial agents managing her enterprises. This communication network creates independent information system outside traditional constraints, providing perspectives unavailable through official channels, while enabling influence beyond physically restricted female domain. Her charitable activities similarly expand beyond traditional female patronage. While imperial women historically commissioned modest neighborhood mosques, schools, or fountains as appropriate pious expressions, Hürrem establishes massive charitable complexes, kuliais, in empire's most significant locations: Constantinople, Jerusalem, Mecca, and Medina. These institutions, combining mosques, schools, hospitals, public kitchens, and commercial properties, providing ongoing financial support, represent scale previously reserved for sultans themselves. Their establishment creates independent female patronage network, extending influence throughout empire, while demonstrating philanthropic power traditionally monopolized by male imperial family members. Political engagement most dramatically challenges gender limitations. While previous influential imperial women operated exclusively through male intermediaries, with careful traditional legitimization, Hürrem gradually develops more direct engagement with governance through correspondence, personal meetings with officials visiting female quarters, and eventually contributing perspective on significant appointments and policy decisions. This influence, while never formal or publicly acknowledged, represents substantial departure from carefully restricted female political role within system designed specifically to exclude women from governance beyond domestic management. These innovations generate significant resistance from institutional stakeholders, whose positions depend on traditional limitations constraining female influence. The imperial harem's administrative hierarchy, headed by Valide Sultan and staffed with officials risen through merit within established system, perceives fundamental threat to authority structures they navigate successfully. Religious conservatives question legality of marriage to slave despite technical permissibility under Islamic law, suggesting inappropriate elevation beyond proper female status. Military and administrative officials express concern regarding feminine influence, potentially weakening martial character essential to empire's continued expansion and defense. Most pointed opposition comes from factions supporting Prince Mustafa, Suleiman's eldest son born to concubine Mahidevran, who followed traditional provincial assignment pattern. These groups, seeing Hürrem's innovations directly threatening established succession mechanisms favoring Mustafa's candidacy, promote narrative characterizing her influence as dangerous foreign corruption of proper Ottoman traditions. This resistance ultimately contributes to tragic execution of Mustafa in 1553 during campaign against Safavid Persia, when suspicions of potential rebellion, possibly encouraged by Hürrem's supporters, lead to imperial decision ending eldest prince's life and fundamentally altering succession landscape. What makes these tradition-breaking achievements particularly remarkable is their execution within system theoretically designed specifically to prevent such developments. Rather than directly confronting institutional limitations, Hürrem works within existing frameworks while gradually expanding boundaries through incremental precedent setting. She maintains appropriately modest public persona while developing private influence channels. She performs expected religious devotions with conspicuous sincerity while establishing unprecedented female institutional power. She respects formal male administrative authority while creating parallel female influence networks operating alongside official structures. Her innovations prove so effective that they establish lasting pattern for subsequent generations. Period historians later term Sultanate of Women, extending nearly 130 years following her death. Future powerful imperial women, including her daughter Hürrem Sultan, daughter-in-law Nurbanu Sultan, and granddaughter-in-law Safiye Sultan, build upon precedents she establishes, further institutionalizing female influence within governance system, theoretically excluding women from public authority. These successors explicitly reference her example while advancing female power through administrative appointments, strategic marriage arrangements, architectural patronage, and diplomatic engagement, following patterns she pioneered. In historical perspective, Hürrem's tradition-breaking achievements represent remarkable navigation between innovation and continuity within highly constrained environment. Rather than directly challenging Ottoman gender ideology's fundamental premises, she creates functional alternative operating parallel to theoretical limitations while maintaining appropriate appearances satisfying religious and cultural expectations. She establishes practical precedents, dramatically expanding female authority within system designed specifically to prevent such developments. The resulting legacy fundamentally altered imperial domestic arrangements, supporting generations of influential women, testifies to extraordinary political acumen, recognizing how systems might be transformed from within rather than confronted directly when direct opposition remains impossible. Political influence. The Grand Vizier's footsteps echo across marble floor as he enters secluded chamber where screen conceals female presence. Bowing toward unseen figure, he begins reporting sensitive diplomatic developments requiring imperial consideration, though maintaining fiction of addressing male secretary supposedly seated behind screen. He understands actual recipient, Hürrem Sultan, whose political influence now extends far beyond harem's traditional boundaries into governance domains theoretically restricted to male officials. This scene, repeated with variations across her decades beside Suleiman, illustrates remarkable political authority developed by woman, whose origins as enslaved foreign captive theoretically precluded any formal power within Ottoman system. Hürrem's political influence evolves through distinct phases corresponding to her status transformation from initial harem arrival through eventual position as Sultan's legal wife and mother to multiple imperial princes. During earliest period as ordinary concubine, her influence remains largely personal, focused on securing Suleiman's continuing favor while navigating harem's complex internal politics. Following first son Maim's birth, she gains initial institutional position, allowing limited authority within female hierarchy, though still subordinate to established officials, and particularly valid Sultan Hafsa, Suleiman's mother, who maintains traditional female oversight role. Transformative expansion occurs following legal marriage, which fundamentally alters her relationship to harem administrative structures by removing her from standard female hierarchy's jurisdiction. This unprecedented status creates authority ambiguity she skillfully exploits, no longer subject to traditional female oversight, while still operating within gender-segregated system, requiring male intermediaries for formal power exercise. Within this ambiguous space, she develops innovative influence mechanisms, working alongside rather than directly challenging formal governance structures, creating parallel female authority never officially acknowledged, yet increasingly consequential for imperial decision-making. Her political techniques demonstrate sophisticated understanding of Ottoman power dynamics and institutional constraints on female participation. Rather than attempting direct authority contradicting gender ideology, she develops indirect influence channels compatible with theoretical limitations, while practically extending input far beyond traditional female domain. Primary mechanisms include strategic information management, careful alliance building, talent identification for key positions, and development of informal counsel relationship with Suleiman himself that increasingly shapes imperial decisions across multiple policy domains. Information control represents foundation for broader influence. Through extensive female networks spanning elite Ottoman households, Hürrem accesses intelligence unavailable through formal male-dominated channels. Harem women's connections to powerful husbands, fathers, and brothers, creating parallel information system, gathering perspectives, rumors, and insights from throughout imperial governance. She similarly cultivates informants among palace service personnel, whose apparent invisibility allows observation of conversations and interactions normally hidden from female awareness. By systematically collecting, analyzing, and selectively sharing this information, she develops reputation for unique insights, valuable even to officials theoretically outranking her in formal hierarchy. Alliance building across gender boundaries provides second influential mechanism. Despite physical seclusion, Hürrem develops strategic relationships with key male officials through female intermediaries, gift exchanges, and patronage networks extending beyond palace walls. Particularly important becomes her connection with Ibrahim Pasha, Suleiman's closest friend and Grand Vizier during empire's most expansionary period. Their alliance, eventually deteriorating for reasons historical sources debate, initially creates powerful influence channel, allowing her perspectives indirect representation in formal governance bodies closed to female participation. Similarly, relationships with religious authorities, developed through conspicuous charitable patronage and pious reputation, provide legitimacy resources defending her unprecedented position against potential conservative criticism. Talent identification and advancement for officials likely to support her interests represents third significant influence mechanism. Through careful observation, personal interviews conducted within female quarters, and information gathered from various sources, she develops remarkable skill evaluating potential appointees to positions throughout imperial administration. Her recommendations, offered during private conversations with Suleiman, increasingly shape appointment patterns for officials ranging from provincial governors to harem administrators to diplomatic representatives. These personnel decisions create diffuse network of officials owing advancement partly to her influence, forming shadow authority structure operating alongside formal hierarchy, while rarely directly challenging its theoretical premises. Most dramatically, she develops unprecedented role as Sultan's trusted political counselor, function with no formal institutional position, yet increasingly significant practical impact. Contemporary accounts describe Suleiman consulting her on matters ranging from military appointments to diplomatic negotiations to succession planning valuing perspective combining emotional intimacy with political acumen unavailable through formal advisory structures. This council relationship, conducted during private moments away from court ceremony, allows her influence over decisions theoretically reserved exclusively for male authority, while maintaining public appearances, satisfying gender expectations. Specific policy domains reveal her influence pattern particularly clearly. Diplomatic affairs show notable Hürrem input, especially regarding relations with Poland-Lithuania Commonwealth, encompassing her Ruthenian homeland. She reportedly advocates policies favorable to these territories, helps shape diplomatic appointments to these regions, and possibly influences Suleiman's relatively restrained approach to these lands, compared with more aggressive campaigns elsewhere. This regional focus represents rare instance where her origins potentially shape specific policy orientation, though always within broader Ottoman strategic framework rather than representing fundamental redirection. Internal governance shows clearer influence patterns, particularly regarding appointments to key positions, where her evaluations increasingly shape Suleiman's personnel decisions. Grand Vizier selections following Ibrahim Pasha's execution in 1536 increasingly favor officials unlikely to develop independent power bases threatening her family's interests. Provincial governorships, particularly those assigned to her sons as they reach administrative age, receive careful maternal attention, ensuring appropriate support structures, enhancing their success chances. Harem administrative appointments show most direct influence, with loyal supporters receiving key positions, creating parallel authority structure, gradually replacing traditional hierarchy centered on Valide Sultan. Succession politics ultimately becomes most consequential influence domain, though historical controversies surround her exact role in tragic events, reshaping Ottoman dynastic trajectory. The traditional narrative attributes Prince Mustafa's execution primarily to her manipulation, securing succession path for her own sons. Modern scholarship suggests more complex dynamic, where her influence operated alongside Suleiman's genuine concerns about potential rebellion. External political factors involving Safavid-Persian relations and court factions exploiting family tensions for various purposes. Whatever specific responsibility she bears, the outcome fundamentally alters imperial succession by eliminating candidate representing traditional patterns, while advancing prospects for princes raised under her unprecedented maternal involvement. Religious policy provides additional influence sphere where her documented activities show clear political dimension alongside genuine piety. Her massive charitable foundations, strategically located in empire's most significant religious sites, Jerusalem, Mecca, Medina, and Constantinople itself, create institutional power base, extending influence far beyond personal presence. by establishing major complexes combining religious, educational, medical, and commercial functions. She develops patronage networks throughout Ottoman religious establishment, while demonstrating pious legitimacy, defending her unusual position against potential theological criticism. These foundations simultaneously serve humanitarian purposes, political objectives, and dynasty glorification functions in sophisticated policy expression, working within traditional female charitable expectations, while dramatically expanding their scope and impact. What makes Hürrem's political influence historically significant extends beyond specific policy impacts to fundamental governance pattern alterations persisting long after her death. By establishing precedents for legitimate female influence within system, theoretically excluding women from governance, she creates institutional pathway for subsequent generations of imperial women who build upon her innovations. The resulting Sultanate of Women period sees female political participation normalized while never formally acknowledged, creating governance system where theory and practice diverge dramatically regarding gender roles. This institutional evolution, allowing practical female authority while maintaining theoretical male monopoly on formal power, characterizes Ottoman governance for nearly 130 years following her innovations. Critics during her lifetime and subsequent historical accounts often characterize her influence negatively, portraying ambitious manipulation, threatening traditional Ottoman values with dangerous, foreign-influenced innovations. These perspectives, typically advanced by factions whose interests her rise threatened, fail to recognize how skillfully she navigates between innovation and tradition, never directly challenging fundamental premises regarding proper female roles, while practically expanding influence far beyond theoretical limitations. Her political genius lies precisely in developing authority compatible with existing frameworks, rather than confrontational approaches that would have proven self-defeating within Ottoman context. In broader historical perspective, Hürrem's political influence represents remarkable achievement within severely constrained environment. Starting with literally no resources beyond personal qualities as enslaved foreigner, she develops practical authority reaching empire's highest governance levels, while respecting theoretical limitations necessary for legitimacy maintenance. Her methods, information management, strategic relationship building, talent identification, and development of informal council role, demonstrate sophisticated understanding regarding how influence operates within complex institutions, theoretically excluding her participation. The resulting legacy dramatically altered imperial governance patterns, incorporating significant female influence while maintaining male formal authority, testifies to extraordinary political acumen, working within constraints rather than against them, when circumstances make direct challenge impossible. Charitable works. Morning sunlight illuminates Jerusalem's ancient stones as construction workers lay foundations for massive charitable complex rising near Holy City's western approach. Architects consult detailed plans sent from Constantinople, bearing Hürrem Sultan's personal seal, while financial agents disperse funds from imperial treasury allocated to project under her direct supervision. Similar scenes unfold simultaneously in distant Mecca and Medina, while Constantinople itself sees multiple construction sites advancing under her patronage. These ambitious projects, spanning empire from capital to Islam's holiest cities, manifest Hürrem's extraordinary charitable activities. Philanthropy, unprecedented in scale for Ottoman imperial woman, while serving multiple purposes beyond mere benevolence. Charitable activity formed essential component of Ottoman elite identity across gender boundaries, with philanthropic foundations, vakifs, representing both religious obligation and status marker for wealthy individuals. Within this cultural context, imperial women traditionally established modest neighborhood institutions, small mosques, public fountains, Quran schools, or soup kitchens serving local communities near their residences. These charities fulfilled religious expectations regarding appropriate wealth use, while creating patronage networks extending female influence beyond physical seclusion limitations. Hürrem's philanthropic innovations maintain continuity with these traditions, while dramatically expanding their scale, geographical reach, institutional complexity, and political significance. Her charitable agenda emerges gradually, beginning with relatively conventional projects following first son's birth, and continuing through increasingly ambitious undertakings as her position solidifies. Early foundations focus on Constantinople neighborhoods, establishing pattern followed by subsequent imperial women. Mosque complex in Avrat Pazari district, where female slaves traditionally sold, perhaps reflecting personal connection to site where she likely first entered city. Public kitchen, Emerit, near Hagia Sophia, providing daily meals to poor residents. Public bath, Hammam, serving dual purpose as neighborhood amenity and income-generating property, supporting other charitable activities. As her status transforms through legal marriage and growing political influence, charitable activities expand dramatically in both scale and geographical reach. Most ambitious projects target empire's symbolically significant locations rather than merely capital neighborhoods. Major complex in Jerusalem near Western Wall, including mosque, school, pilgrim hostel, soup kitchen, and commercial structures. Substantial foundations in Mecca and Medina, providing services for Hajj pilgrims, while establishing imperial presence at Islam's holiest sites. Major soup kitchen in Adrianople, Edirne, serving as secondary capital. This geographical distribution creates empire-spanning institutional network, extending influence far beyond physical presence limitations, while demonstrating pious concern for Islam's most sacred locations. Architectural characteristics reflect both Ottoman aesthetic traditions and Donor's particular circumstances. Her foundations follow established imperial architectural vocabulary developed under Chief Architect Sinan. Domed central spaces, slender minarets, harmonious proportions, and elegant calligraphy incorporating religious texts alongside donor identification. Certain elements subtly reference her unique position. Some decorative motifs, possibly incorporating stylized elements from Ruthenian textile traditions, transformed into Ottoman architectural vocabulary. Donor inscriptions emphasizing both her status as Suleiman's legal wife and her independent identity as charitable founder. Spatial arrangements, occasionally departing from standard templates to accommodate specific local conditions or particular functional requirements she personally specified. Each foundation combines multiple institutions, creating self-sustaining charitable ecosystem rather than isolated building. Typical complex includes mosque providing religious services, school offering education, public kitchen feeding, poor regardless of religious affiliation, traveler accommodations supporting pilgrims or merchants, and commercial properties generating ongoing income, ensuring financial sustainability beyond initial endowment. This integrated approach reflects sophisticated understanding regarding effective charitable structure, requiring both immediate service delivery and long-term financial viability. Institutional design, demonstrating administrative acumen beyond merely generous impulses. Financial arrangements reveal similar sophistication. Each foundation receives substantial initial endowment from Hürrem's personal treasury, wealth accumulated through gifts from Suleiman, revenue from properties previously granted, and possibly resources from her children as they assume positions with independent income sources. These capital investments fund both construction costs and permanent endowments, generating ongoing revenue through carefully structured arrangements. Commercial properties, whose rental income supports charitable operations. Agricultural lands, whose production feeds public kitchens directly or provides marketable commodities. And strategic urban properties, whose increasing value ensures foundation prosperity across generations. These financial structures demonstrate remarkable administrative foresight creating institutions, outlasting founders' lifetime by centuries. Operational management shows equally careful attention. Each foundation receives detailed organizational charter, VACFI, specifying exact operational parameters. Staff positions with precisely defined responsibilities and compensations. Menu requirements for public kitchens, including ingredient quantities and meal schedules. Educational curriculum for associated schools. Maintenance procedures, ensuring physical infrastructure preservation, and strict accounting requirements, preventing misappropriation. These documents, many preserved in Ottoman archives, reveal Hürrem's direct involvement in operational details alongside broader institutional vision. Personal attention extending from architectural planning through daily management procedures, ensuring foundations manifest donor intentions rather than merely bearing her name, while genuinely addressing real social needs. These charitable activities simultaneously serve multiple strategic purposes beyond pure benevolence. Most obviously, they create legitimacy demonstrations essential for foreign-born former slave occupying unprecedented position within Ottoman hierarchy by establishing major religious foundations serving Muslim communities throughout empire. She demonstrates appropriate Islamic piety, countering potential criticism regarding her unconventional status. The substantial resources dedicated to these projects similarly demonstrate appropriate wealth utilization according to Islamic principles rather than mere personal luxury accumulation that might generate religious criticism from conservative elements. Beyond religious legitimacy, these foundations create extensive patronage networks, extending influence far beyond physical seclusion limitations. Each institution requires substantial staff, religious officials leading prayers, teachers providing instruction, cooks preparing meals, administrators managing operations, maintenance personnel preserving physical structures. These positions, filled through donors' direct or indirect selection, create client relationships, extending female influence into domains theoretically restricted to male authority. Recipients of charitable services similarly develop loyalty connections to founder, generating diffuse support networks throughout communities served by these institutions. Perhaps most significantly, major foundations in Jerusalem, Mecca, and Medina serve important diplomatic and political functions beyond charitable purposes. By establishing substantial Ottoman institutional presence in territories only recently incorporated into empire, these projects reinforce imperial legitimacy in religiously significant regions where authority remains incompletely consolidated. Their scale and quality demonstrate Ottoman commitment to Islamic holy site stewardship, important legitimacy factor for empire claiming leadership role within broader Muslim world. The substantial resources dedicated to these projects similarly demonstrate imperial prosperity and administrative capacity to both local populations and foreign observers, evaluating Ottoman power relative to competing political entities. The Foundation's simultaneous service to multiple religious communities, particularly Jerusalem complex, serving Muslim, Jewish, and Christian populations with different facilities addressing specific needs, reflects sophisticated understanding regarding Ottoman imperial ideology extending beyond narrow sectarianism. By providing services across religious boundaries, while maintaining appropriate distinctions. These institutions physically manifest imperial approach, balancing Islamic leadership with pragmatic pluralism necessary for governing diverse population. This approach reflects broader Suleimanic governance philosophy, while specifically addressing practical needs in territories featuring complex religious demographics requiring careful management. Documentation from these foundations, early operations, reveals genuine humanitarian impact alongside strategic purposes. Financial records indicate Jerusalem Kitchen alone served approximately 1,000 meals daily regardless of recipients' religious affiliation, providing essential nutrition in region frequently experiencing food insecurity. Educational facilities offered instruction to students who otherwise lacked access, creating social mobility opportunities while disseminating Ottoman cultural influence. Medical services associated with larger complexes provided care unavailable through other institutional sources, addressing genuine public health needs while demonstrating imperial beneficence in concrete terms affecting daily life. Historical legacy extends far beyond founders' lifetime through institutional durability, ensuring continued impact across centuries. Many foundations established under Hürrem's patronage continue operating well into modern period Jerusalem complex functioning. Until 20th century, despite multiple imperial transitions, Constantinople establishments maintaining services through Ottoman Empire's final decades. Various smaller foundations throughout territories once under imperial control, continuing limited operations even after empire's dissolution. This remarkable institutional longevity testifies to sophisticated structural design, creating self-sustaining operations capable of adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining founders' essential vision. Hürrem's charitable works ultimately represent her most tangible historical legacy. Physical manifestations outlasting political influence necessarily limited to her lifetime, while her precedent-setting role in Ottoman governance created institutional pathways for subsequent female political participation without leaving specific physical evidence. Her foundations remain partially intact even today, testifying to ambitions extending beyond personal advancement to genuine empire-shaping vision. These charitable institutions, simultaneously serving humanitarian needs, political objectives, legitimacy requirements, and dynasty glorification purposes, perfectly exemplify her sophisticated approach, navigating between innovation and tradition, creating unprecedented female impact while working within systems' theoretical constraints, rather than directly challenging limitations that would have rendered more confrontational approaches self-defeating. Family and children. Sunlight streams through latticework windows into an intimate chamber where Hürrem sits surrounded by her children. A scene remarkable for its very ordinariness within the extraordinary context of Ottoman imperial dynamics. The young princes, Mehmed, Selim, Bayezid, and Cihangir, listen attentively as their mother recounts tale, combining Turkish folklore with subtle moral lessons about leadership responsibilities. Nearby, daughter Mihrama embroiders rich fabric while occasionally interjecting comments, displaying intellectual sharpness, echoing her mother's renowned wit. This family gathering, unremarkable in most contexts, represents profound departure from Ottoman traditions, specifically designed to prevent such maternal influence over multiple imperial offspring. Hürrem's maternal role violates fundamental Ottoman dynastic practices in multiple dimensions. By bearing 5 sons and daughter to Suleiman over approximately decade, early 1520s through early 1530s, she breaks precedent limiting each concubine to single imperial child. This fertility pattern creates unprecedented maternal investment in multiple succession candidates rather than concentrated support for single heir. By maintaining continuing relationship with children beyond early childhood, she challenges tradition, removing prince mothers to provincial postings, accompanying sons assigned governor positions, creating instead unprecedented centralized family structure, maintaining maternal influence through childhood into early adulthood. Each child develops distinct personality, shaped by combination of individual temperament, imperial expectations, and maternal guidance. Eldest son Mehmed, born approximately 1521, grows into intelligent, culturally sophisticated young man, widely considered promising future sultan before premature death from smallpox around age 20. Contemporary accounts describe him as particularly adept in literary arts, composing poetry showing genuine talent beyond mere princely accomplishment. His loss reportedly devastates both parents, with Suleiman commissioning magnificent mosque complex commemorating beloved son, while Hürrem channels grief into charitable foundations specifically named for deceased prince. Daughter Mihrama, born around 1522, develops exceptional position rare for Ottoman princess. Rather than experiencing typical imperial daughter trajectory, limited education followed by strategic marriage around puberty. She receives education comparable to brothers, while maintaining unusually close parental relationships into adulthood. Her marriage to Rustam Pasha, eventually appointed Grand Vizier, likely through maternal influence, creates political alliance strengthening family position rather than geographical connection, sending her away from capital. Following Hürrem's death, Mihrama herself becomes significant political figure, continuing maternal legacy through advisory role to brother Selim II and extensive charitable patronage, establishing multiple major foundations throughout empire. Son Selim, future Selim II, born approximately 1524, presents contrasting personality to scholarly eldest brother. Historical sources describe him as less intellectually inclined, though politically shrewd, developing hedonistic tendencies from relatively young age while demonstrating capacity for necessary ruthlessness valuable in succession struggles. Maternal relationship with Selim appears particularly protective, with Hürrem consistently advocating for positions maximizing his security and advancement prospects. This relationship continues into adulthood, with regular correspondence when geographical separation occurs, and evident maternal preference regarding succession prospects following Maim's death. Bayezid, born around 1525, reportedly combines intellectual capabilities with martial qualities, making him popular among military factions. Contemporary accounts suggest particular paternal favor during adolescence, with Suleiman recognizing qualities, potentially serving empire well despite creating succession complications. Relationship with mother appears more complex than siblings' connections. Correspondence suggesting mutual affection alongside emerging political differences as succession competition develops between brothers. This relationship's tragic dimensions emerge later when circumstances eventually force Hürrem to choose between sons' competing interests with existential consequences. Youngest surviving son Cihangir, born with physical disability, likely spinal deformity, occupies special position within family emotional dynamics. His condition prevents conventional princely career, including military training and provincial governance, keeping him closer to parents throughout life while receiving specialized education, emphasizing intellectual and artistic development appropriate for his physical limitations. Mother-son relationship demonstrates particular tenderness, documented in poetry attributed to both Suleiman and Hürrem, expressing special affection for physically challenged child requiring additional protection within ruthlessly competitive imperial environment. Documentation regarding Hürrem's parenting approach reveals sophisticated educational philosophy, balancing traditional Ottoman princely training with innovative elements reflecting her own multicultural background. Sons receive conventional military training, administrative education, and religious instruction essential for potential future sultans, while simultaneously developing linguistic capabilities, literary appreciation, and cultural sophistication, extending beyond typical imperial education. Daughter Mihrimah's unconventional education similarly reflects maternal vision, transcending gender limitations, while maintaining sufficient traditional elements, avoiding conservative criticism. Imperial motherhood under Hürrem's approach balances effective relationship with strategic positioning, preparing children for adult roles within Ottoman power structures. Correspondence with adult children demonstrates genuine emotional connection maintained across geographical separation and political complications. Simultaneously, maternal advocacy consistently advances children's positions through strategic appointments, favorable provincial assignments, and carefully constructed alliance networks supporting their interests. This integrated approach, combining authentic emotional bonds with political calculation, characterizes family relationships that simultaneously function as intimate connections and strategic partnerships within imperial context, where personal and political dimensions remain inseparable. Family solidarity becomes particularly significant following Mame's death, when succession landscape fundamentally alters through loss of previously favored heir. Maternal strategy increasingly focuses on positioning remaining sons advantageously, while managing growing competition between them as adulthood approaches. This balancing act grows increasingly challenging as Bayezid and Selim develop contrasting characteristics appealing to different Ottoman factions. Military conservatives favoring Marshal Bayezid, while court administrators prefer more pliable Selim, creating implicit rivalry, eventually erupting into open conflict with tragic consequences extending beyond Hürrem's lifetime. Throughout these complex family dynamics, Hürrem maintains central position, simultaneously serving emotional and strategic functions. For her children, she provides guidance navigating treacherous imperial politics, where missteps carry potentially fatal consequences. For Suleiman, she creates unprecedented family environment, offering emotional sustenance unavailable to previous sultans, whose domestic arrangements emphasized reproduction over companionship. For herself, children represent both authentic emotional connections and potential security guarantors in system where isolated individuals rarely survive political shifts. This multidimensional family structure, simultaneously effective bond and political alliance, represents perhaps her most significant innovation within Ottoman context, creating dynastic approach, dramatically reshaping empire's governance for generations following. Succession struggles, evening shadows lengthen across Topkapi Palace's courtyard as imperial council members depart with grim expressions, their silence masking conflicting reactions to momentous decision just confirmed. Inside private chamber, Hürrem sits motionless, face revealing nothing as messenger delivers confirmation that Prince Mustafa, Suleiman's eldest son born to rival concubine Mahidevran, has been executed during military campaign against Safavid Persia. This 1553 event represents culmination of decades-long succession, struggle pitting traditional Ottoman practices against unprecedented circumstances created by Hürrem's unique position, and multiple sons competing against previously favored heir raised under conventional arrangements. The succession conflict's roots extend to earliest days of Hürrem's imperial rise, when her continuing relationship with Suleiman after first son's birth fundamentally altered dynastic mathematics. Traditional Ottoman practice had developed precisely to prevent individual mothers accumulating excessive influence by limiting each concubine to single imperial offspring, with multiple sons invested with succession potential. Hürrem's interests unavoidably conflicted with Mahidevran, whose son Mustafa, oldest, militarily accomplished, and raised according to traditional patterns, represented both conventional succession choice and direct threat to Hürrem's children's prospects, and potentially her own survival should he eventually gain throne. Initial succession positioning unfolds relatively subtly during 1530s and 1540s, operating through provincial appointment patterns where governance assignments functioned as both administrative training and political positioning. Traditional practice sent princes to distant Anatolian provinces like Amasya or Manasa, removing them from capital while providing administrative experience under maternal guidance. Hürrem successfully modifies this pattern for her sons, securing closer provincial appointments, allowing continued maternal influence while limiting military experience that might create independent power bases. Simultaneously, Mustafa follows conventional pattern in distant Amasya, developing military reputation and local support base increasingly concerning to factions supporting Hürrem's sons. The struggle's institutional dimension involves court factions forming around competing succession candidates based on various interest calculations. Military leadership, particularly Janissary Corps, increasingly favors Mustafa, whose martial qualities and traditional princely education match their institutional preferences. Administrative officials with reform inclinations tend toward Hürrem's sons, particularly Bayezid, combining intellectual qualities with sufficient military competence. Religious authorities divide based on various calculations about candidates' personal piety, relationship with important theological figures, and positions regarding controversial religious movements gaining influence during period. These factions create complex landscape where succession competition extends far beyond mere maternal rivalry into fundamental questions regarding empire's future direction. Turning point occurs during early 1550s when multiple factors converge, creating crisis atmosphere. Suleiman, aging after 3 decades on throne, faces challenging campaign against Safavid Persia, requiring his personal leadership despite advancing years. Mustafa, approaching age 40 and commanding substantial military following, joins campaign with impressive personal forces, generating inevitable comparison with aging father. Reports, possibly originated or amplified by Hürrem's supporters, suggest potential disloyalty, perhaps even preparations for seizing power. Simultaneously, correspondence allegedly intercepted between Mustafa and Safavid Shah raises further suspicions, though historical scholarship questions these documents' authenticity while noting their convenient appearance precisely when needed to justify drastic action. The execution itself follows pattern reflecting Ottoman succession, conflicts, institutionalized nature rather than merely personal vendetta. Summoned to imperial tent, during 1553 campaign, Mustafa enters expecting routine audience only to encounter deaf mutes, special executioners whose physical condition prevents them hearing potential cries for mercy that might otherwise sway witnesses. The killing proceeds according to established protocol, using bowstring rather than blade to avoid royal bloodshedding. This methodical approach, following precise precedential patterns rather than passionate impulse, characterizes Ottoman approach to succession management through elimination, where individual lives remain subordinate to perceived dynastic necessity within system lacking formal primogeniture rules. Hürrem's exact role in this tragic outcome remains historically contested. Traditional narratives, particularly those composed by factions opposing her influence, attribute execution primarily to her manipulation, creating false allegations against rival son. More nuanced modern scholarship suggests complex dynamic where genuine imperial security concerns, external political factors involving Safavid relations, diverse court factions pursuing various interests, and Suleiman's personal fears regarding potential rebellion, all contributed alongside whatever specific influence Hürrem exercised, whatever her precise responsibility. The outcome fundamentally alters succession landscape by eliminating candidate representing traditional patterns, while advancing prospects for princes raised under her unprecedented maternal involvement. Execution aftermath creates dramatically altered succession context with unintended consequences extending beyond Hürrem's lifetime. Janissary corps and conservative factions previously supporting Mustafa transfer allegiance primarily to Bayezid, whose martial qualities most closely resemble eliminated princes' characteristics. Simultaneously, court administrators and reform-oriented officials increasingly support Selim, perceived as more pliable candidate, likely continuing existing policies while remaining open to influence. This factional realignment creates new rivalry between Hürrem's own sons that eventually erupts into open conflict following her death, demonstrating succession management's inherent complexity within system where victory often plants seeds for subsequent conflict. The execution generates widespread response throughout Ottoman territories and beyond. Popular sentiment, particularly in Anatolian provinces, where Mustafa established strong supporter base, turns sharply against perceived imperial overreach, with several rebellions explicitly invoking eliminated princes' memory as justification. Foreign observers, particularly European diplomats closely monitoring Ottoman succession as strategic intelligence priority, report extensively on execution and subsequent developments, generally interpreting events as evidence of declining Ottoman dynamism, while speculating regarding various factions' relative influence. These international reactions demonstrate succession politics' significance. extending far beyond family dynamics into fundamental questions regarding imperial legitimacy and governance effectiveness. Following Mustafa's elimination, succession struggle enters new phase focused on competition between Hürrem's remaining adult sons, primarily Selim and Bayezid. Their contrasting characteristics, Selim's more indolent, pleasure-seeking nature versus Bayezid's greater military accomplishment and intellectual reputation, create natural factional division where different Ottoman constituencies see preferred characteristics in competing brothers. This sibling rivalry intensifies during final years of Hürrem's life, creating circumstances where maternal influence increasingly focuses on preventing open conflict between sons, rather than advancing particular candidates' interests against external competition. Hürrem's succession management strategies during this period demonstrate sophisticated understanding regarding Ottoman power dynamics and institutional constraints. Rather than openly advocating for specific son against others, she works to maintain family solidarity as collective security strategy. Her correspondence emphasizes brotherly cooperation while attempting to secure advantageous positions for all sons through balanced provincial appointments. Strategic marriages connecting children to important administrative families and careful cultivation of support networks for each potential successor. This approach recognizes fundamental reality that within Ottoman succession system, lacking primogeniture, ultimate outcomes depend on complex factional calculations, impossible to control completely from any single position, even one as influential as hers. The succession struggle's most tragic dimension, eventual civil war between brothers Selim and Bayezid, begins developing during Hürrem's final years, but erupts fully only following her death, suggesting her living presence helped contain conflict within manageable boundaries. This eventual outcome demonstrates succession management systems' inherent limitations within Ottoman context, where multiple legitimate candidates inevitably created competition, regardless of maternal influence or imperial preference. The resulting pattern, where successful succession often required eliminating multiple princes, represents institutional failure beyond any individual actor's responsibility, reflecting fundamental tensions within system attempting to select optimal leadership without formal selection mechanism beyond eventual military victory. In historical perspective, the succession struggles surrounding Hürrem's children represent inflection point in Ottoman governance evolution, where traditional decentralized approach, multiple princes gaining independent experience in provinces before competing for ultimate power, begins shifting toward centralized model, keeping potential successors closer to imperial oversight while limiting their independent power-based development. This transition, accelerated by Hürrem's unprecedented maternal role, maintaining connection to multiple adult sons simultaneously ultimately produces succession system, creating different but equally problematic dynamics in subsequent generations, where princes confined to palace without provincial experience often lacked qualities required for effective governance, despite surviving succession process itself. Final years. Autumn sunlight filters through carved marble window screens into Hürrem's private chambers, where she reclines on silk cushions, her once vibrant beauty now marked by illness that increasingly confines her to these rooms. Outside, Constantinople continues vibrant daily rhythms, while within palace walls, political currents shift subtly as courtiers position themselves for inevitable transition, approaching with revered Hayski sultans visibly declining health. These final years, approximately 1554 through early 1558, represent period where Hürrem's unprecedented three-decade influence gradually diminishes, while simultaneously solidifying into institutional patterns that will outlast her physical presence by generations. Physical decline appears to accelerate following Prince Mustafa's execution, with contemporary accounts mentioning undefined illness, increasingly limiting her activities during mid-1550s, while specific medical condition remains unidentified in historical sources. Correspondence between Hürrem and Suleiman during this period references persistent pain, mobility limitations, and general weakness, suggesting serious progressive condition rather than merely age-related decline. Despite physical deterioration, documentation indicates she maintains considerable mental acuity and political engagement until relatively near death, with diplomatic reports continuing to reference her influence on significant decisions even during periods of physical confinement. During these declining years, Hürrem's relationship with Suleiman enters final phase, characterized by mutual support through parallel aging processes. The Sultan himself, now in 60s and veteran of numerous military campaigns with associated physical hardships, experiences his own health challenges while continuing active governance and occasional field command obligations. Their correspondence during periods of separation reveals touching dimension of relationship transcending political partnership. Expressions of concern regarding each other's well-being, shared religious reflections on mortality approaching them both, and evident desire for physical proximity during difficult health episodes. These communications suggest genuine companionate marriage, transcending initial power dynamics that brought together slave, concubine, and world's most powerful ruler. Family relationships increasingly occupy Hürrem's final years, with particular attention to managing growing tension between sons Selim and Bayezid as succession competition intensifies. Her correspondence with both sons emphasizes maternal concern while attempting to moderate developing rivalry. Similarly, relationship with daughter Mirima deepens into adult friendship and political alliance, with Prince princess increasingly assuming aspects of mother's influential role that will continue following Hürrem's death. Youngest son Cihangir, physically disabled and unable to participate directly in succession competition, remains particularly close to both parents during this period, until his own death in 1553, further complicating family's emotional landscape during Hürrem's final years. Charitable activities continue and even accelerate despite physical limitations, with major projects previously initiated reaching completion, while new foundations continue developing under her direction. The Jerusalem complex, among her most ambitious philanthropic undertakings, receives particular attention during final years, with detailed correspondence regarding architectural refinements, operational procedures, and endowment arrangements, demonstrating continuing engagement with institutional legacy creation, transcending individual mortality. These activities suggest consciousness regarding historical memory construction, with tangible monuments ensuring remembrance, extending beyond political influence necessarily limited to her lifetime. Political engagement necessarily evolves with physical limitations, shifting from direct participation in daily governance toward more strategic, long-term positioning. While increasingly unable to maintain previous schedule of meetings with officials visiting female quarters, she develops adapted influence mechanisms operating through trusted intermediaries, written communications, and carefully timed interventions during periods of improved health. Contemporary diplomatic reports continue referencing her perspectives on significant appointments, policy decisions, and foreign relations matters, suggesting adapted but continuing influence despite physical decline, preventing previous direct engagement modes. As death approaches in early 1558, Hürrem reportedly focuses on religious observances, reflecting both genuine spiritual concern and continuing attention to proper appearances essential for legacy protection. Her final documented communications include letters arranging additional charitable endowments, correspondence with children emphasizing family unity, and exchanges with Suleiman combining personal affection with practical arrangements regarding various ongoing projects. These sources suggest consciousness regarding approaching end, combined with determination to ensure appropriate transitions for both personal relationships and institutional innovations she established during remarkable 3-decade imperial career. Death comes in April 1558, Islamic calendar date Ramadan 965, with Suleiman present despite convention, typically separating Ottoman rulers from death scenes. Following Islamic tradition requiring prompt burial, funeral procession moves quickly through Constantinople streets toward final resting place she apparently selected herself, site near Suleymaniye Mosque complex, then under construction as Sultan's own monumental architectural achievement. The tomb structure, though moderate in scale, compared to surrounding imperial monuments, occupies significant location within broader complex, symbolizing her central position within Suleiman's life and reign, despite officially secondary status within Ottoman hierarchy. Suleiman's reaction to her death reveals relationships' genuine emotional dimension, transcending political partnership. Despite conventional Ottoman expectations regarding royal emotional restraint, contemporary accounts describe visible grief, including public mourning, unusual for ruler, expected to embody imperturbable majesty. More tellingly, practical governance patterns show temporary disruption, suggesting genuine emotional impact beyond mere performative display. Poetry attributed to Suleiman during subsequent period includes moving elegiac verses expressing personal loss rather than merely conventional mourning rhetoric, supporting assessment that relationship genuinely involved authentic emotional connection beyond strategic alliance. The immediate aftermath sees attempted continuation of governance patterns she helped establish, with daughter Mirama assuming aspects of maternal influence role, while Grand Vizier Rustam Pasha, Mirama's husband, maintains administrative continuity. However, delicate balance previously maintained between competing succession candidates deteriorates relatively quickly without maternal moderating influence, with tensions between Selim and Bayezid escalating toward open conflict within 2 years of her death. This rapid degeneration into civil war following decades of managed tension suggests her personal influence had been a crucial factor, containing potentially explosive succession situation that institutional structures alone proved inadequate to control once her living presence disappeared. In broader historical perspective, Hürrem's final years represent crucial transition between personal influence, inherently limited to individual lifespan, and institutional innovations, creating legacy outlasting physical presence by establishing unprecedented female authority patterns subsequently adopted by successors, creating physical monuments through charitable foundations, continuing operations for centuries, and positioning family members strategically throughout Ottoman power structures. She ensures impact extending far beyond immediate environment she directly controlled. This transformation from individual influence, necessarily temporary, to institutional patterns potentially permanent, represents perhaps her most significant achievement, creating pathways for continued female political participation within system, theoretically excluding women from governance, while ensuring personal legacy transcending inevitable physical decline, concluding even most extraordinary individual careers. Legacy and the Sultanate of Women. The marble tomb gleams softly in pre-dawn light as Constantinople awakens to another day. Here rests Hürrem Sultan, physical presence concluded in 1558, yet influence continuing through institutions she established, precedents she created, and fundamental transformations she initiated within Ottoman governance. Nearly 5 centuries later, historians still debate this remarkable woman's legacy. The enslaved foreign captive who rose to become empire-shaping royal partner, whose innovations created governance patterns persisting long after her death, inaugurating period scholars' later term Sultanate of Women, spanning approximately 130 years following her unprecedented rise. This extended female influence era, continuing through successive generations of imperial women building upon Hürrem's precedents, constitutes her most significant political legacy. Daughter Hürrem Sultan maintains substantial influence following mother's death, managing considerable wealth through personal properties and foundation endowments, while advising brother Selim II after his succession. Daughter-in-law Nurbanu Sultan, Selim II's consort, further institutionalizes female authority patterns as subsequent Valide Sultan, mother of reigning Sultan, during son Murad III's reign, expanding precedents established by Hürrem. Granddaughter-in-law Safi Sultan continues tradition through subsequent generation, exercising significant governance influence during political turbulence characterizing turn from 16th to 17th century. This female influence chain extends approximately 130 years following Hürrem's innovations, creating governance pattern where imperial women exercise substantial authority, never formally acknowledged, yet practically significant for Ottoman administration. These women explicitly reference Hürrem's precedents while adapting her methods to changing circumstances, maintaining charitable patronage networks, extending influence beyond palace walls, developing correspondence systems, providing information independent from official channels, cultivating relationships with key officials through strategic appointments, and utilizing imperial domestic arrangements for political purposes, extending far beyond household management. This extended female governance participation, though never officially recognized within Ottoman administrative theory, represents fundamental practical transformation in empire's power distribution, initiated through Hürrem's unprecedented position. Architectural legacy provides most physically evident historical impact through charitable foundations, continuing operations long after founder's death. Major complexes in Constantinople, Jerusalem, Mecca, and Medina, combining mosques, schools, public kitchens, medical facilities, and commercial properties, continue functioning for centuries, providing services while physically manifesting founders' historical presence. Jerusalem complex operates until 20th century, despite multiple imperial transitions, while Constantinople establishments maintain various operations through Ottoman Empire's final decades. This architectural presence ensures physical legacy extending beyond documentary evidence, creating tangible historical footprint, unusual for female historical figures, often remembered primarily through written sources produced by predominantly male contemporaries. Institutional innovations, fundamentally altering imperial household arrangements, represent equally significant, though less physically evident, historical impact. By securing legal marriage, unprecedented for Ottoman Sultan, bearing multiple children contrary to single concubine, single heir tradition, maintaining continuing relationship with Suleiman throughout adulthood, and establishing imperial family structure centered on mother-child relationships rather than merely reproductive function. Hürrem transforms Ottoman dynastic arrangements from purely institutional reproduction system into genuine family environment. These changes, continuing through subsequent generations, create governance context where emotional relationships complement institutional structures, producing decision-making environment considering familial dimensions alongside traditional Ottoman administrative concerns. Historical assessment regarding these transformations varies dramatically across eras and perspectives. Ottoman chroniclers contemporary with Hürrem typically describe her influence cautiously, acknowledging evident power while avoiding direct criticism of arrangements clearly endorsed by Sultan Suleiman himself. Following her death, factional divisions produce sharply contrasting narratives, supporters emphasizing charitable works, evident intelligence, and loyalty to Suleiman's interests, critics suggesting inappropriate ambition, dangerous foreign influence, and responsibility for various imperial misfortunes, especially regarding succession conflicts. These divergent contemporary assessments establish evaluation patterns persisting through subsequent historical analysis, with perspectives often revealing more about evaluators' position regarding appropriate female roles than objective assessment of actual historical impact. Western observers, particularly European diplomatic representatives, provide additional perspective combining fascination with strategic assessment. Venetian ambassadors reports detail her influence with combination of grudging admiration and concern regarding implications for European interests. French diplomatic correspondence similarly acknowledges her practical authority, while speculating about potential leverage points for influencing Ottoman policy through female networks previously considered irrelevant for diplomatic calculations. These external perspectives, though frequently distorted by Orientalist assumptions regarding Ottoman gender arrangements, provide valuable contemporary documentation regarding her practical influence, recognized by experienced observers, specifically tasked with accurately assessing Ottoman power structures. Modern historical scholarship increasingly recognizes Hürrem's significance beyond traditional characterizations as either villainous manipulator or romantic heroine. Academic research exploring Ottoman administrative records, foundation documents, correspondence collections, and architectural evidence reconstructs more complex picture of sophisticated political operator working within severe constraints. while achieving remarkable institutional innovations. Contemporary scholarly assessment generally acknowledges her exceptional intelligence, political acumen, and strategic vision, while placing achievements within broader Ottoman governance evolution context, rather than treating her influence as anomalous interruption of otherwise consistent imperial patterns. Popular cultural legacy extends far beyond academic assessment, with Hürrem featuring prominently in artistic representations across centuries. Ottoman miniature paintings depict her with visual signifiers indicating exceptional status while maintaining appropriate modesty requirements. Turkish literature includes numerous representations ranging from romantic tales, emphasizing love story, with Suleiman, to political narratives, examining broader governance implications. Modern dramatic interpretations, particularly television series, achieving international popularity, present various characterizations reflecting contemporary gender politics as much as historical evidence. These diverse representations demonstrate continuing fascination with woman who transcended apparently insurmountable limitations to achieve extraordinary historical impact rarely available to female historical figures in any cultural context. In broader world history perspective, Hürrem's legacy provides exceptional case study regarding female agency possibilities within severely constrained environments. Starting with literally no resources beyond personal qualities as enslaved foreigner, she achieves empire-shaping influence within system, theoretically excluding women from formal authority. Her methods, information management, strategic relationship building, talent identification, charitable patronage networks, and development of informal council role demonstrate sophisticated understanding regarding how influence operates within complex institutions, theoretically preventing her participation. The resulting legacy dramatically altered imperial governance patterns, incorporating significant female influence while maintaining male formal authority, testifies to extraordinary political acumen working within constraints rather than against them when circumstances make direct challenge impossible. Perhaps most significantly, Hürrem's legacy demonstrates essential historical truth regarding formal power versus practical influence. Institutions theoretically excluding particular groups from authority, nonetheless, contain navigable pathways for determined individuals, combining intelligence, strategic vision, and practical adaptability. By establishing precedents subsequently institutionalized through successors building on her innovations, she transforms theoretical exclusion into practical participation, never formally acknowledged, yet historically consequential. This transformation, creating functional authority parallel to theoretical limitations, represents historical pattern transcending specific Ottoman context, illuminating how determined individuals throughout history have shaped institutions, theoretically excluding them, by working within systems they cannot directly challenge when confrontational approaches remain impossible within existing power structures. Early life and failures. Gray winter light filters through the windows of a modest parsonage in Zundert, Netherlands, as a solemn red-haired boy sits alone, sketching with intense concentration. Outside, the flat Brabant landscape stretches under heavy skis, its somber beauty already imprinting itself on the child's developing sensibilities. This is Vincent Willem van Gogh, born March 30, 1853, exactly 1 year after his parents' first child, a stillborn also named Vincent, creating a shadow presence that will haunt him throughout life. The quiet boy, son of a Reformed church minister, already shows signs of the intense observation and emotional sensitivity that will eventually transform Western art. Though the path between this childhood moment and eventual artistic revolution will wind through decades of painful struggle, bitter disappointment, and relentless searching, the Van Gogh household blends austerity with culture. Theodorus Van Gogh's modest pastoral salary supports 6 children, necessitating frugality. Yet both parents value literature and art. Vincent's mother, Anna Cornelia Carbentus, herself draws and paints, while his father's sermons emphasize moral character and service to others. Family evenings often involve reading aloud from the Bible or literary works, establishing Vincent's lifelong love of books. Their home, though not wealthy, contains reproductions of artworks, nurturing aesthetic appreciation even as Protestant values emphasize simplicity and moral purpose above beauty for its own sake. Vincent's childhood temperament already reveals traits that will follow him into adulthood: sensitivity that sometimes flares into temper, passionate intensity about subjects that capture his interest, and periods of withdrawal alternating with eager sociability. Schoolmates find him odd, sometimes engagingly enthusiastic, other times remote and unapproachable. His early education unfolds first at the village school, then briefly at boarding school, where homesickness drives him back to Zundert. These early separations from family foreshadow a lifetime of difficult transitions and the challenge of fitting into conventional social structures. At 16, seemingly set on a practical path, Vincent enters the firm of Goupil and Sy, international art dealers, through his uncle Vincent's connection. Initially placed in the Hague branch, he shows promise in this commercial art world. His letters from this period reveal growing appreciation for art history and emerging aesthetic judgment, yet little indication of personal artistic ambition. Transfers to London in 1873 and Paris in 1875 expose him to major artistic centers, but simultaneously mark the beginning of his professional unraveling. Increasingly, customers find him awkward, too intense, too opinionated about artworks, insufficiently focused on sales. His appearance grows neglected, his manner more abrupt, his interest in religious questions more consuming than his attention to business. dismissal from Goupil in 1876 initiates a painful period of false starts and failed endeavors. Briefly teaching at a school in Ramsgate, England, Vincent shows genuine concern for students, but lacks classroom management skills. A position as a bookseller's assistant in Dordrecht proves equally unsuitable. He spends hours reading theology instead of attending to customers, increasingly drawn to religious vocation like his father. He prepares for university theological studies, but abandons this path when the rigorous academic requirements in classical languages prove beyond his capabilities or patience. Instead, Vincent persuades church authorities to send him as a lay preacher to the Borinage, a desperately poor coal mining region in Belgium. Here, his religious fervor finds expression in radical identification with the miners' suffering. He gives away his possessions, sleeps on stone floors, and neglects his appearance to the point where church officials consider him unsuitable as their representative. His extreme asceticism and growing distance from institutional Christianity lead to dismissal from this position as well, creating a crisis point at age 26. Multiple careers attempted, multiple failures accumulated, with no clear direction forward. In this dark period, Vincent's experiences among the miners profoundly affect his developing worldview. He witnesses firsthand the physical toll of industrial labor, men with permanently blackened skin from coal dust, children with malnourished bodies, women aged beyond their years by hardship. He sketches these figures with growing compassion and observational skill, though still far from technical mastery. These experiences plant seeds of his lifelong commitment to depicting the dignity of ordinary people and workers, seeing spiritual meaning not in abstract theology, but in the concrete reality of human existence. By 1880, Vincent has reached a critical point of despair and clarification simultaneously. A visit from his younger brother Theo, by now a successful art dealer himself, provides crucial encouragement. Their conversation marks Vincent's decision to pursue art seriously, not as dilettante interest, but as vocation. I must draw and draw again, until my hand becomes as free as my will, he writes afterward, beginning the disciplined self-education that will eventually transform him from failed preacher to revolutionary artist. Yet this new direction brings its own profound challenges. Starting serious artistic study so late, without formal education, places Vincent at significant disadvantage compared to contemporaries who have drawn since childhood and studied in academies. His financial situation remains precarious, dependent initially on his father's reluctant support, and increasingly on Theo's generosity. His manner intense, opinionated, sometimes abrasive, continues making conventional employment and social relationships difficult. The stage is set for both extraordinary artistic development and continued personal struggle, as Vincent finally discovers his true calling after years of painful searching. Relationship with Theo. Sunlight slants through the cluttered Paris apartment where Theo Van Gogh reads his brother's latest letter. The pages overflow with intense descriptions of Brabant landscapes, passionate opinions about painting techniques, and barely concealed anxiety about money. As he reads, Theo's expression shifts between affection, worry, and occasional exasperation emotions, characterizing the extraordinary bond between these brothers that will sustain Vincent's artistic journey until its tragic conclusion. Their relationship transcends ordinary sibling connection, becoming perhaps the most consequential artistic partnership of the 19th century, though only one brother held the brushes. 4 years younger than Vincent, Theodorus Van Gogh Jr., known as Theo, followed a more conventional path into the art world, entering Goupil and Sai at 16 like his brother before him. Theo displayed the social adaptability, commercial sense, and steady temperament that Vincent lacked. Rising through the firm's ranks, he eventually manages their Boulevard Montmartre gallery in Paris, developing relationships with both established academic painters and emerging avant-garde artists. This professional position places him at the intersection of artistic innovation and commercial reality, crucial vantage point for supporting his brother's unconventional development. The brothers' early relationship establishes patterns continuing throughout their lives. Childhood letters already show Vincent in mentoring role despite being only 4 years older, dispensing advice and sharing discoveries with characteristic intensity. Theo's responses reveal admiration for his brother's intelligence and passion, alongside growing recognition of Vincent's difficulty fitting conventional expectations. This dynamic, Vincent leading intellectually and emotionally, while Theo provides practical support and stabilizing influence, continues even as their relative worldly successes dramatically reverse. Their correspondence, eventually comprising over 650 letters, primarily from Vincent to Theo, constitutes one of art history's most extraordinary documents. Beginning well before Vincent's artistic career and continuing until days before his death, these letters chronicle not just artistic development, but philosophical explorations, emotional struggles, financial anxieties, and profound brotherhood. Vincent pours everything into these writings, detailed descriptions of works in progress, technical questions about perspective and color theory, raw emotional confessions, requests for art supplies, and constant financial negotiations. Through them, we witness both artistic genius developing and human relationship sustaining that development through extraordinary challenges. Financial support forms the relationship's most concrete dimension. From 1880 forward, Theo provides regular allowance, enabling Vincent's artistic pursuits, initially supplementing their father's reluctant assistance, and eventually becoming sole support after Reverend Van Gogh's death. This arrangement, professional art dealer directly funding artist creating unsaleable. During Vincent's lifetime, works represents remarkable faith in his brother's vision, despite obvious commercial reality. Vincent's output, now valued among world's most precious artworks, generated almost no income during his lifetime. Theo's support, approximately 17,500 francs over decade, substantial portion of his moderate salary, represents extraordinary investment in artistic vision others couldn't yet recognize. This financial relationship creates inevitable tensions. Vincent struggles with dependence, alternating between effusive gratitude, defensive pride, and occasional bitter accusations when payments arrive late. Theo sometimes expresses frustration with brother's financial management and periodic demands for more generous allowance. Yet beneath these surface tensions lies deeper mutual understanding. Vincent recognizes his work's revolutionary nature requires patronage outside conventional market, while Theo accepts his brother's extraordinary gifts demand nurturing, even without commercial validation. Their letters acknowledge this complex dynamic with remarkable honesty, working through tensions rather than avoiding difficult truths. Beyond financial support, Theo provides crucial artistic connections and professional guidance. His gallery position exposes him to emerging movements, transforming French painting during 1880s Impressionism, giving way to post-impressionism, pointillism, and symbolism. He introduces Vincent to key artists including Pissarro, Gauguin, Seurat, and others whose techniques influence his developing style. Theo shares professional knowledge about materials, exhibition opportunities, and art market trends, while providing honest assessments of Vincent's work, celebrating breakthroughs, while suggesting improvements with diplomatic directness. Their unique relationship permits. Emotional support flows primarily from Theo to Vincent, though not exclusively. Vincent's mental health challenges, likely combining bipolar disorder, epilepsy, effects of malnutrition, and alcohol abuse, create recurring crises requiring intervention beyond financial assistance. Theo consistently responds with practical help, visiting during hospitalizations, communicating with doctors, arranging appropriate living situations, and maintaining belief in his brother's sanity and artistic purpose despite behaviors others find frightening or incomprehensible. This steadfast emotional presence provides essential stability, allowing Vincent's continued work despite psychological suffering that might otherwise have ended artistic production years before actual death. Yet the relationship includes mutuality, often overlooked in simplified narratives. Vincent's letters provide Theo intellectual stimulation and wider perspective beyond commercial art world's limitations. During periods of Theo's own health problems or romantic disappointments, Vincent offers heartfelt counsel and encouragement. When Theo marries Jo Bonger in 1889, Vincent expresses genuine happiness while painting almond blossoms as gift celebrating their son's birth. even within Vincent's financial dependence. He insists Theo receive paintings, potentially representing future return on investment, showing concern for brother's long-term security alongside his own immediate needs. Their most profound connection exists through shared artistic vision. Despite differing temperaments and life paths, both brothers believe in art's transformative potential beyond mere decoration or status signaling. Both recognize emerging modern painting movements express essential truths about human experience that academic traditions have calcified beyond relevance. Both maintain faith that Vincent's work, rejected by contemporary buyers and critics, contains authentic value eventually recognized, though neither lives to witness full validation of this shared conviction. Theo's willingness to support work he cannot sell reflects deeper values than commercial calculation, revealing spiritual dimension to brotherly bond transcending practical considerations. The relationship's final chapter unfolds with heartbreaking swiftness. Following Vincent's suicide in July 1890, Theo suffers complete physical and mental collapse. His deterioration, accelerated by congenital syphilis, but clearly precipitated by overwhelming grief, leads to death just 6 months after his brothers. Their physical bodies rest side by side in over-cemetery physical manifestation of connection that sustained Vincent's artistic revolution and defined both lives. Theo's widow Jo continues their shared mission, preserving Vincent's paintings and letters while promoting his work until posthumous recognition finally arrives, fulfilling the brothers' shared faith in Vincent's artistic significance that sustained their extraordinary bond. Beginning artistic journey. Late afternoon sunlight streams through dusty windows in a small rented room in Brussels, illuminating a scene of intense concentration. Vincent van Gogh, now 27, hunches over a drawing board, his hands blackened with charcoal as he repeatedly sketches the same weathered peasant hands, striving to capture their character and form. Scattered around him lie dog-eared instruction manuals, books of anatomical drawings, and dozens of practice sketches showing gradual improvement through sheer repetition. This is the beginning of Vincent's true artistic journey, not a story of innate genius effortlessly expressing itself, but rather one of relentless determination, systematic self-education, and hard-won progress, driven by late blooming but absolute commitment. Having decided in 1880 to pursue art seriously after numerous failed career attempts, Vincent approaches this new direction with characteristic intensity. Recognizing his technical limitations starting so late, he embarks on systematic self-education, beginning with fundamentals most art students learn in childhood. He obtains drawing manuals like Charles Bargues' Cours de Dessin, used in academic training, copying exercises with monastic discipline, sometimes redoing the same drawing 50 times until satisfied. These early studies focus on basic elements: proportion, perspective, light and shadow, human anatomy. The results, though showing genuine effort, reveal how much ground must be covered to develop professional-level technique. Initially, Vincent seeks some formal instruction while based in Brussels. He briefly attends Académie Royale des Beaux-Arts, but finds institutional education poorly suited to his independent temperament and accelerated learning needs. More valuable proves informal mentorship from Dutch artist Anton Mauve, his cousin by marriage, who provides practical advice about materials and techniques during periodic connections. These limited formal learning experiences supplement Vincent's primary education method: obsessive practice, careful study of admired artists through museum visits and reproductions, and direct observation of subjects that increasingly captivate his developing aesthetic vision. His choice of subject matter already reveals the artistic and moral vision that will define his mature work. Rather than classical themes or fashionable society portraits, Vincent focuses on workers, peasants, miners, and ordinary people bearing life's physical burdens. Early drawings like Worn Out, 1882, depicting exhausted elderly man with head in hands, already communicate the empathetic connection with human suffering characterizing his entire oeuvre. Landscape studies similarly focus not on picturesque beauty, but on emotional resonance: windswept trees, humble cottages, plowed fields representing human relationship with nature through labor rather than romantic idealization. Color enters Vincent's work gradually after establishing drawing foundation. His early palette appears remarkably different from the vibrant hues later, defining his revolutionary style. Dark, earthy tones dominate works from Dutch period: browns, umbers, muted greens, reflecting both Northern European artistic traditions and practical reality of subjects like potato farmers and weavers, whose lives contained little chromatic brightness. Works like The Potato Eaters, 1885, epitomize this early approach, with deliberately dark palette communicating hard-scrabble existence through color choice, alongside compositional elements and drawing technique. Technical challenges and breakthroughs mark this developmental period. Vincent struggles initially with perspective, sometimes producing awkwardly proportioned figures or spatial relationships requiring correction. Human anatomy proves particularly difficult without formal academic training, with hands and complex poses causing special frustration evidenced in letters describing repeated attempts. Yet persistent practice yields remarkable progress, compressed into time frame that would astonish academic instructors. Within approximately 2 years of beginning serious drawing practice, he produces accomplished works recognizable as emerging artistic voice rather than mere student exercises. Living arrangements during this early artistic period reflect both financial limitations and deliberate proximity to chosen subjects. After initial period in Brussels, Vincent moves to parents' home in Etten briefly before establishing independent household in Hague. There, he experiences disastrous romantic relationship with pregnant prostitute Klasina Maria Hornick, known as Scene, and her children, attempting to create family while working intensively on drawing technique. Following this relationship's painful conclusion, he returns briefly to parental home before moving to Noonan in North Brabant, living near his parents while developing the daily observation of peasant life, informing his first significant paintings, including The Potato Eaters. Throughout this period, Vincent's relationship with conventional art world remains problematic. Brief attempt selling drawings through art dealer proves unsuccessful, with Vincent's style considered too unrefined for commercial appeal. Local reception to his work generally ranges from indifference to ridicule, with rural communities seeing little value in depictions of poverty and hardship they experience firsthand. Vincent's difficult personality, intense, sometimes argumentative, often neglectful of social niceties, creates additional barriers to professional connections that might advance his work. Increasingly, Theo's financial support and moral encouragement provide sole external validation, sustaining his artistic development. Artistic influences during this formative period reveal Vincent's developing aesthetic through conscious study and inspiration. Jean-Francois Millet's dignified peasant subjects provide crucial model for depicting rural workers with empathy rather than condescension or sentimentality. Dutch masters, particularly Rembrandt, inform his understanding of light, shadow, and emotional expressiveness. Contemporary illustrators from journals like The Graphic and Elle Illustration influence his drawing style and subject selection. Vincent absorbs these influences while increasingly developing distinctive approach, synthesizing elements rather than merely imitating admired precursors. By 1886, approximately 5 years into serious artistic pursuit, Vincent has produced substantial body of work, demonstrating remarkable development from tentative beginnings. His drawings show confident handling of materials and observational accuracy, transcending mere technical exercise. Paintings, though still in relatively dark palette, predating revolutionary color approach, display distinctive compositional sense and emotional expressiveness, announcing genuine artistic voice. Yet he recognizes remaining limitations in technique and aesthetic understanding, particularly regarding color theory developments, transforming contemporary French painting. This recognition prompts pivotal decision to join Theo in Paris, move that will catalyze transformation from promising but provincial painter into revolutionary artistic innovator, whose work will eventually transform Western art's trajectory. Paris period, February 1886, brings gray, rain-slicked streets and bitter cold as Vincent arrives unannounced at Theo's Paris apartment on Rue Lepic in Montmartre. This sudden appearance, typical of Vincent's impulsive decisions, initially disrupts Theo's carefully arranged bachelor existence, but initiates artistic transformation as dramatic as any in Western art history. During approximately 2-year Paris residence, Vincent absorbs revolutionary developments in contemporary painting, exchanges ideas with avant-garde artists reshaping artistic convention, and undergoes extraordinary stylistic evolution compressed into time frame that typically requires decades, emerging with essential elements of revolutionary approach that will produce his greatest masterpieces during subsequent southern sojourns. Paris in 1886 represents global center for artistic innovation, with traditional academic painting increasingly challenged by successive movements, expanding possibilities for color, form, and subject matter. Impressionism has already broken ground with optical approach to light and color, while newer post-impressionist directions explore more subjective, emotional, and symbolic dimensions beyond mere visual perception. Vincent arrives at precisely this pivotal moment, immediately recognizing possibilities for resolving limitations in his developing approach. The city itself, with museums, galleries, cafes hosting artistic discussions, and streets teeming with modern urban life, provides immersive educational environment impossible in provincial settings, where his artistic journey began. The brothers' shared apartment becomes Vincent's first real studio, walls soon covered with new paintings showing rapid assimilation of contemporary influences. Living arrangements prove challenging, with Vincent's erratic habits, strong opinions, and occasional volatility testing Theo's patience. Yet this period also strengthens their bond through daily artistic conversations, shared gallery visits, and introduction to key figures in Parisian art world. This proximity allows Theo to witness Vincent's extraordinary development firsthand rather than merely through correspondence, deepening his understanding of his brother's evolving vision, while reinforcing commitment to supporting work, still generating no commercial interest despite remarkable advancement. Perhaps most consequential among Paris period developments, Vincent's palette undergoes complete transformation. The dark, earthy tones characterizing Dutch period give way to progressively lighter, more vibrant color exploration. Initial experiments with impressionist techniques produce paintings with distinctly higher color key, but still working within relatively naturalistic framework. Gradually, these explorations move toward more expressive, non-naturalistic color choices, communicating emotional and symbolic dimensions rather than merely recording visual perception. This color revolution, fundamental to Vincent's most significant contributions, develops through systematic experimentation with complementary contrasts, simultaneous color effects, and emotional color associations that will eventually produce the vibrant, pulsating canvases of his mature style. Technical advancement parallels this color exploration. Vincent's brushwork evolves from relatively conventional application toward increasingly distinctive approach, using visible strokes as expressive elements rather than merely descriptive tools. Paintings from early Paris period still show relatively smooth paint application, but progressive experiments lead toward the characteristic brushstrokes, directional, rhythmic, energetic, creating visual texture, and dynamic surface quality, defining his mature style. This technical evolution reflects both conscious experimentation and observation of contemporary artists whose approaches suggest possibilities beyond academic finish that had dominated Western painting for centuries. Art historical education expands dramatically during Paris residence. The Louvre provides systematic exposure to painting traditions beyond Dutch masters who previously dominated Vincent's museum experiences. Japanese ukiyo-e prints, collected initially for their exotic appeal and affordability, profoundly influence his developing aesthetic with their flattened perspective, bold compositional arrangements, decorative color approach, and emphasis on linear expression. Contemporary exhibitions introduce works by Monet, Renoir, Degas, and other impressionists, demonstrating revolutionary color potential, while emerging post-impressionists, including Seurat and Signac, suggest systematic approaches to color theory that Vincent adapts to his own more intuitive and expressive purposes. Personal connections with fellow artists prove equally important to museum and exhibition encounters. Through Theo's introductions and his own persistent networking despite social awkwardness, Vincent develops relationships with significant figures in Parisian avant-garde. Particularly important becomes friendship with Paul Signac, who introduces theories of optical color mixing central to pointillism. Regular conversations with Émile Bernard, Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, Louis Anquetin, and others at establishments like Café du Tambourine and Le Grand Bouillon Restaurant du Chorin create informal artistic community, exchanging ideas about painting's future possibilities. These relationships, while sometimes strained by Vincent's intensity, provide crucial artistic dialogue previously unavailable in more isolated settings. Subject matter diversifies significantly during Paris period. The peasants and rural landscapes dominating Dutch work remain important, but are joined by distinctively urban and modern subjects: Montmartre windmills and dance halls, Seine bridges and riverbanks, cafe interiors with absinthe drinkers and performers. Still life painting assumes new importance, particularly flower compositions, allowing color experimentation with relatively static subjects. Self-portraits multiply, at least 20 created during Paris period, serving simultaneously as portrait practice, without cost of models, psychological self-examination, and systematic experiments with color relationships, brushwork techniques, and compositional approaches. This subject expansion reflects both broadening artistic interests and practical adaptation to urban environment where peasant models and rural landscapes require special expeditions rather than daily observation. Living conditions during Paris period reveal continuing tension between artistic commitment and practical challenges. The shared apartment with Theo provides basic stability but limited studio space. Financial constraints remain constant despite Theo's generous support, with expensive Parisian living costs requiring careful management. Vincent's health suffers from poor nutrition, excessive alcohol, particularly absinthe, and probable tobacco overuse, establishing patterns contributing to subsequent physical deterioration. Social isolation persists despite expanded artistic connections, with Vincent's intensity and unconventional habits preventing deeper friendships beyond professional artistic relationships. These practical challenges counterbalance artistic breakthroughs, creating complex personal reality behind extraordinary creative development. By early 1888, Vincent has absorbed Paris offerings with characteristic intensity, while simultaneously recognizing the city's limitations for his developing vision and deteriorating health. The urban environment, gray northern light, and high-pressure artistic competitiveness increasingly feel constraining rather than stimulating. His paintings have undergone revolutionary transformation: lighter palette, more expressive brushwork, expanded subject range, and synthesized influences from Impressionism, Japanese prints, and emerging post-impressionist approaches. Yet, he senses further development requires different environment, more conducive to the intensely personal vision emerging through these Parisian transformations. This recognition leads to pivotal decision for southern relocation to Arles, where Mediterranean light and relative isolation will catalyze final extraordinary flowering before mental health crises increasingly interrupt his artistic journey. Paris period, thus, represents crucial transformative phase between early development and mature mastery. Vincent arrives as promising but provincial painter working in dark palette with limited technique. He departs with fundamental elements of revolutionary approach that will produce history-changing masterpieces during brief remaining active years. The artistic distance traveled during these approximately 2 years represents compressed evolution that typically requires decades, testifying to both extraordinary receptivity to new influences and absolute commitment to artistic development that defines Vincent's unique creative journey. Move to Arles, February 1888, brings Vincent van Gogh to the Arles train station, disembarking into biting winter wind that belies southern France's sunny reputation. Snow blankets the unexpected landscape as he makes his way to the hotel restaurant Carol, temporary lodging, while he searches for more permanent arrangements. The journey from gray Paris has been long, his wooden case packed with canvases, paints, and brushes, the essential tools of his developing vision. At 34, Vincent has finally synthesized the elements of his artistic voice through intense Parisian education, but now seeks different light, different landscape, and different pace to bring this emerging vision to full fruition. This relocation represents characteristically bold decision despite practical challenges. Vincent's financial situation remains entirely dependent on Theo's monthly allowance, making the move significant commitment for both brothers. His health has deteriorated in Paris through combination of poor nutrition, excessive alcohol, constant tobacco, and relentless work patterns. Socially, he leaves behind the artistic community, providing both stimulation and professional connections, potentially advancing his still unrecognized work. Yet, Vincent believes with absolute conviction that Southern light and landscape will catalyze artistic breakthrough, justifying these practical sacrifices. Intuition proving extraordinarily correct, as subsequent events reveal. Arles in 1888 offers striking contrast to cosmopolitan Paris. This provincial Roman town of approximately 30,000 inhabitants centers on agricultural commerce rather than artistic innovation. Local residents view the strange northerner with suspicion, intensified by his unconventional appearance, foreign accent, and incomprehensible artistic activities. Vincent describes locals staring at me as if I were a dangerous madman when he sets up easel in countryside or town streets. This isolation, while psychologically challenging, creates working environment free from artistic politics and fashionable pressures dominating Parisian scene, allowing development of increasingly personal vision without external influences diluting its revolutionary character. The Mediterranean landscape provides exactly the visual stimulation Vincent anticipated. As winter yields to spring, the countryside explodes with color that seems to validate his Paris-developed chromatic explorations. Blossoming orchards, golden wheat fields, vivid blue skies, and stark light create natural environment resonating with his evolving aesthetic instincts. The countryside here seems to me as beautiful as Japan for the clarity of the atmosphere and the gay color effects. He writes Theo, connecting his direct observations with Japanese prints that significantly influenced his Paris artistic development. This environment supports continued evolution toward non-naturalistic color, expressing emotional and symbolic dimensions rather than merely recording visual appearance. Practical arrangements establish working patterns supporting extraordinary productivity despite minimal resources. After brief hotel stay, Vincent rents a small apartment at Place Lamartine, known as the Yellow House, providing combined living and working space that features prominently in subsequent paintings. His daily routine achieves monastic discipline. Early morning preparation of canvases and materials, full days painting outdoors in all weather conditions, evenings spent finishing works, writing extensive letters, primarily to Theo, and planning next day's subjects. Living expenses remain carefully budgeted, with majority of Theo's allowance directed toward art supplies rather than personal comforts. Meals often consist of bread, coffee, and alcohol at local cafes, whose environments also become painting subjects. The resulting artistic output during initial aural period represents quantitative explosion and qualitative transformation. Vincent produces over 200 paintings in approximately 15 months. Extraordinary productivity, given their size, complexity, and revolutionary technical approach. More significantly, these works display fundamental breakthroughs in color usage, brushwork, compositional organization, and emotional expressiveness that define his most significant contributions to art history. Paintings from this period: sunflowers, cafe terrace at night, the night cafe, the yellow house, numerous portraits, orchards, and landscapes, reveal fully realized artistic voice, transcending influences absorbed in Paris, while establishing visual language immediately recognizable as uniquely his own. Color achieves particular breakthrough during this period. Building on Paris experiments, Vincent develops fully non-naturalistic approach, where chromatic choices communicate emotional and symbolic meanings beyond visual accuracy. Complementary contrasts, blues against oranges, purples against yellows, reds against greens, create vibrating visual energy across canvas surfaces. The signature yellow, representing southern sunlight, appears with unprecedented intensity, while night scenes paradoxically employ richest colors rather than darkness, as in Starry Night over the Rhone, where deep blues pulsate with golden reflections. These color innovations, while building on scientific theories Vincent studied in Paris, transcend systematic approach through intuitive emotional application, representing one of his most significant artistic contributions. Brushwork similarly evolves toward fully realized personal expression. The characteristic stroke, directional, rhythmic, energetic, becomes fundamental compositional element rather than merely descriptive tool. In fields and skis, these strokes create swirling movement, suggesting deeper rhythms beneath visible surfaces. In portraits, they follow facial structure while simultaneously expressing emotional states beyond physical appearance. In architectural subjects, they emphasize underlying geometric forms while animating seemingly static structures with vibrational energy. This distinctive technique, immediately recognizable as Vincent's unique contribution, develops fully during aural period, emerging from Paris experiments, but achieving complete realization within southern landscapes' particular qualities. Social isolation marks this period despite Vincent's repeated attempts establishing connections. Letters describe frustrated efforts engaging local residents beyond superficial encounters with cafe proprietors and occasional models. Some local artists, including postman Joseph Rulin and his family, develop meaningful relationships memorialized in multiple portraits. But broader artistic community remains absent. Vincent frequents brothels for both sexual contact and social interaction, establishments where his eccentric behavior meets less judgment than conventional settings. These experiences, while providing temporary relief from isolation, cannot substitute for genuine artistic dialogue, increasingly absent as distance from Paris avant-garde becomes psychological as well as geographical reality. Living conditions reflect both practical limitations and personal priorities, directing resources toward art rather than comfort. The Yellow House, while providing essential, combined living-working space, remains sparsely furnished with minimal amenities. Vincent sleeps on simple bed, prepares basic meals on small stove, and maintains limited wardrobe, showing increasing signs of neglect. Personal hygiene deteriorates with reduced social accountability, while health suffers from poor nutrition. Alcohol abuse, particularly absinthe, constant smoking, and exhausting work schedule, often continuing through extreme weather conditions. These factors create physical vulnerability, increasingly evident as mental stability also becomes more fragile. The Yellow House gradually transforms from mere accommodation to symbolic center for ambitious communal vision. Vincent develops dream establishing Studio of the South, where like-minded artists might live and work cooperatively, creating collective energy, advancing modern painting's development. This vision reflects both genuine artistic idealism and desperate need for community, alleviating increasing isolation. Extensive planning occurs through correspondence with Theo, who provides additional funds for furnishing second bedroom and studio space, despite reasonable skepticism regarding project's practical viability. The physical space itself becomes subject for paintings that reveal psychological investment, extending far beyond mere architectural documentation. By autumn 1888, approximately 8 months after arrival, Vincent has established extraordinary working momentum, while simultaneously experiencing increasing psychological strain from isolation, physical deterioration, and overwhelming sensory stimulation without adequate processing support. His letters reveal complex psychological state, artistic exhilaration, alongside growing anxiety, productive discipline, punctuated by emotional volatility. The foundation exists for both greatest artistic achievements and potential psychological crisis, with Yellow House simultaneously representing fulfilled artistic ambition and increasingly precarious psychological projection. This ambivalent situation creates context for critical development, determining subsequent trajectory. Paul Gauguin's arrival in October 1888, initiating brief but consequential collaborative period ending in legendary crisis, permanently altering Vincent's life and work. Yellow House, an artistic peak. Afternoon sunlight bathes the Yellow House's facade in golden light as Vincent arranges paintings along studio walls. Recent works, vibrant sunflowers, night cafe scenes pulsating with color, portraits revealing psychological depth beneath surface appearance, demonstrate extraordinary artistic development since arriving in Arles 9 months earlier. Each canvas displays revolutionary approach to color, distinctive brushwork, immediately identifying its creator, and emotional intensity, transcending mere visual description. The small two-story building at Place Lamartine has become laboratory, sanctuary, and symbol for Vincent's ambitious vision, both personal artistic breakthrough and hoped-for communal creative center. This autumn 1888 moment represents artistic peak before psychological crisis interrupts remarkable trajectory. Vincent's domestic arrangements within Yellow House reveal characteristic combination of aesthetic sensitivity and practical limitation. The ground floor provides studio space filled with recently completed canvases, works in progress, and carefully organized painting materials purchased through Theo's financial support. Upstairs, 2 bedrooms offer minimal comfort. Vincent's small chamber contains simple bed, washstand, and chair, while second room awaits Paul, Gauguin's anticipated arrival. The kitchen area accommodates basic meal preparation, though Vincent increasingly relies on cafe meals, balancing economy with opportunity for social contact. Throughout these modest spaces, carefully selected Japanese prints provide visual inspiration, while inexpensive reproductions of admired artworks maintain connection to broader artistic traditions despite geographic isolation. Working methods during this period achieve extraordinary discipline, supporting unparalleled productivity. Vincent rises early regardless of weather conditions, preparing canvases and materials for days' work with methodical care, reflecting professional approach despite continued commercial rejection. Depending on chosen subject, he works either within studio or outdoors, sometimes walking considerable distances, carrying heavy equipment to specific landscape locations. The remarkable speed characterizing his painting process derives not from careless haste, but intensive preparation, detailed drawings establishing composition, careful observation, internalizing subjects' essential characteristics, and decisive execution, applying accumulated knowledge through confident technique developed through years of relentless practice. Subjects during this peak period reveal emotional and aesthetic preoccupations, defining Vincent's unique contribution. Sunflowers become signature motif, their radial structure, vibrant yellow coloration, and symbolic associations with southern light creating perfect vehicle for his artistic concerns. Nocturnal scenes allow exploration of color paradox, using richest palette for darkest subjects, as in Café Terrace at night, where electric blues and vibrant yellows create luminous night vision defying conventional representation. Portraits of local residents, particularly postman Joseph Rulin and his family, combine accurate physical observation with psychological penetration and formal experimentation. Landscapes capture Provençal countryside's distinctive qualities, while transforming geographic specificity into universal emotional expression. through color choices and brushwork rhythms transcending mere description. The artistic achievements crystallizing during this period represent revolutionary innovations across multiple dimensions. Color usage transcends both academic tradition and impressionist observation through deliberately non-naturalistic choices, expressing emotional and spiritual dimensions beyond visual appearance. Brushwork develops unique language where stroke direction, rhythm, and pressure communicate distinct meaning alongside subject matter. Compositional approaches synthesize Japanese print influences, Dutch landscape traditions, and contemporary French experiments into wholly original organizational systems. These technical innovations serve deeper purpose beyond mere stylistic development, creating visual language capable of expressing intense emotional experience, spiritual questioning, and psychological complexity, defining Vincent's worldview and personal experience. Daily life during this peak period reveals increasing tension between extraordinary artistic productivity and deteriorating personal stability. Vincent maintains remarkable work discipline, producing painting approximately every 36 hours, despite minimal external validation or financial return. This productivity coexists with increasingly erratic personal habits, irregular meals often replaced by alcohol, particularly absinthe and coffee, minimal sleep interrupted by extended nocturnal walking, personal hygiene neglected through single-minded focus on work. Physical health suffers from this lifestyle, with weight loss, digestive problems, and dental issues documented in letters and visible in self-portraits from period. These conditions create physical vulnerability alongside psychological precarity, evident in emotional volatility, alternating between exhilaration and despair. Artistic ambition extends beyond individual achievement toward communal vision, increasingly occupying Vincent's imagination. The Studio of the South concept envisions Yellow House as center for artistic community, advancing modern painting through cooperative living and creative exchange. This dream reflects both genuine idealism regarding art's transformative potential and personal longing for community alleviating painful isolation. Extensive preparations, furnishing second bedroom, creating decorative paintings specifically for Yellow House walls, developing theoretical framework through correspondence with Theo and potential participants, demonstrate seriousness beyond mere fantasy. This vision's increasing importance within Vincent's psychological economy creates significant vulnerability when confronted with practical realities, challenging its implementation. Financial realities during this period reveal continuing dependence on Theo's support, despite extraordinary artistic development. Vincent's paintings generate no income despite representing work now valued among world's most expensive artworks. Monthly allowance from Theo, approximately 150 francs, supplemented by occasional additional funds for specific projects, provides basic subsistence while prioritizing art materials over personal comfort. Careful accounting letters detail expenditures, demonstrating conscientious resource management alongside occasional impulsive decisions, reflecting psychological rather than practical considerations. This financial dependence, while enabling artistic freedom from commercial considerations, creates persistent underlying stress and complex brotherhood dynamics, occasionally erupting into tension despite fundamentally supportive relationship. The yellow house itself increasingly functions symbolically as well as practically within Vincent's psychological landscape. Beyond mere accommodation, it represents concrete manifestation of artistic independence, potential community center, and physical anchor providing stability amid internal emotional turbulence. Multiple paintings document its exterior and interior spaces, treating modest structure with attention typically reserved for significant architectural monuments. The building appears in correspondence as character rather than mere setting, invested with projections and expectations, extending far beyond physical characteristics. This symbolic significance creates particularly dangerous vulnerability when yellow house reality inevitably fails matching internal idealized vision, especially following Gauguin's arrival challenging Vincent's environmental control and conceptual ownership. By late autumn 1888, Vincent stands simultaneously at extraordinary artistic peak and psychological precipice. The paintings created during preceding months represent fully realized artistic vision following years of development, technical mastery, serving profound emotional expression through revolutionary visual language, transforming Western art's possibilities. This achievement exists in precarious balance with deteriorating physical health, increasing social isolation, and rising psychological instability, lacking adequate support structures beyond long-distance correspondence with Theo. The yellow house represents both triumphant artistic laboratory and potentially dangerous projection screen for unfulfillable expectations. Into this ambivalent situation arrives Paul Gauguin in October 1888, initiating brief but intensity-charged collaborative experiment ending in psychological crisis, permanently altering Vincent's remaining life trajectory, while paradoxically securing his artistic legacy through resulting mythologized narrative. Relationship with Gauguin. Rain drums against yellow house windows as Vincent and Paul Gauguin sit across from each other in lamplight, engaged in another heated debate about painting's fundamental purposes. Their voices occasionally rise above rainfall's persistent rhythm, Vincent's rapid, emotionally charged arguments contrasting with Gauguin's more measured, self-assured pronouncements. Two easels stand nearby bearing works in progress, revealing profoundly different approaches despite shared rejection of academic convention. This autumn 1888 scene captures the complex dynamic between two extraordinary artists whose brief cohabitation in Arles creates legendary artistic dialogue ending in psychological crisis that permanently alters both men's lives while generating one of art history's most enduring narratives. The relationship's foundation develops months before physical meeting through correspondence and Theo's diplomatic intermediation. Vincent, increasingly isolated in Arles, conceives Studio of the South vision, requiring participating artists sharing communal creative environment. Gauguin emerges as primary candidate for this project, his financial difficulties making yellow houses subsidized living arrangement practical necessity, while his established reputation, though not yet commercial success, adds legitimacy to Vincent's concept. Initial correspondence reveals mutual respect alongside fundamental differences, foreshadowing later conflicts. Gauguin's situation, unsuccessful in selling paintings, despite critics' recognition, considering abandoning painting for colonial banking career in Panama, creates receptivity to arrangement, offering temporary financial solution through Theo's dealer resources. Preparations for Gauguin's arrival demonstrate Vincent's emotional investment, extending far beyond practical considerations. Beyond furnishing dedicated bedroom with unusual attention to comfort, Vincent creates several significant paintings, specifically as decorations for Gauguin's room, including second Sunflowers series, representing some of his most accomplished works. Letters describe escalating anticipation, approaching psychological fixation, with Vincent's expectations regarding collaboration clearly exceeding realistic possibilities. The physical yellow house increasingly transforms into projection screen for idealized artistic community rather than modest provincial accommodation. These inflated expectations create dangerous vulnerability when inevitably confronting relationships' actual dynamics, following Gauguin's delayed but eventually confirmed arrival in October 1888. First impressions following Gauguin's arrival reveal fundamental temperamental differences, complicating their collaboration despite shared artistic commitments. Vincent's emotional intensity, conversational digressions, and physical appearance, increasingly neglected through single-minded artistic focus, contrast sharply with Gauguin's more controlled self-presentation, systematic thinking, and relative social polish, despite equally unconventional artistic vision. Initial interactions maintain superficial harmony through mutual curiosity and genuine artistic respect. But underlying tensions quickly emerge regarding daily routines, household management, and fundamental approaches to both painting practice and theoretical foundations. These differences manifest in letters to respective correspondents before directly surfacing in increasingly heated discussions. Domestic arrangements provide constant friction points despite efforts establishing workable cohabitation. Vincent's irregular habits, erratic sleeping patterns, meal timing dictated by painting light, rather than conventional schedules. Studio practices occupying shared spaces, conflict with Gauguin's preferences for more structured daily rhythm. Financial imbalance creates additional tension, with Vincent's position as nominal household head through Theo's funding conflicting with Gauguin's self-perception as more established artist providing expertise rather than receiving charity. Practical matters from grocery purchases to studio temperature become battlegrounds representing deeper conflicts regarding authority, autonomy, and relationship definition, remaining fundamentally unresolved throughout their 9-week cohabitation. Artistic approaches reveal most significant differences despite shared rejection of academic convention and commercial considerations. Vincent's method working directly from subject with minimal preliminary planning, embracing spontaneity and emotional response, accepting failures as necessary components within productive process, contrasts sharply with Gauguin's more systematic approach, emphasizing memory, imagination, and careful planning before execution. Their technical practices similarly diverge. Vincent's thick impasto, visible brushwork, and direct color application versus Gauguin's flatter surfaces, symbolic color choices, and more deliberate compositional construction. These methodological differences represent fundamental philosophical divergence regarding art's essential nature rather than merely technical preferences, creating increasingly contentious debates as cohabitation continues. The artistic dialogue, despite these differences, produces significant works by both painters showing mutual influence while maintaining distinct individual voices. Vincent experiments with memory-based painting following Gauguin's advocacy, producing several works showing flatter composition and more symbolic approach than his characteristic direct observational method. Gauguin similarly explores aspects of Vincent's color approach and subject selections, while maintaining his distinctive stylistic direction. Their portraits of each other provide particularly revealing documents of their relationship. Vincent's portrait of Gauguin, capturing his colleague's somewhat arrogant self-possession while revealing genuine respect for his intellectual concentration. Gauguin's Vincent painting sunflowers, emphasizing his subject's intense absorption and distinctive profile, while subtly suggesting psychological fragility beneath creative focus, whether increasingly confines them indoors, as November brings heavy rainfall restricting outdoor painting opportunities that previously provided natural separation during working hours. This enforced proximity intensifies tensions while eliminating productive independence, characterizing earlier phase of their relationship. Vincent's psychological stability deteriorates through combination of increasing alcohol consumption, particularly absinthe, irregular sleep, poor nutrition, and relentless work pace, maintained despite weather limitations through indoor subjects, including additional sunflower paintings. Gauguin observes concerning behaviors he later documents. Intense starring episodes, rambling monologues, and emotional outbursts, suggesting psychological decompensation, extending beyond merely eccentric artistic temperament. The relationship deteriorates through December as initial diplomatic restraint yields to increasingly open conflict regarding both practical arrangements and fundamental artistic philosophies. Vincent's letters to Theo reveal growing paranoia regarding perceived condescension from Gauguin, alongside desperate attempts, maintaining idealized collaborative vision despite mounting evidence of its impracticality. Gauguin's correspondence similarly indicates recognition that arrangement has become untenable, with plans for departure developing before eventual crisis, provides dramatic conclusion to experiment. Local cafe proprietors and acquaintances later report witnessing increasingly heated public arguments between painters previously observed working separately or in more harmonious interaction during relationship's earlier phase. Events culminating in infamous ear incident remain partially obscured through conflicting accounts, subsequent mythologization, and participants' understandable desire managing public narrative. Most reliable reconstructions suggest December 23 argument reaching unprecedented intensity, with Gauguin announcing definite intention, departing immediately rather than continuing through year's end, as previously discussed. Vincent's response, combining emotional volatility, alcohol influence, and increasingly fragile psychological state, creates sufficiently concerning situation that Gauguin spends night at local hotel rather than returning to Yellow House. The subsequent self-harm occurs during evening when Vincent, alone in Yellow House following Gauguin's departure, experiences psychological break resulting in partial ear amputation, likely using razor encountered during Gauguin's earlier painting session, documenting local bordello. The relationship's aftermath extends far beyond immediate crisis resolution. Gauguin departs Arles permanently following hospital notification, returning to Paris before eventually realizing long-considered plan, relocating to French Polynesia, where his most celebrated works develop partly through continued processing of Arles experience. Vincent experiences initial hospitalization, followed by subsequent psychological crises, eventually leading to voluntary commitment at Saint-Rémy Asylum. Their direct correspondence ends, though each continues processing relationship through artwork and discussions with others. The collaborative experiment, while failing as sustainable arrangement, succeeds in catalyzing significant artistic developments for both painters, while generating narrative eventually enhancing both artists' posthumous reputations through dramatic biographical elements, extending beyond purely artistic considerations. In historical perspective, the relationship between Vincent and Gauguin represents extraordinary case study in collaboration's possibilities and limitations between significant creative personalities. Their fundamental differences, temperamental methodological, philosophical, created inevitable conflict, alongside genuine mutual influence, still discernible in subsequent works by both painters. The Yellow House experiment, while failing as sustainable communal model, succeeded in producing significant artistic achievements directly resulting from their challenging dialogue. The dramatic conclusion, while unfortunate for both participants, generated narrative eventually benefiting both artists' historical recognition through biographical elements, extending interest beyond purely artistic assessment. Their brief but intense connection ultimately transformed both painters' trajectories, while creating one of art history's most enduring personal narratives. The ear incident. Blood trails across yellow floorboards as Vincent stumbles through Arles streets in pre-dawn darkness. December 24, 1888. Clutching small paper package containing severed ear portion, he approaches familiar brothel where he delivers this disturbing offering to shocked prostitute before returning home, where unconsciousness eventually overtakes him. Hours later, police discover him near death from blood loss in Yellow House bed. Initiating sequence, transforming promising artistic experiment into medical emergency and local scandal. This infamous incident, variously interpreted as romantic gesture, psychotic break, or desperate communication attempt, permanently alters Vincent's life trajectory, while paradoxically securing his posthumous fame through biographical drama, transcending even his extraordinary artistic achievements. Events preceding this notorious self-harm remain partially obscured through conflicting accounts, subsequent mythologization, and participants' understandable efforts managing public narrative. Reconstructing most plausible sequence from available evidence suggests escalating tension between Vincent and Gauguin throughout December 1888, with their artistic differences, domestic frictions, and Vincent's deteriorating psychological state, creating increasingly volatile situation, whether constraints forcing extended indoor proximity, Vincent's increasing alcohol consumption, particularly absinthe, irregular sleep patterns, poor nutrition, and relentless work pace create perfect conditions for psychological decompensation, previously manifesting through concerning behaviors Gauguin later documents. Intense starring episodes, rambling monologues, and emotional volatility beyond merely eccentric artistic temperament. The immediate trigger appears to be December 23 confrontation, when Gauguin announces definite intention, departing immediately rather than continuing through year's end, as previously discussed. This declaration shatters Vincent's increasingly fragile studio of the South vision, representing both artistic ideal and psychological anchor amid growing personal instability. Contemporary accounts suggest Vincent's response created sufficiently concerning situation that Gauguin spent night at local hotel rather than returning to Yellow House. Available evidence supports neither later embellishments claiming Vincent threatened Gauguin with razor, nor Gauguin's self-serving narrative suggesting his hypnotic gaze prevented potential violence. More reliable reconstruction suggests heated argument followed by separate departures from Yellow House, with Vincent returning alone to empty building, representing his now collapsed communal dream. The self-harm itself occurs during evening solitude when Vincent, alone following Gauguin's departure and likely influenced by alcohol, experiences psychological break, resulting in left ear's partial amputation. The instrument was likely razor encountered during Gauguin's earlier painting session documenting local bordello, named the Street of Good Cheer, where Vincent sometimes sought both sexual contact and social interaction. Medical records indicate removal of ear's lower portion, rather than entire organ, as sometimes erroneously depicted in popular accounts. Following this self-mutilation, Vincent apparently wrapped severed portion in paper before walking to familiar brothel, where he delivered this disturbing package to prostitute named Rachel before returning home, where blood loss eventually caused unconsciousness. Discovery occurs next morning when police, alerted by brothel staff regarding disturbing incident, locate Vincent near death from blood loss in Yellow House bedroom. Local physicians provide emergency treatment before transferring him to Municipal Hospital, where physical wounds receive proper medical attention, while psychological condition comes under observation. News quickly spreads through small provincial community, already regarding eccentric foreign painter with suspicion, creating local scandal, substantially complicating Vincent's subsequent recovery and reintegration attempts. Telegram notification reaches Gauguin in hotel, prompting immediate departure for Paris without hospital visit, action later generating criticism, but potentially reflecting genuine shock alongside self-protective instinct, avoiding potential legal complications. Hospital records provide clinical documentation contrasting with mythologized accounts. Dr. Felix Ray, young physician treating Vincent's physical wounds, notes successful management of severed ear portion, infection prevention through appropriate antiseptic protocols, and monitoring for potential complications, including blood loss effects. Psychiatric observations remain less detailed, but indicate recognition of serious psychological disturbance beyond temporary delirium or alcohol intoxication. Vincent receives diagnosis likely corresponding to acute psychotic episode in modern terminology, though 19th century psychiatric classifications used different nomenclature. Physical recovery proceeds relatively smoothly, while psychological stabilization requires several weeks before discharge becomes medically appropriate. Theo's response to crisis demonstrates extraordinary brotherly commitment, transcending mere financial support, characterizing their relationship throughout Vincent's artistic career. Upon receiving telegram notification, he immediately travels from Paris despite holiday season and personal circumstances, arriving Arles December 25 to find Vincent hospitalized and Yellow House effectively abandoned. His presence provides crucial psychological support during initial recovery period, practical assistance, managing living arrangements temporarily suspended through hospitalization, and diplomatic interface with local authorities whose perspective on incident potentially carried legal as well as medical implications. Most significantly, Theo's unwavering support communicates fundamental message that Vincent remains valued human being deserving care rather than merely disturbed individual requiring management. Vincent's own understanding regarding incident evolves through recovery period, with hospital correspondence revealing remarkable self-awareness alongside continuing psychological vulnerability. Initial letters show limited memory regarding actual self-harm, though recognition that serious psychological break occurred. Subsequent communications demonstrate growing insight regarding contributing factors, acknowledging alcohol's role, work-related exhaustion, nutritional neglect, and interpersonal stressors, without entirely explaining behavior through these external factors. Most poignantly, Vincent expresses genuine remorse regarding distress caused others, particularly Theo, while simultaneously maintaining artistic commitment, providing paradoxical stability throughout recovery process. This balanced self-assessment, neither denying serious psychological disturbance nor accepting permanent incapacitation, characterizes Vincent's remarkable resilience throughout subsequent challenges. Local community response dramatically affects Vincent's post-hospitalization experience. Having previously regarded eccentric foreign painter with suspicion, Arles residents now view him with active hostility following incident, confirming their worst assumptions regarding his mental stability. When Vincent returns to Yellow House in January 1889, following initial recovery, neighbors organize petition requesting authorities address dangerous madman threatening community safety. Children throw stones at his distinctive figure when he attempts resuming outdoor painting. Previously, tolerant cafe proprietors refuse service-fearing disturbances. This social rejection exacerbates psychological vulnerability while preventing re-establishment of productive working patterns that previously provided emotional stabilization despite personal eccentricities. Artistic response to trauma reveals extraordinary resilience, characterizing Vincent's relationship with painting throughout life's challenges. During hospitalization, he requests painting materials as soon as physical condition permits, creating several significant hospital room views and self-portraits documenting bandaged ear. Upon returning to Yellow House, he resumes painting despite community hostility and continuing psychological fragility, producing works showing remarkable technical control despite recent traumatic experience. Most revealing, his subject selection returns to fundamental concerns defining his artistic vision before crisis, portraits exploring psychological depth, landscapes capturing natural rhythms beneath visible surfaces, still lifes transforming ordinary objects through emotional resonance. This artistic continuity amid biographical disruption demonstrates painting's fundamental importance as both psychological anchor and authentic self-expression, transcending even severe personal disturbance. Subsequent hospitalizations following recurring psychological episodes eventually lead to difficult decision regarding voluntary commitment at Saint-Rémy Asylum in May 1889. These recurrences, though less dramatically self-destructive than initial ear incident, demonstrate continuing psychological vulnerability, requiring more comprehensive treatment than periodic hospital stabilization, followed by unsupported independent living. Vincent's remarkable self-awareness informs this decision, recognizing both continuing artistic productivity's importance for psychological well-being and realistic assessment regarding recovery limitations within entirely independent living situation following Arles community's comprehensive rejection. This balanced self-evaluation, acknowledging serious condition without surrendering to complete invalidism, represents extraordinary personal strength, easily overlooked within mythologized, mad artist narratives, emphasizing psychological disturbance rather than remarkable functionality, maintained despite significant challenges. The ear incident's historical significance extends far beyond its immediate medical and personal implications. This dramatic biographical element substantially contributes to posthumous mythology, transforming little-known painter who sold single canvas during lifetime into legendary figure, embodying tortured artistic genius, archetype, resonating through subsequent cultural imagination, while potentially distracting from proper appreciation regarding Vincent's extraordinary artistic achievements. This biographical drama paradoxically expands interest beyond specialized art historical audience, introducing broader public to revolutionary work through biographical narratives accessibility. The incident thus simultaneously represents genuine human tragedy with lifelong consequences for person experiencing it, and cultural touchstone, eventually enhancing posthumous recognition essential for artistic legacy, transcending immediate suffering through enduring contribution to human creative achievement. Saint-Rémy Asylum. May sunlight filters through barred windows in a sparse second-floor room at the Saint-Rémy Asylum. Vincent van Gogh arranges his painting materials with methodical care, preparing for another day's work despite confined circumstances. The former monastery's thick stone walls keep the space cool as Provençal summer approaches, while distant sounds of other patients occasionally interrupt the relative quiet. This chamber, serving as both bedroom and studio, represents both restriction and refuge for an artist whose psychological fragility now requires institutional structure. while his creative vision continues evolving despite, perhaps even through, personal suffering. The voluntary commitment, beginning May 8, 1889, marks new phase in Vincent's journey, balancing mental health challenges against remarkable artistic productivity that will produce some of his most iconic works during approximately 1 year residence. The decision seeking asylum placement follows repeated psychological crises after the infamous ear incident. Despite initial recovery and return to Yellow House in January 1889, Vincent experiences several additional episodes requiring hospitalization. Local community hostility compounds these challenges, with Arles residents organizing petition demanding authorities address dangerous madman they perceive threatening public safety. These combined circumstances, recurring psychological instability, and environmental rejection, preventing successful independent living, lead Vincent toward remarkable self-awareness regarding necessary next steps. I am unable to live a decent life outside, he writes Theo regarding voluntary commitment decision, demonstrating unusual insight regarding condition rather than denial or resistance characterizing many mental health crises then and now. St. Paul de Mossel Asylum occupies former Augustinian monastery dating from 12th century, located approximately 20 miles northeast of Arles, near small town of Saint-Rémy-de-Provence. The facility represents relatively progressive treatment approach for 1889, operating under physician Dr. Théophile Perron, who employs limited restraint philosophy, predating modern psychiatric methods, while maintaining sufficient structure for patients requiring protected environment. Vincent's accommodations include bedroom studio on facility's second floor, with adjacent room eventually serving as additional studio space. The arrangement permits supervised movement through building and grounds, access to art materials, and maintenance of correspondence without imposing harsh restrictions characteristic of less enlightened 19th century mental institutions. Daily routine establishes structure providing psychological stabilization alongside continued artistic productivity. Mornings begin with simple breakfast, followed by supervised walks through asylum grounds when weather and Vincent's condition permit. These outings provide both physical exercise and observation opportunities for paintings developed either outdoors, when supervision allows, or from window views and memory within rooms' confines. Afternoons typically involve painting sessions, while evenings allow letter writing, primarily to Theo, but occasionally other correspondence, including Sister Wilhelmian and artist friends. Meals, medication administration, and periodic physician evaluations punctuate this schedule, creating institutional rhythm significantly different from independent living's freedom, but providing essential stability during continued psychological vulnerability. The physical environment substantially influences Vincent's visual world during this period. The asylum grounds feature walled garden with ancient trees, flowering plants, and wheat field visible beyond facilities' boundaries. The surrounding landscape presents distinctive features, including olive groves with gnarled trunks, cypresses rising like dark flames against Provençal sky, and distant Alpes mountains whose undulating forms appear in numerous paintings. Within facility walls, corridors with arched ceilings, dormitories housing fellow patients, and administrative spaces provide additional subject matter when outdoor access becomes restricted during psychological episodes or inclement weather. This visual context, significantly different from Arles urban and agricultural surroundings, helps develop distinctive Saint-Rémy period imagery immediately recognizable within Vincent's oeuvre. Psychological condition fluctuates throughout Saint-Rémy residence, with relative stability periods allowing productive work, interspersed with crisis episodes requiring increased supervision and temporary painting suspension. Medical records, though incomplete, indicate approximately 4 major episodes during Vincent's year-long stay, with symptoms including hallucinations, paranoid ideation, and agitation requiring isolation and increased staff monitoring. Correspondence gaps typically indicate these periods, with letter resumption marking stabilization. Most remarkably, Vincent maintains clear insight regarding his condition between episodes, describing symptoms with clinical precision while simultaneously preserving artistic identity, transcending patient status. This balanced self-understanding, accepting illness reality without surrendering entirely to patient role, demonstrates extraordinary psychological resilience alongside undeniable vulnerability. Artistic output during Saint-Rémy period remains astonishing considering circumstances. Approximately 150 paintings and numerous drawings emerge from asylum residents, including several works now ranking among Vincent's most recognizable masterpieces. Starry Night, irises, wheat field with cypresses, and numerous self-portraits demonstrate continued technical mastery and evolving artistic vision despite institutional constraints and psychological challenges. Production occurs with remarkable consistency between crisis episodes, with painting clearly providing both psychological stabilization through focused activity and authentic self-expression, maintaining core identity beyond medical diagnosis. This productivity testifies to painting's fundamental importance within Vincent's psychological economy, not merely occupation, but essential life-sustaining activity, connecting inner experience with external world despite institutional separation and recurring internal disintegration. Subject matter during this period reveals both environmental influence and continuing thematic preoccupations, transcending immediate surroundings. Asylum grounds and buildings provide direct observational material, with garden scenes, architectural studies, and occasional portraits of staff or fellow patients, documenting immediate environment. However, Vincent also continues exploring subjects representing broader concerns: wheat fields, symbolizing life cycles, and human relationship, with nature, cypress trees, expressing both specific Provençal character and spiritual aspiration. Night skis revealing cosmic dimensions beyond earthly limitations. This balance between direct observation and symbolic expression characterizes Saint-Trémy work, creating artistic record simultaneously documenting specific place and expressing universal human experiences, transcending particular circumstances. Stylistic evolution continues despite institutional constraints, with certain tendencies intensifying through asylum experience. Brushwork sometimes becomes more agitated during periods preceding psychological episodes, with swirling forms and energetic strokes, perhaps reflecting internal psychological states as much as external observation. Color usage, while maintaining characteristic vibrancy, sometimes employs more restricted palette than Arles period's chromatic exuberance. Compositional approaches increasingly emphasize rhythmic movement and energetic linear patterns, particularly in landscapes where natural forms appear animated by underlying forces beyond visible appearances. These developments suggest continuing artistic growth rather than limitation during asylum residence, with psychological challenges potentially contributing distinctive expressive qualities rather than merely restricting creative possibilities. Relationships with outside world remain primarily maintained through correspondence, with letters serving as essential lifeline connecting Vincent to broader contexts beyond institutional walls. Communication with Theo remains most significant, continuing financial support arrangements, while providing crucial emotional connection and artistic dialogue, sustaining creative development despite isolation. Letters to Sister Wilhelmine offer different voice, more measured explanations of his condition, and work without artistic theory discussions, characterizing fraternal correspondence. Limited communication with fellow artists, particularly Émile Bernard and Paul Gauguin, maintains minimal professional connections despite geographical and circumstantial separation. These written exchanges create virtual community, partially compensating for physical isolation, while providing essential reminder regarding identity, extending beyond patient status dominating immediate daily experience. Vincent's relationship with fellow patients remains sparsely documented, but appears characterized by respectful distance rather than close connection. Contemporary accounts suggest he maintained cordial but limited interactions, perhaps recognizing social engagement challenges that contributed to previous difficulties. Available records indicate occasional conversation with selected patients, but preference for staff interaction when social contact became necessary beyond solitary painting focus. This limited social engagement likely reflects both personality characteristics predating psychological crises and strategic self-protection, recognizing interpersonal stimulations, potential triggering effects, during vulnerable psychological state. The resulting relative isolation, while potentially increasing loneliness, probably supported stability through reduced emotional complications during recovery process. Artistic recognition begins gradually emerging during Saint Remy residence, offering limited but significant external validation previously absent throughout Vincent's career. January 1890 brings invitation participating in Les XX exhibition in Brussels, where painting Red Vineyard achieves first documented sale during Vincent's lifetime. Paris Salon des Indépendants includes several works in March 1890 exhibition, generating positive critical commentary, including influential article by Albert Aurier describing Vincent as genius. Theo communicates these developments through regular correspondence, providing encouragement, suggesting potential career turning point despite institutional circumstances. Vincent's response shows characteristic combination, genuine appreciation for recognition, while maintaining focus on artistic development rather than commercial or critical validation, dominating many artists' career concerns. As spring 1890 approaches, bringing approximately 1 year since admission, Vincent begins considering discharge possibilities. Correspondence with Theo explores potential arrangements, balancing continued supervision needs against desire, resuming independence beyond institutional constraints. Medical records indicate Dr. Perron's qualified support for discharge planning, noting significant functional improvement while acknowledging continuing vulnerability, requiring appropriate support structures rather than complete independence. Various options receive consideration: potential Paris residence near Theo, continued southern location with modified supervision, or new arrangement addressing limitations of previous living situations while supporting continuing artistic work. These discussions eventually identify Over-sur-Oise, small town north of Paris, where physician Dr. Paul Gachet offers both medical supervision and personal understanding regarding artistic temperament through his connections with Impressionist painters. Vincent leaves Saint Remy on May 16, 1890, following discharge evaluation, determining sufficient stabilization for supervised community placement. The asylum experience, while unavoidably restrictive and sometimes genuinely harrowing during acute episodes, ultimately provides critical stabilization period, allowing both psychological reorganization and continued artistic development despite serious mental health challenges. The paintings emerging from this difficult year rank among Western art's most significant achievements, demonstrating extraordinary capacity, maintaining creative vision through extreme psychological challenges. Perhaps most remarkably, Vincent departs with balanced self-understanding, neither denying illness reality nor accepting permanent invalidism, but rather seeking arrangement, supporting both necessary supervision and continued artistic productivity, defining his essential identity beyond diagnostic categorization. Artistic techniques and notable works. Afternoon light illuminates canvas on Vincent's easel as he applies characteristic brushstrokes with decisive energy. The painting, cypresses rising like dark flames against swirling sky, demonstrates technical approach developed through years of relentless practice, now employed with absolute confidence despite hands, occasionally trembling from health issues and psychological medication. Each stroke serves both descriptive and expressive functions, simultaneously depicting specific visual elements while communicating emotional qualities, transcending mere representation. This working moment exemplifies artistic techniques distinguishing Vincent's mature style, distinctive brushwork, revolutionary color approach, powerful compositional organization, and profound emotional expressiveness that collectively transform traditional painting elements into uniquely personal visual language that will eventually reshape Western art's trajectory. Vincent's brushwork represents perhaps his most immediately recognizable technical characteristic. The distinctive stroke, directional, rhythmic, often applying paint with considerable impasto, functions as fundamental compositional element rather than merely descriptive tool. Unlike academic paintings, techniques concealing brushwork beneath smooth surfaces, or even Impressionism's visible strokes, primarily capturing light effects, Vincent's brushwork expresses dynamic energy, animating perceived reality beyond visual appearances. In wheat fields, these strokes follow growth patterns while simultaneously suggesting universal life forces. In portraits, they reinforce facial structure while expressing psychological energy beneath physical features. In skis, they create swirling movements, suggesting cosmic rhythms beyond momentary atmospheric conditions. This technique transforms static scenes into dynamic experiences where visual elements pulse with energy extending beyond representational requirements into expressive dimensions, defining his revolutionary artistic contribution. Color usage represents equally significant technical innovation, particularly following Paris period's transformative exposure to Impressionism, Pointillism, and Japanese prints. Vincent's approach transcends both academic traditions' naturalistic color and Impressionism's optical focus through deliberately non-naturalistic choices, communicating emotional and symbolic dimensions beyond visual accuracy. Complementary contrasts, blues against oranges, purples against yellows, reds against greens, create vibrating visual energy across canvas surfaces. His signature yellow, representing southern sunlight, expresses spiritual illumination alongside physical brilliance. Night scenes paradoxically employ richest colors rather than darkness, as in Starry Night, where deep blues pulsate with golden stellar energy. These color innovations, while building on scientific theories studied in Paris, transcend systematic approach through through intuitive emotional application, representing revolutionary contribution to painting's expressive possibilities. Compositional organization demonstrates sophisticated understanding of pictorial structure, balancing representation with expressive abstraction. Influenced by Japanese prints' flattened perspective and bold arrangements, Vincent develops approaches emphasizing essential formal elements while maintaining recognizable subject matter. Foreground elements often appear slightly elevated, compressing spatial depth while increasing visual impact. Horizon lines frequently appear higher than traditional landscape conventions, creating expanded foreground areas, dominating compositional experience. Strong diagonal elements, cypress trees, wheat field pathways, asylum corridors, create dynamic movement across canvas surfaces. These compositional innovations maintain sufficient representational connection for immediate subject recognition, while emphasizing formal qualities supporting emotional expression beyond mere visual reproduction. Drawing foundations underpin these more visible technical characteristics, reflecting years of relentless practice before color exploration began. Despite self-taught status, without formal academic training, Vincent develops exceptional draftsmanship through systematic self-education, beginning with Barg drawing course and continuing through thousands of observational studies. This solid drawing foundation allows confident structural understanding, supporting more expressive techniques without sacrificing fundamental visual coherence. Even most emotionally charged paintings maintain accurate underlying structures, with expressive distortions representing deliberate choices rather than technical limitations. This balance between solid representational foundation and expressive freedom creates tension, giving masterworks their extraordinary visual power, connecting immediate emotional impact with sustained formal integrity, rewarding extended viewing. Materials and processes reveal practical approach, balancing limited resources with artistic requirements. Working with standard commercial canvases, pre-primed with white ground, Vincent typically applies minimal additional preparation before beginning work. Paint selection emphasizes intense colors, chrome yellows, cobalt blues, viridian greens, vermilion reds, often applied directly from tube without extensive palette mixing to maintain chromatic intensity. Brushes range from relatively fine sizes for detailed elements to broader tools for background areas, with distinctive brushwork, sometimes showing evidence of applying paint with handle end for particular textural effects. These practical choices reflect both economic limitations, requiring efficiency, and aesthetic preferences, favoring direct, unmediated expression over elaborate technical processes, potentially diminishing emotional immediacy. Working methods combine careful preparation with remarkably rapid execution, creating deceptive impression of spontaneity, actually supported by extensive preliminary work. For major compositions, Vincent typically produces multiple preparatory drawings, establishing structural elements before approaching canvas. The painting itself often occurs in single concentrated session lasting several hours, with wet and wet technique allowing continuous development without waiting for layers to dry. This approach, thorough preparation, followed by decisive execution, creates works simultaneously displaying careful organization and dynamic energy. The resulting paintings embody paradoxical quality, appearing spontaneously expressive while containing carefully considered formal structures, supporting their emotional impact through solid pictorial foundations. Notable works emerging from these techniques span Vincent's mature period from Arles through Saint-Remy, and final Over's months, with several achieving iconic status within art history while embodying his distinctive technical approach. Starry Night, June 1889, perhaps most famously demonstrates these qualities, with swirling brushstrokes animating night sky, while Cypress Tree connects terrestrial and celestial realms through vertical thrust. The painting's remarkable balance between representational elements, recognizable village, mountains, sky, and abstract qualities, rhythmic brushwork, symbolic color choices, exemplifies Vincent's unique contribution, transcending both academic tradition and contemporary avant-garde movements through intensely personal synthesis, creating new expressive possibilities beyond existing categories. Sunflowers series, Arles 1888-1889, demonstrates distinctive color approach centered on signature yellow, with variations exploring subtle tonal relationships within seemingly restricted palette. These works combine still life tradition with revolutionary expressiveness through brushwork emphasizing organic energy within apparently static subject. The series also reveals Vincent's understanding regarding serial exploration, returning repeatedly to specific subject through multiple canvases, examining different qualities, while maintaining consistent thematic focus. This approach, paralleling Monet's systematic studies, but employing more explicitly emotional expression, creates comprehensive exploration, transcending individual works' limitations, while building coherent artistic statement through accumulated variations. Portrait works, particularly self-portraits and paintings depicting postman Joseph Rouland's family, demonstrate Vincent's psychological penetration alongside technical innovations. These paintings employ distinctive brushwork following facial structure, while simultaneously suggesting inner emotional states, with color choices emphasizing psychological qualities rather than merely recording physical appearance. Self-portraits particularly combine unflinching self-examination with technical experimentation, using his own familiar features as vehicle for exploring painterly possibilities, while documenting changing physical and psychological states throughout his artistic journey's final years. The resulting works transcend mere self-documentation, becoming profound explorations regarding human identity and consciousness, extending far beyond particular individual depicted. Landscape paintings, forming largest category within Vincent's oeuvre, show particularly powerful application of his distinctive techniques. Wheat Field with Cypresses, 1889, exemplifies this approach, with undulating golden wheat rendered through brush strokes following growth patterns, while simultaneously creating rhythmic visual movement across canvas. Cypress trees' vertical thrust provides contrasting directional element, while cloud formations echo wheat fields' curvilinear patterns, creating unified compositional experience despite representing distinct natural elements. Color relationships emphasize complementary contrasts. Golden wheat against blue sky, dark green cypresses against warm earth tones, creating vibrant visual energy, animating seemingly static landscape elements through purely pictorial means, extending beyond mere documentation into profound expressiveness. Indoor scenes, particularly Night Cafe, 1888, and asylum interiors, demonstrate techniques' adaptability beyond natural settings. These works employ perspective somewhat reminiscent of Japanese prints, with slightly elevated viewpoint and compressed spatial relationships, emphasizing psychological rather than merely physical environment. Color choices become explicitly emotional and symbolic rather than descriptive, with Night Cafe employing blood red and yellow green, Vincent's description, creating deliberately unsettling atmosphere, expressing locations, moral, and psychological qualities, rather than merely depicting its physical appearance. These approaches demonstrate technique, serving expressive purposes, rather than merely representational requirements, establishing painting as psychological and spiritual communication, transcending simple visual recording. Technical evolution continues throughout Vincent's final productive years, with certain approaches intensifying while maintaining essential characteristics. Brushwork sometimes becomes more agitated during periods preceding psychological episodes, potentially reflecting internal states alongside external observation. Color usage occasionally employs more restricted palette than Arles period's chromatic exuberance, particularly during asylum residence, when access to supplies periodically became limited. Compositional approaches increasingly emphasize rhythmic movement and energetic patterns, particularly in landscapes where natural forms appear animated by underlying forces beyond visible appearances. These developments suggest continuing artistic growth rather than limitation, with challenging circumstances potentially contributing distinctive expressive qualities rather than merely restricting creative possibilities. Vincent's artistic techniques ultimately transform traditional painting elements into revolutionary visual language, immediately recognizable as uniquely his own, while opening new expressive possibilities, influencing subsequent artistic developments. The distinctive brushwork non-naturalistic color choices, powerful compositional organization, and profound emotional expressiveness collectively create approach transcending both academic tradition and contemporary movements through intensely personal synthesis. These techniques, developed through relentless practice despite extraordinary personal challenges, establish visual vocabulary whose influence extends far beyond Vincent's brief productive period, eventually helping reshape Western art's trajectory through posthumous recognition, revealing truly revolutionary contribution, initially visible to only few contemporaries recognizing genius, within seemingly unstable individual creating remarkable works, existing far outside conventional artistic categories. Final days in Overs. Morning mist rises from the Oise River as Vincent walks through wheat fields surrounding Over-sur-Oise, his painting materials strapped across back in familiar bundle. This small village, approximately 20 miles northwest of Paris, becomes final chapter location in extraordinary artistic journey approaching tragic conclusion following discharge from Saint-Rémy Asylum in May 1890. Vincent arrives in Overs seeking balance between necessary supervision and artistic independence, finding temporary stability under Dr. Paul Gachet's care, while producing remarkable 70-plus paintings during approximately 70 days before death on July 29, 1890. These final works, wheat fields, village scenes, portraiture, including Gachet's memorable image, represent artistic culmination rather than diminishment, showing continued evolution despite deteriorating psychological condition, ultimately proving unable sustaining even this modified independent living arrangement. Overs itself provides both practical advantages and aesthetic inspiration for this final productive period. The village's location allows relatively convenient visits with Theo's family in Paris, while providing rural environment better suited to Vincent's temperament than urban setting. The picturesque landscape offers abundant painting subjects, wheat fields, village architecture, gardens, and distinctive church made famous through Vincent's portrayal. Local residents, while maintaining certain distance from clearly unusual visitor, demonstrate less hostility than Arles community, allowing relatively normal daily functioning despite obvious eccentricities. Most importantly, Dr. Gachet's presence provides medical supervision from physician with both professional qualifications and personal understanding regarding artistic temperament through his connections with impressionist painters, including Pissarro, Cézanne, and others. Living arrangements reflect continuing need for structured environment, while allowing greater independence than institutional setting. Vincent boards at Auberge Revue, simple in providing basic accommodations, tiny attic room containing bed, washstand, and chair, with meals taken in communal dining room downstairs. This arrangement offers reasonable compromise between necessary supervision and desired autonomy, regular medical consultations from Dr. Gashett, supplementing daily oversight from inn proprietor and staff, noticing behavioral patterns without imposing institutional restrictions. The surrounding village and countryside provide expanded movement freedom compared with asylums' confined spaces, while maintaining community small enough that unusual behaviors would quickly become apparent should psychological decompensation occur requiring intervention. Working routine quickly establishes remarkable productivity despite continuing health challenges. Vincent rises early regardless of weather conditions, typically breakfasting simply before gathering painting materials for day's excursion into surrounding countryside. These painting sessions often extend through entire day with minimal breaks, covering considerable distances, carrying heavy equipment, while producing sometimes multiple canvases despite physical limitations and medication effects. Evenings typically involve letter writing, primarily to Theo, but occasionally other correspondence and sporadic social interactions with fellow boarders or occasional conversations with Dr. Gashett during visits to physicians, home doubling as informal salon for artists and intellectuals. This demanding schedule, maintained despite clear physical deterioration, visible in final photographs showing gaunt appearance and evident exhaustion beneath determined expression. Relationship with Dr. Gashett evolves complexly during these final months, combining medical supervision with artistic connection, creating both supportive alliance and occasional tension. Initial impressions appear positive, with Vincent writing Theo that Gashett seems ready to be a friend, while offering both medical attention and genuine artistic understanding. The doctor's amateur painting practice and extensive art collection create common ground extending beyond patient-physician relationship into artistic dialogue, beneficial for Vincent's psychological stabilization. However, subsequent correspondence reveals growing ambivalence, with Vincent questioning Gashett's medical effectiveness, while nodding the doctor himself seems sicker than I am. This relationship ambiguity, neither fully professional nor entirely friendly, creates uncertainty, potentially contributing to Vincent's deteriorating psychological condition. Despite initially promising arrangement, family developments during this period provide both support and additional stress, affecting Vincent's fragile stability. Most significantly, Theo's infant son, Vincent Willem, named after his uncle, represents hopeful new generation while creating financial pressures through additional family responsibilities, potentially affecting art dealer brother's ability, maintaining Vincent's allowance indefinitely. A visit to Paris meeting Theo's family in early July initially appears successful, but potentially triggers insecurities regarding his continued dependence on brother, who now bears responsibilities beyond fraternal support. These complex emotions, genuine happiness regarding Theo's family alongside anxiety about his own position within expanded family system likely contribute to psychological deterioration, becoming increasingly evident through behavioral changes noted by Over's residents during July 1890. Artistic output during these final months remains extraordinary despite deteriorating circumstances, with approximately 70 paintings completing over now recognized among history's most significant artistic achievements. These works show no technical diminishment. Brushwork remains confident. Color usage maintains characteristic expressiveness. Compositional organization demonstrates continued mastery. Subject matter shows significant consistency with earlier preoccupations, while responding to new environment, wheat fields, village architecture, portraits, and garden scenes continue exploring fundamental themes defining Vincent's artistic vision throughout mature period. Most notably, these final works maintain emotional intensity and spiritual questioning, characterizing entire oeuvre, with wheat fields particularly expressing both natural beauty and deeper existential concerns regarding life cycles, human relationship with nature, and universal forces transcending individual mortality, increasingly occupying Vincent's consciousness. Several specific works from this period achieve particular significance within Vincent's complete artistic journey. Church at Overs transforms relatively simple village structure into spiritually charged image through dramatic sky treatment and perspective slightly distorting architectural elements to express emotional qualities beyond mere documentation. Portrait of Dr. Gachet captures subject's melancholic expression with extraordinary psychological penetration, while demonstrating complete technical mastery through vibrant complementary color relationships and brushwork expressing both physical features and interior emotional states. Most haunting, several wheat field paintings, particularly those incorporating ominous crows against threatening skis, seem expressing internal psychological turbulence while maintaining complete artistic control, creating powerful tension between emotional content and technical execution, demonstrating remarkable artistic integrity maintained despite deteriorating personal circumstances. Final days remain partially obscured through conflicting accounts, subsequent mythologization, and limited reliable documentation. Available evidence indicates increasing isolation despite continuing productivity, with Vincent making fewer social contacts while painting with seemingly desperate intensity. Dr. Gachet later reported observing concerning behavioral changes without specifying precise nature beyond general impression regarding deteriorating condition. In staff, similarly noted increasingly erratic patterns without intervention, reflecting limited mental health, understanding characterizing period. Vincent's final letters, while maintaining coherent discussion regarding artistic matters, contain subtle indications suggesting psychological decompensation beneath superficially normal communication. Certain repetitive phrasings, fatalistic undertones, and unusual emphases, potentially indicating deteriorating organization beneath maintained social facade. The shooting occurs Sunday, July 27, 1890, under circumstances remaining partially mysterious despite extensive subsequent investigation. Vincent leaves in with painting materials morning of shooting, returning wounded early evening without equipment. His statement that he tried to kill myself establishes suicide attempt rather than accident or attack, though exact location remains disputed with recent scholarship, questioning traditional wheat field narrative while suggesting possible alternative circumstances. The relatively small caliber pistol creates serious, but not immediately fatal wound, allowing Vincent's return to inn and subsequent medical attention from local physician Dr. Masery, followed by Dr. Gashett's arrival. Their examination determines bullet lodged too deeply for safe removal, given period's limited surgical capabilities, creating inevitably fatal situation through internal bleeding and infection, despite initially stable presentation. Theo arrives quickly following telegram notification, reaching Overs early July 28, and remaining with Vincent through final hours. Accounts from multiple witnesses describe extraordinary brotherhood demonstration during these final interactions, with extended conversations between siblings despite Vincent's deteriorating physical condition. According to Gashett, and in Proprietor Gustave Revue, Vincent expresses no regret regarding suicide attempt, while maintaining remarkable lucidity, discussing both personal matters and artistic concerns until final consciousness loss. Gashett reports Vincent's last words to Theo as the sadness will last forever, phrase whose authenticity remains debated, but captures relationships' extraordinary emotional depth, regardless of literal accuracy. Death occurs early morning, July 29, 1890, approximately 37 hours after shooting, with Theo present throughout final moments. Funeral takes place July 30 at Overs Church, followed by burial in Municipal Cemetery, with simple ceremony attended by approximately 20 people, including local residents, alongside artists and dealers traveling from Paris. Theo arranges modest but respectful arrangements, including coffin surrounded by Vincent's most recent paintings and sunflowers, subject holding special significance throughout his artistic development. Emile Bernard describes atmosphere combining genuine grief with recognition regarding extraordinary artistic achievement, represented by apparently failed existence according to conventional standards. Dr. Gashett delivers brief eulogy, emphasizing both personal tragedy and artistic significance, recognizing duality defining Vincent's existence, extraordinary creative achievement, alongside personal suffering, preventing appreciation regarding his revolutionary contribution during tragically abbreviated lifetime. These final days crystallize essential paradox, defining Vincent's entire existence. Extraordinary artistic achievement within context of personal circumstances. Conventional standards would consider unsuccessful or even tragic. The remarkable productivity maintained despite deteriorating psychological condition demonstrates painting's fundamental importance within his existence, not merely occupation, but essential life-sustaining activity, connecting inner experience with external world, even when that connection became increasingly tenuous through mental illness progression. Most significantly, these final works show no artistic diminishment despite personal disintegration, suggesting creative vision transcending individual psychological limitations through discipline and commitment, maintaining artistic integrity until life's literal final days. Death and posthumous fame. Rain falls on freshly dug earth in Over Cemetery as mourners disperse, following Vincent van Gogh's burial on July 30, 1890. Among departing figures, Theo van Gogh moves with visible difficulty, physically supported by artist Emile Bernard, while clearly devastated by brother's death at age 37. The modest funeral, attended by approximately 20 people, including several artists, Dr. Gachet, and local residents, concludes life considered failure by conventional standards, yet eventually recognized as among history's most significant artistic journeys. This rainy afternoon represents apparent conclusion to extraordinary creative explosion, producing approximately 900 paintings and 1,100 works on paper during decade-long serious artistic pursuit, with death occurring precisely when limited recognition finally appeared, potentially transforming critical and financial circumstances that remained challenging throughout Vincent's lifetime. Theo's response to Vincent's death reveals brotherhood bonds extraordinary depth, transcending already remarkable financial and emotional support throughout artistic career. Physical collapse follows funeral, with grief triggering complete breakdown, accelerated by pre-existing health problems, including congenital syphilis. Desperate efforts, continuing brother's mission, begin immediately gathering Vincent's remaining works, organizing existing collection, and promoting artistic legacy through contacts established during Theo's art dealer career. These activities continue despite rapidly deteriorating health until Theo's own death January 25, 1891, just 6 months following Vincent's suicide. The brothers' physical bodies rest side by side in Over's cemetery following Theo's exhumation and reburial in 1914, physical manifestation of lifelong connection extending beyond death, while enabling artistic legacy, eventually transforming both art history and popular cultural understanding regarding creative genius concept. Interest will necessarily come someday. Vincent predicted in letter to Theo shortly before death. Remarkably prescient statement from artist who sold single painting during lifetime, yet now ranks among history's most recognized creative figures. This transformation from obscurity to universal recognition unfolds gradually following deaths of both brothers, with several key figures instrumental establishing posthumous reputation, eventually reaching global proportions, transcending conventional art historical significance into broader cultural phenomenon. The process happens neither immediately nor automatically, requiring dedicated advocacy, converting initial minimal recognition into eventually undeniable acknowledgement regarding revolutionary artistic contribution. Initially visible to only few contemporaries recognizing genius within seemingly unstable individual creating remarkable works, existing far outside conventional categories. Johanna van Gogh, Theo's widow, assumes responsibility, becoming perhaps most significant individual establishing Vincent's posthumous reputation. Despite limited art world experience, young Dutch woman with literary, rather than artistic background, she demonstrates remarkable determination and strategic intelligence, preserving, organizing, and promoting her brother-in-law's legacy following husband's death. Her initial efforts focus on basic preservation, cataloging approximately 200 paintings and 500 drawings remaining in family's possession, while protecting deteriorating canvases requiring conservation. Subsequently, she develops systematic exhibition strategy, gradually introducing Vincent's work to expanding audiences through carefully organized showings, increasing in size and prominence as critical recognition grows. Most crucially, she publishes Vincent's letters to Theo in 1914, providing extraordinary documentary record, simultaneously illuminating artistic development and revealing remarkable literary achievement independent from painting career. Critical recognition develops gradually, with several key exhibitions marking turning points, transforming initial limited appreciation into eventual canonical status. Paris retrospectives in 1901 and 1905 introduce Vincent's work to influential critical community, increasingly receptive to post-impressionist innovations following initial conservative resistance. German exhibitions prove particularly significant, with works shown in Bremen, Dresden, Munich, and Berlin between 1905-1914, finding receptive audience among expressionist painters, recognizing kindred spirit, anticipating their own emotional approaches. These showings gradually expand from specialized venues to major museums, with Amsterdam's Stedelijk Museum 1905 exhibition representing first significant institutional validation, leading eventually to permanent collection establishment at dedicated Van Gogh Museum 1973, housing world's largest collection of his works, alongside comprehensive archival materials documenting extraordinary artistic journey. Market valuation follows critical recognition with exponentially increasing trajectory, demonstrating perhaps art history's most dramatic posthumous valuation transformation. Initial sales arranged by Johanna bring modest sums primarily from progressive dealers and artists recognizing significance before broader market acceptance. By 1920s, prices reach significant levels affordable only to wealthy collectors and institutions, continuing upward trajectory through subsequent decades. Current valuations place major works among world's most expensive paintings, with Portrait of Dr. Gachet selling for $82.5 million, $1,990, and private transactions reportedly exceeding $100 million for exceptional examples. This financial trajectory, from struggling artist unable selling works during lifetime to creator commanding among history's highest art market valuations, represents extraordinary commentary regarding art world economics, while potentially obscuring more significant artistic contribution behind headline-generating price tags, occasionally dominating popular discourse. Artistic influence extends far beyond market valuation, with Vincent's distinctive approach affecting multiple subsequent artistic developments across various movements and national traditions. German Expressionism derives particularly direct inspiration, with Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, Emil Nold, and other Die Bruch members explicitly acknowledging Vincent's emotional intensity and non-naturalistic color approaches as crucial precedent. Fauvism similarly builds upon his chromatic innovations, with Matisse and colleagues extending non-naturalistic color exploration while acknowledging important precursor role. Even abstract movements find inspiration in Vincent's work, with Willem de Kooning particularly nodding energetic brushwork and emotional expressiveness, transcending representational requirements as significant influence on abstract expressionism's development. This multidirectional influence, affecting figurative and abstract approaches across national boundaries, testifies to Vincent's fundamental contribution, establishing expressive possibilities, extending far beyond specific stylistic characteristics, beyond specifically artistic influence. Vincent's life story transforms into cultural archetype, establishing tortured artistic genius, narrative resonating through subsequent cultural imagination. This mythologization, beginning with Emile Bernard's funeral account, emphasizing tragic elements, and accelerating through early biographies, highlighting psychological disturbance, alongside artistic achievement, creates compelling narrative extending interest beyond artwork itself into biographical drama. Early biographical films, particularly Vincent Minnelli's Lust for Life, 1956, starring Kirk Douglas, establish visual templates for popular understanding regarding Vincent's appearance and demeanor, sometimes overshadowing actual historical evidence. These representations, while occasionally misrepresenting biographical complexity with simplified narratives, undeniably expand public engagement with artwork that might otherwise remain confined within specialized art historical discourse, creating broader cultural impact extending beyond conventional artistic significance. The distinctive accessibility characterizing Vincent's mature work particularly supports this broader cultural resonance, extending beyond art historical significance. Unlike certain artistic innovators whose work requires specialized knowledge appreciating their contribution, Vincent's paintings communicate immediate emotional impact alongside formal sophistication, rewarding deeper analysis. This dual accessibility, speaking simultaneously to casual viewers through direct emotional appeal and specialized audiences recognizing technical innovations, creates unusually broad appreciation spectrum. The resulting popularity sometimes generates skepticism among certain critics and historians dismissing widespread appeal as somehow diminishing serious artistic achievement. Yet this accessibility itself represents significant accomplishment, creating revolutionary art, simultaneously advancing formal possibilities, while maintaining communicative power, speaking directly to diverse audiences across cultural and educational backgrounds. Vincent's personal narrative particularly resonates with modern and contemporary understandings regarding mental health, creativity, and societal treatment of psychological difference. His struggles, documented through letters providing remarkable self-awareness alongside external accounts, present complex case study regarding relationships between psychological suffering, creative expression, and social responses toward individuals functioning outside conventional norms. Recent scholarship increasingly moves beyond simplified madness and genius narratives toward more nuanced understanding regarding specific conditions likely affecting Vincent's experience, with various diagnostic hypotheses including bipolar disorder, epilepsy, Meniere's disease, and other conditions potentially explaining documented symptoms. These investigations, while necessarily speculative given historical distance and limited medical documentation, contribute valuable perspective regarding extraordinary creative achievement maintained despite significant psychological challenges, meriting respect rather than romanticization, sometimes characterizing popular accounts. The material legacy continues expanding through ongoing scholarly research, exhibition projects, and institutional developments, preserving and interpreting Vincent's extraordinary contribution. Amsterdam's Van Gogh Museum, established 1973, provides primary institutional foundation, housing world's largest collection, alongside comprehensive archival materials, supporting ongoing research programs, continuously developing enhanced understanding. Technical investigations using advanced imaging technologies reveal working methods previously invisible through conventional observation, while paint composition analysis provides insights regarding material choices affecting visual outcomes. Archival discoveries occasionally supplement extensive but incomplete documentary record, with previously unknown letters, sketches, and contemporary accounts periodically emerging through dedicated research efforts. These continuing investigations ensure Vincent's legacy remains dynamic rather than static historical monument. With new generations developing fresh perspectives regarding revolutionary contribution, remaining relevant through changing cultural contexts and interpretive frameworks. Perhaps most remarkably, this posthumous recognition fulfills specific vision Vincent himself articulated despite minimal contemporary validation. I can't help thinking that the whole of Holland will one day take a walk through the museum where many of my paintings have been collected. He wrote Theo in 1883, demonstrating extraordinary confidence regarding eventual significance despite continuous rejection throughout living career. This remarkable prescience, somehow maintaining conviction regarding artistic contributions, valued despite overwhelming contrary evidence during lifetime, testifies to extraordinary internal validation, sustaining decade-long artistic journey through financial hardship, social rejection, and psychological suffering that would have defeated lesser commitment. The fulfillment of this vision, though tragically following death, preventing personal witness regarding eventual validation, confirms extraordinary artistic integrity, maintaining authentic creative direction despite external circumstances that seemed conclusively demonstrating failure according to conventional standards, until posthumous recognition eventually confirmed revolutionary contribution, initially visible only through Vincent's remarkable self-belief, sustained against seemingly insurmountable contrary evidence.